I was muted. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for day 7 of our trial, day 4 of testimony. I do have counsel of the State Defense and Mr. Quiles present. Before we bring the jury out, is there anything that we need to handle outside their presence? First from the State.
Good morning, Your Honor. I just wanted to let the court know that I don't know if it will be enough time or we'll be on a break or not before the 4th witness. I just wanted to let the court know that witnesses 4, and then it will either be 5 or 6 depending on the testimony 4. They will be the Williams Rule witness where they will be needing instruction, Your Honor. And secondly, based upon the testimony, the state will be requesting as well 918.16 paren 2, which is clearing of the courtroom involving sexual abuse testimony. However, there are exceptions within paren 2 who can stay in the courtroom, Your Honor.
By clearing the courtroom, you mean everybody?
No, that's why I was saying there's exceptions that are specifically listed within paren 2. If they're
For
not,
example?
Can you just read it, Your Honor?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. So.
Of course. That's why I wanted to bring it. I didn't want to do it in the middle of front of the
Sure.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So it talks about clearing the courtroom, and then it says, except that parties upon the request of the victim. Then it says, except that parties to the cause and their immediate families or guardians, attorneys and their secretaries, officers of the court, jurors, and then it does say newspaper reporters or broadcasters, court reporters, and then anyone else at the request of the victim.
So the media is included in the exceptions?
Yes.
We get the irony of this?
I do. Yes, sir. So it would just be any other potential people that are coming and going, I guess, really a smack media.
So essentially, they can't be in the courtroom, but they can go outside and stream it on the news.
So that was another thing I was going to obviously see to make sure if we can see with the media SS and ID spaces based upon their testimony not be shown. I'm not asking the court that. I know that has to be independent from the court.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can control that.
I know that.
It's my understanding that they have not been showing the faces of any of the alleged victims or children.
That's my understanding as well. I think that's more of an independent decision that they have made.
Understood.
I have not forced them or asked them to do so. I'm not sure if anybody else has, but I have noticed that myself.
I'm not asking the court to do that. We're going to ask that for our media, but I wanted to let the court know, obviously, about that. Of course, if there's anyone additionally in the courtroom during SS and ID's testimony only.
So who is allowed?
So who is allowed, Your Honor? That would be obviously all the court personnel, attorneys and assistants, immediate family member, and then
But you said immediate family member as in one single immediate family member?
no, it's plural, immediate families or guardians. It's usually a parent is usually who can stay. And then, of course, it talks about newspaper reporters, broadcasters.
So court personnel, attorneys and assistants, immediate families of the person testifying.
Correct.
So for ID, would that include clearing the courtroom of other family members?
Correct. The only person that could potentially stay during IDs would be her father,
Okay.
which her father has been attending.
And you spoken with the victim's family about that?
I have not at this point. I haven't had a chance, but they are aware of. We talked in the past about it. Not like today.
So how would you want me to do that? And I haven't read the statute. I need to look at it to see
Yes, sir.
if it's permissive, mandatory on the court. I don't know.
It says shall.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, if we do one witness after a break, that's one thing. But if if personnel in the courtroom has to change at some point of who's allowed and who's not in, doing that in front of the, I'm not sure doing that in front of the jury is a good idea.
That's why I was asking maybe if we wanted to take a break after witness 3, because then it will be those couple of witnesses, Your Honor.
So it's witnesses 3 and 4.
It's witnesses 4 and 5, take a break after 3, number 3.
So I'm saying taking a break between witness 4 and 5 as well. How am I supposed to switch out people who are allowed in the courtroom?
Understood, Your Honor. Obviously, that's why I just wanted to bring it before the jury came in.
Anything the defense wants to add regarding this?
No, Your Honor, we'll defer to the court on that aspect because it's more of a court ruling an issue and the state invoking the statute, so I'll defer to the court, Your Honor.
Okay. I find it ironic that they can just walk outside and stream it. But, okay.
But it's also about who they have to say it in front of, too, Judge.
Completely understand. I'm not questioning any of that. I'm not in their shoes, so it's hard for me to put myself in that position. I think there's some irony there. I think we can all see that. Yes, sir, Mr. Skinner.
Your Honor, just 2 quick things.
Is your back okay this morning?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Your back okay this morning?
Not, actually, it's not. It's actually on fire. But that's all me trying to stress. Just 2 things other than that from the state. One, we have disclosed to the defense this morning regarding the witness Damian Hatch. We intend on calling Damian Hatch, and he, as the rule requires us, if he changes anything or anything differs from what he said in his deposition, we have to certainly tell the defense. In prepping him between now and 12 hours ago when we broke, I had him read through his deposition. There was one fact that he said either was misunderstood by the court reporter or he misspoke, and so he wanted me to know that. I have told counsel, in essence, Judge, to make it quick, we anticipate him testifying that the defendant walked him through what happened between him and IS. It is a confession witness. He gives several details and facts that he believes that he knows that the defendant told him. In deposition, he said that he dumped a gun. He says, I meant to say he dumped the girl. So I have made that disclosure to the defense before coming on the record today. Just wanted to put it on the record so that the record's clear that we have disclosed once we've pre-trialed him in preparation for today's testimony. I let him read his deposition, and he noted that that's what it said, and that's not what he says the defendant told him. It was not the gun that he dumped. He said it was the girl that he dumped. So I just want to make sure the record's clear on that. Second and last, with respect to Kamar Humphrey, this is more of an administrative matter. The state is going to announce today whether we intend on calling Kamar Humphrey. At this point, I'll just advise the court. I've kind of told the defense as well. We are leaning towards not calling Kamar Humphrey. He's here. We have him here. He's under subpoena. I would never let him just fly out of town. Now that he's here under subpoena, I've told the defense we would hold him here. But just to put on the record, from the moment we announced that we're releasing him from our subpoena, we would ask the defense to incur those costs moving forward if they would have to hold him here for a couple more days. Just want to put that on the record for administrative purposes.
Okay.
Judge, we just learned of it. Obviously, this is an issue with JAC. Given I learned of it literally 5 minutes ago, if we have to stroke a check and reimburse the state, then so be it. We'll do whatever we got to do to finish this trial.
Okay. Anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. French, you said after witness 3 is what becomes an issue?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Is knowing the lengths of these next 3 witnesses, is that about the mid-morning break anyways?
I think so, Your Honor. Given that it's already 9:16, yes, sir, Your Honor. I think that will probably be about an hour and a half.
Okay. Can we bring the jury in, please?
Might have been precise. No, Hatches was official. Hatches was official, that's right, because we went to Baker County.
I'll write it
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat, of course. Welcome back for our trial. Let's make sure they have all the right notepads. Oh, they need more pads. Okay. Certainly, if you guys need more, just let Mr. Gray know. He'll certainly accommodate you in that regard. Does everyone have the right notepads, though? Okay, I'm getting a bunch of nod heads. All right, we're going to continue with our trial here. And I'll look to the state. State, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would next call Ryan Nestor.
I do.
Sir, good morning to you. Just watch your step. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
I could have.
If there's an objection made, yeah, Mr. Gray will get you a glass of water.
Thank you.
If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me rule on the objection, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
With that said, Ms. French, you may inquire. You're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Ryan Nestor.
And can you spell your last name?
It is Nestor.
How long have you been employed with, are you employed with JSO?
I am.
And how long?
8 years.
And what is your current title at JSO?
I am a public safety analyst supervisor.
And how long have you been a supervisor as a public safety analyst?
1 year.
And what does that exactly mean?
In my current role, I supervise the analysts, but as a sorry, I feel a little loud there. As a crime analyst, we support a multitude of units within our agency in two facets. One is the patrol facet, where we do crime analysis. Our analysts are tasked with analyzing patterns, series, and trends so they can better direct patrol to crimes that are happening in their areas so they can better police them. And then we have analysts that support the investigative units. And they will support the units like homicide, robbery, special assault, and they'll assist with their investigations, finding people, identifying phone numbers, social media, mapping cell phone records.
So prior to being a supervisor, were you considered a crime analyst?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long had you been a crime analyst prior to being a supervisor for the past year?
7 years.
Is it fair to say then back in December of 2018, 2019, several other years through 2022 that you were a crime analyst?
Yes.
And during the time frame of December 2018 and then 2019, were you assigned to a specific investigative unit?
In that time, I believe I was assigned to the gang unit, either the gang unit or the violent crimes unit. We bounce around every couple years.
Now, as part of being a crime analyst, specifically you were assigned to those divisions, do you also have an on-call rotation?
Yes. So in order to make sure that all the analysts get enough rest, before we establish an on-call position, if an analyst was reporting homicide, they could get called at all hours for help. So we decided to establish an on-call system. That put our analysts on call 1 week in for a rotation. So usually we're on call 3 to 4 weeks a year.
And during a certain time frame, then in that December time frame, January time frame, were you asked to assist involving a missing persons case?
I was.
And have you been ultimately, though, contacted to assist by Detective Porter, who's now retired from missing persons, and then homicide detective Billy Abbott?
Yes.
And were you asked to look at phone records in regards to an IS and then a defendant by the name of Johnathan Quiles?
I was asked to look at phone records for IS.
And then in regards, just further going off of phone data, would that be from Google in regards to the defendant, Johnathan Quiles?
Yes, I was asked to look at those as well.
Now, I want to first talk about the records that you received in regards to the target of the defendant, Johnathan Quiles. I believe you stated you received some Google records.
That's correct.
And what does that mean, Google records?
So Google, if you have a Google account, and this is easier for them to do if you have a Samsung or any device that's using Android, because Google owns Android, and just like iPhone that you need a iCloud account to use an iPhone, you need a Google account to use an Android device. So with that, Google is tracking your locations through your account using their apps, their programs on their phone. And so we have access to that information if we do a search warrant.
Now, where does that data originate? Meaning, what does Google, you said it captures a location?
Correct.
And that is based upon, is the Google account have to be on, or does it always have to be on with a Samsung type phone?
So the way they do it is that it's all tied to your account. So if you don't go into your account itself and delete the location history, they're going to continue to track your phone. So if you were to put your phone in airplane mode, your device is still storing locations, and then when you turn it off airplane mode and connect back to the network, they're going to upload all those past locations to their servers. They used to retain this information for forever, but within the last couple of years, they've made adjustments where they're only retaining the last 18 months of that data. And they use this data to build a profile about you, not just your locations, but your habits, what you buy, what you purchase, and they anonymize you and sell that information to advertisers so they can better target ads.
What if, Mr. Nestor, a person turns off their phone? Would Google records then be able to locate your different locations?
No, they would not. So Google has a process. They use 3 different types of ways to track your location. The first is with assisted GPS. So that differs from standard GPS, where if you're outside, your phone can connect to the satellites that are in the air, and they can triangulate your location. The issue with that is that there's only 32 or so of these satellites that are available for the general public to use, and it takes a lot of processing and battery power to find these things and connect to them. Plus, you also have to be outside. So they use assisted GPS to find that location using cell towers to connect to servers that know these locations, and it cuts down on the processing time, and they can track your phone indoors. They can better triangulate your phone indoors. And when you're using assisted GPS is when you've opened, like, say, your Google Maps, and you've plotted a location, and it's going to take you there. And it's very accurate, usually within 3 to 5 meters, so that they can tell you you need to turn right in 800 feet. If they can't get a hold of GPS, they're going to use Wi-Fi data points. Now, they have patented some algorithms that are proprietary that we don't know exactly how they work, but they are using Wi-Fi points to triangulate a location of your device. If they can't get a hold of Wi-Fi, there's no Wi-Fi in the area, they will use cell phone towers. And if there's no cell phone towers in the area that they can use to triangulate the device.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing that you stated?
Cell towers.
After cell towers.
After cell towers, you won't get any records. So your phone is either in the middle of nowhere or it's off.
Now, I think you might have already, I just want to make sure I ask again. What if someone puts their phone in airplane mode? Specifically, I guess, regarding an Android type account.
If your phone is in airplane mode, Google is still collecting those locations because you can still be connected to, like, Wi-Fi points and stuff like that. So they're still able to collect some location data, and it's just going to get stored in your phone. And when you reconnect to the network, they'll just upload those locations.
So, Mr. Nestor, what if someone goes back in their phone and deletes their locations? Would that be memorialized as someone then requested the Google records?
It can be. For these records, there were no tombstones, as they're known, in the records of deletion. Just simply means that there was just no processing on the server at the time that they were requested. That's all. If they were deleted and they had a record of it, they would have been there.
And you mean on the actual Google records?
Yes,
So
correct.
there could potentially be a difference between Google records and then what's on a person's cell phone?
No, just a difference between if they've deleted something and whether or not Google has a record of that or not.
Now, were you asked, I haven't brought this up yet, the Google records specifically for the numbers 904-568-1617?
Is that for the for IS?
For the Google records.
The Google records aren't tied to a phone number. They're usually tied to a device ID and the Google account email.
Okay, so it's tied to the email, not the number.
Yeah, the device specifically.
Okay.
And then when we know a device number, we can subpoena or do a search warrant for Google to get all the subscriber information that goes along with that device number. And that's when we'll get back a Google account, which usually has a Gmail associated with it.
Now, were you asked to create Google location maps for December 19th and December 20th of 2018?
I was.
When you received the records, are there specific things that you are looking for?
When I usually receive Google records, yeah, I'm usually just looking to see where the device is at. If we get enough of them, just trying to understand kind of where the device goes, what locations it frequents, so that we can help the detectives build a better case, and then kind of understand if there's any areas of interest that they need to look at that we didn't know about before based on where the device had traveled to.
And how do you map these? Do you use a specific program?
We use several different programs. The main one I used to make the maps is a program called ZETX, Z-E-T-X, and it just nicely spits out a file that we can put into Google Earth. I also look at the records in a program that the FBI manages called CASVIZ. We use that one as well just to kind of see the locations. Mostly map them in different programs to make sure that they're accurate.
And approximately how many times have you been asked to create these type of maps?
Google Maps probably around 50 times in my career.
Now, in regards to the Google Maps, does that involve potentially any points of interest, or do you just map what's shown?
Generally, when we first look at, I just generally map what's shown. If there are areas of interest that the detectives are interested in, I'll plot those on the map so that they can see. But usually if I'm just doing investigative work, I just kind of plot everything and we just kind of look at it.
Now, do you use cell tower in order to map these Google records, or do you not need them at all?
We don't need cell towers. So like cell phone records, we would need a cell tower list to help understand where the device was in relation to the records, depending on the records we get from a cell phone company. Google is giving us a point that they say the phone is, and they're giving us a display radius.
Now, what information are on these lists to help pinpoint where a person is located?
The lat and long, longitude, latitude.
Okay, I'm going to draw your attention now to December 19th, 2018. Were you asked to map anything post 10:45 in the morning on the 19th of 2018 December?
I believe I was just asked to map the whole day.
Okay. And were you able to obtain any Google data from that particular day?
Yes.
All right. And did that time frame include 11:15 a.m. to approximately right before 11:40 a.m.?
It did.
Right. I'm going to be showing you now what is listed in evidence as number 35. Can you see your screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. pause it I'm going to start from the beginning. I'm going to keep it paused. Now, can you explain the different things like the white box to the right? Can you tell us what is located in that white box?
That white box is the, just looking at, it just contains the case number as well as the time frame for the records that were mapped.
And the case number, would that be the CCR 18-866278?
It is.
And is that the unique JSO case number?
It is.
And this map, it was obtained at, like as stated, bottom of the left corner of Google Earth?
Yeah, so the program ZX gives us a file that we can load into Google Earth and then plot these.
Now, that box that is in the top left-hand corner, can you explain that, please?
That's what Google Earth calls a time slider. That is, you can adjust the time range that you're seeing on the screen, date and time.
And I think you had indicated earlier that this is from 000 through 2359, so that would be the entire 24 hours of December 19, 2018?
Correct.
I press play for the record. Now I'll pause it at 9 seconds. Can you describe what's happening now at the bottom middle of the map?
Yes, some locations are starting to appear. These are the Google locations that we've got from the records for this day.
Now, is this in the area here in Jacksonville near Main Street?
I believe Main Street's yes, it's a little south of there, but.
Because was one of the locations that you were given at Ace Pick-a-Part off of North Main Street?
It was.
Now, in looking at our map, would this be north of Ace Pick-a-Part?
It would be.
And it looks like we can see the intersection of 95 and 295 as well. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
So are we on the north side of Jacksonville?
that is correct.
Now, when we're following, and I just paused again for 13 seconds, when we see the time, let's just, for example, 12/19/2018, 11/16/44, is that actual Eastern time?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we see a red pen, what does that mean?
That indicates the location that Google has told us the device is.
And I think you had stated earlier, Mr. Nestor, that this is an approximation of 3 to 5, was it meters?
On average, 3. Sometimes they can be a little bit larger than 3 to 5, but usually GPS records are within 3 to 5 meters of the display radius.
Now, the current information that we are finding, I know that you had mentioned earlier there's different data that can be on Google records. Were you able to determine which data this was from the Google records?
These are GPS records.
I stopped it here at 59 seconds at 11/31/18. The spot has become now about around that red pin a lighter red color circle. What does that indicate, Mr. Nestor?
It indicates the display radius is larger than 3 to 5 meters than the GPS pings were.
Now, is this to the east of Interstate 95?
It is.
And I know that our map has zoomed in a little bit. With this, though, area that I have stopped, is that just south of Airport Road?
Yes.
So just to give context, that if we were to go a little bit further north, that would be Airport Road, and then to the left, That would be Jacksonville Airport.
Correct.
So I have paused it now at 1:32. Is it fair to say that the last entry point would be 12/19/2018, 11/39/29?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, does the GPS then go off?
Yes, there's no more records for the rest of the day from Google.
And again, what are the factors that could indicate why there, after 11:39/29 a.m., there's no further Google location information for 12/19/18?
The phone is either in the middle of nowhere, or the device was turned off, or the locations were deleted.
So you said either the device was turned off or it was deleted.
Correct.
Now, did you also create a map for December the 20th of 2018?
I did.
Bear with me 1 second. That one I did not see uploaded. Make sure. Give me 1 second, and I need to upload the second one. You did not upload the 20th. Yes, please. You should be here. And I will take off from the viewing. Only put one on. Yeah, I just have a moment, Your Honor. I apologize for the delay. Give me one moment. I apologize, Your Honor. I'm just going to save it different manner, and then I'll speak with defense, Your Honor, so I can get that going and not delay further.
do you? Yeah, because now my internet's not working.
Judge McCansell, I just update the court on the difficulty we're having.
I can assume.
Yes, sir. I think, can I just have a second?
Sure.
Yes, sir. Judge, I think both defense and the state would like to give the jury just 5 minutes just to see if we can get this up. We apologize.
No, it's fine. Technology gets the best of us.
Yes, sir.
All right, members of the jury, it's 9:45. Rather than have you sit there in silence, I'll let you go back in the jury room and talk about everything but this case. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't do any independent research, and we'll call you back out here in a few moments.
My link is expired. My link is expired. My link is disabled. I don't know why it doesn't, I think it only has 19th. No, we need to play it. Let me see it.
The jury's outside our presence. Mr. Nestor, if you wished, you could, you're more than welcome to get some steps in if you would like.
I'm okay right now. Appreciate that, though. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518, State v. Johnathan Quiles. I do have counsel of the State Defense, Mr. Quiles present. My understanding is we're ready to get back and going. Just from a scheduling standpoint, at this point, what I'm probably going to do is just use this as a mid-morning break. I've had the bailiffs inform the jury of that fact. They're okay with that. And we'll just take an earlier lunch break than we have the past week and a half. So given that timeline state, I doubt I'll get to those Williamer witnesses prior to the lunch break. That's just letting you know for scheduling purposes when you get people here. That probably makes sense given the testimony and rather than breaking it up. So is that a huge issue for you guys?
Oh, yes, whatever's fine, Your Honor.
Is that okay with you guys? Yes, sir. Okay, so I still have Mr. Nestor on the stand. Are we ready to proceed with his testimony?
I'm sorry for the delay again.
No, you're fine, but we're ready for the jury to come back?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury back in, please.
Internet gods are against me right now.
Your Honor, the jury reenters the court.
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat. Sorry for the delay. Just technology sometimes gets the best of all of us. I think the bailiff informed you guys of this, but so I'll use that as our mid-morning break, but I will take an earlier lunch break to accommodate you guys. We typically have been going about an hour and a half, hour 45 at most. I can't imagine going past that for today before we take our lunch break. We'll see how the witnesses shake out, but I'm not going to let you guys go past that before we take a break, and the parties are aware of that as well. So with that said, we'll continue with the state's direct of Mr. Nestor, and with that said, Ms. French, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Nestor. Did you create a map as well of the Google location data for December the 20th, 2018?
I did.
And were you tasked and asked to do the entire day of December 20th, 2018?
I was.
Now, from going from 11:40 a.m. on December 19th, do you recall the approximate time that the first Google location data appeared on this December 20th map?
Around 4 p.m.
And I have it paused here right where we're getting started. When you say around the 4 p.m. Oh, I'm so sorry.
She's going to fix that for you guys. But thank you for notifying me. You did exactly what you're supposed to do. You guys can see it now? All right. If you don't have it, raise your hand. Okay, no hands raised. They have it. Ms. French, go ahead.
And thank you, everyone. And so looking at your screen, Mr. Nestor, you said approximately the 4 p.m. Would that be the 16:04:28, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a military time?
Correct.
Now, in regards to this particular map, again, are we looking at Google location data off of Bush? Is it road or front? What's the full?
Bush Drive.
Bush Drive. Thank you, sir. And is that where then the next Google data had picked up?
Correct.
Now, what bridge would we be going over at the 16:24:37 time frame? And I've paused it at 20 seconds within the video.
I do not know, actually, what bridge that would be.
All right, I'll discuss that later with Detective Abbott. I'm going to pause it here at 52 seconds, Mr. Nestor. Is this next data then based upon the fact that this person is located at that 10268 Beach Boulevard location?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this data ping at this location for a period of time indicating that the phone was located there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the data that we have just been observing here on this 1220 map, what subcategory did this data come from?
I believe it was a mix between the Wi-Fi and GPS. Currently, we're looking, I believe, still at the GPS.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor. Mr. Nestor, are you familiar with what's located at this Beach Boulevard address?
I believe it's the gun gallery.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Nestor, when we get into this larger, lighter color red, what does it indicate, sir? And I've paused it at 1 minute and 54 seconds.
Just indicates that the record at that time, Google had a larger display radius than the other display radiuses that they had.
So as that circle enlarges, does that mean then that the radius of the location is a little bit wider?
Correct.
Wider beyond that 3 to 5 millimeters?
Correct.
I think you have the address now indicated at 528 Trout River Drive. Is that accurate around the 17? I've paused it at 2 minutes and 13 seconds, 17:43:51.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Nestor, just want to go back 1 second to the white box. In this particular box, it states between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. Was that the only data available, or were you asked to do up to 7 p.m.?
For this map, I believe after 7 p.m. there was no more data on the 20th.
So just to recap, December the 19th, 2018 had data between approximately 11:15 and 11:40. With that, about 25 minutes worth.
Correct.
And then on 12/20/2018, there was approximately 3 hours of data available.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Nestor, were you also then provided the Google records associated with an Iyana Sawyer?
I was.
And I know that you had mentioned earlier that it's not related to a number, it's related to an email. And did you look at both emails associated with IS, Sawyer Iyana and foreign Yana?
I did.
And for record purposes, on the second, Yana is with 2 N's, ma'am, for record purposes. Now, did IS have an Android-type phone?
No, I believe she had an iPhone.
Now, based upon her having an iPhone, was there any Google data located within those from those 2 email accounts?
There was not.
Now, were you also then provided cell records associated with IS?
I was.
And was that number 904-293-5139?
That's correct.
And were you asked to map the areas of location of where her phone was located between 12:19 and beyond?
I was.
Okay. And were you able to locate any data from the cell phone records from 12/19/2018?
There were 2 phone calls that connected to cell towers in the early mornings, I think around 7 a.m., and they pinged on a tower off of Arlington, over in the Arlington area.
And from those early morning 2 phone calls around the 7 a.m. time frame, did that cell tower that pinged in Arlington, was that near the Terry Parker High School?
It was.
After that second early around 7 a.m. telephone call, was there any further what's commonly referred to as cell site data from those towers after that early morning second call around 7 a.m. on 12/19/2018?
There was not.
And that would also include 12/20/2018 and beyond?
Beyond.
Thank you, Mr. Nestor, and sorry for the delay again, and no further questions.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. So you were asked to go through these phone records associated with Mr. Quiles, correct?
Correct.
All right. And to be clear, you said Google tracks your phone, whether it's by habits, location, buying habits, and that's all done through either assisted GPS, Wi-Fi, or cell towers. Do I have that correct?
Correct. The way they're using the Wi-Fi and the cell towers, however, is they're using a patented algorithm. They had to estimate the location using Wi-Fi endpoints and cell towers.
Okay. Now, and to be clear, they try to get it as accurate as possible
They do.
within, you said 3 to 5 meters, give or take.
The GPS ones are. The Wi-Fi ones are going to be a larger range, and the cell tower ones are going to be much broader.
Okay. And going back to what the state was showing you, you could almost do a pinpoint on some that are GPS, and the other shows that big red wide circle.
That's correct.
That's the difference between the two, whether it's Wi-Fi or cell tower versus an actual GPS locator. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate. Sometimes we've had GPS ones that are much larger. Google will like to tell you that things are 70% accurate. That's what they strive for.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct that you can't track the phone when it's off, though, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say there's varying reasons as to why it would be off? Battery dies, someone turns it off, or as you stated, somebody clears the memory. Would be another reason why there's no location on the phone. Would that be accurate?
In the Google account, that's correct, yes.
Okay. And you said, already stated iPhones work very differently though, correct?
Only because iPhones aren't Android products. So in order for an iPhone to get Google records, you would need to use something, let's say like Google Maps on your phone and have a Google account associated with that. So the reason we don't really get Google records with iPhones is because there's no native Google applications on the phone. You have to add them, have a Google account, whereas Android is owned by Google. All the apps that are on that phone are Google products.
Okay. And when you were showing that first map of December 19th of 2018, between 11:15 a.m. or thereabouts up through about 12:30-ish p.m., okay? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, he was at Ace Pick Apart, and then he left, correct?
Correct.
Now, when he left, he went up by the airport, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where he went specifically, he was over by Lowe's. There's an auto parts store. There's a range of varying shops in that area, correct?
There is.
Okay. Now, when you get up to that area, it didn't have a direct pinpoint as to which business he went in or anything like that. It just showed he was in the parking lot of all of those businesses up by the airport, correct?
That's correct. However, in the Google records, so we don't only just get location history back, we also get, if they have browser history, search history. That particular time, he did search directions to a location. I believe it was Fastenal. I think it's a fastener shop or something that's up in that area.
Right. And do you even know what Fastenal is?
I believe it's like a fastener company. I'm not familiar with them.
Not familiar with it?
No.
So you don't know if they supply parts for businesses and things of that nature as well, do you?
I do not.
All right. So, given that he went to Fastenal, you don't know if he was directed by his employer from Ace Pick Apart to go up there to pick up parts then, do you?
I do not.
Okay. So, he goes up there, and then at some point, correct me if I'm wrong, that's where the phone shuts off, correct?
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Again, can't definitively confirm that.
Right. All you know is it quits tracking.
That's correct.
All right. So you don't know if his phone died?
Nope.
You don't know if it got blanked or anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Now, and it was your testimony that it didn't come back on until the next day?
As far as the Google records show, there were no Google records the rest of the day on the 19th.
Okay. Now, did you analyze his phone or did you just download this off of Google?
I was given these records from the detective who got them from Google. They were downloaded.
They were downloaded from Google.
Correct.
Okay. But you have no idea whether or not they did a phone dump off of his phone.
I am aware they did a phone dump, but I did not.
Did you analyze it?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I wasn't the original analyst that worked on this case back in 2018. I assisted with the missing persons part of the investigation, but the other analyst that did work that investigation, she's no longer with the agency. So I was asked to come in and look at the Google records specifically.
Okay. And then after reviewing those records, create this map that you provided for the court.
That's correct.
All right. So then the next day he pops up on Bush Drive, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's also on the north side as well, correct?
That is.
All right. Up in the area of the Budweiser plant, if I'm not mistaken. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. I believe that's where it's around.
Okay. And then you track him from up there off of Bush Drive, and he goes down to Beach Boulevard, correct?
That's correct.
To the gun range.
That's correct.
And then he ends up over in the area of Trout River and then Terry Parker, right?
Yeah, I believe it was more towards like Girvan Road, or
I'm sorry?
I think it was more towards Girvan Road originally, and then maybe towards Arlington after that.
Okay. And this is a full day after IS is supposed to have been missing, right?
Correct.
All right. So you don't know if he was over there meeting with family or coordinating anything or what? You just tracking where he went?
That's correct.
All right. Now, the calls that you said were made on 12/19 of 2018 at 7 a.m. from IS's phone, that being the 904-293-5139, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you search who those calls were made to?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware they were made to her grandmother?
I was not.
Okay. You just know that 2 calls were made on the morning of 12/19 of 2018.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware they were made to the same person who owns the account for that phone?
I was not.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you're limited just by the information that you're given then?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're only given enough information that the lead detective has given you then?
That's correct.
All right. So it's hard to give a complete analysis if you aren't given the full information then, isn't it?
That depends on the case. I think, that the detective gives me enough information that I need to know to plot the locations on the map. My job is to accurately display those locations without I don't have any bias as to where he goes or what locations they show. My analysis is just to show that the records that we got from Google are accurately mapped as we received them.
Okay. But you don't know how the phone was used and in what context or who he was calling, who he was texting, or anything else?
No, sir.
You also don't know what Google searches he did or where he went, do you?
I know Google searches that he made that are in his Google account records
Okay.
for the time frame that we were given.
And based on that, you know he did a Google search to go to the gun range, right?
I do.
Okay. And that was done before he went to the gun range, obviously, right?
Correct. He needed directions.
Right? So all that was displayed in there. Accurate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. May I have a second with counsel, Your Honor? Nothing further, Your Honor.
No further from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Nestor, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Very much.
You can call your next witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The state would next call Nicholas Kutu.
Mr. Kutu, good morning to you, sir. Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass or water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
All right. Thank you.
Only thing I ask, if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there. And you can adjust the microphone
Okay.
as you deem necessary.
Thank
With that said, state your name, quiet, you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself and spell your last name, please.
My name is Nicholas Kutu, C-O-U-T-U.
What is your occupation?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Is Florida Department of Law Enforcement commonly referred to as FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been employed with FDLE?
Since August of 2015.
And I think you stated you were a crime laboratory analyst in the biology division.
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as being an analyst in the biology division?
I will examine items of evidence that are submitted to the laboratory for the possible presence of bodily fluids such as semen, saliva, blood, as well as hairs, and then do STR DNA testing on these items of evidence, perform statistical calculations, and testify to these results as necessary.
Could you please tell us about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology and Cell Sciences from the University of Florida.
Prior to being an analyst with FDLE, did you have any prior experience in the analysis involving DNA?
No, I was first hired as a forensic technologist and then was promoted to a crime laboratory analyst at FDLE.
Now, does FDLE, going from that forensic technologist to a crime laboratory analyst, is there an intensive in-house training program?
Yes. The crime laboratory analyst training program at FDLE is a rigorous 2-part training program. It took approximately a year and a half to complete. The first portion consists of academic readings, written exams, oral exams, and practicing serological techniques and DNA testing techniques on training samples. And the second phase was completed after completing supervised casework in which I analyzed evidence that was submitted to the laboratory under the direct supervision of a qualified analyst.
Have you testified before in giving your opinion regarding the field of DNA testing, analyzing, comparing, and identifying?
Yes, about 15 times.
And have you testified here locally in Duval County before?
Yes.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is found in every cell of the human body with the exception of mature red blood cells. Half is inherited from your mother, half is inherited from your father. And it contains the genetic blueprint that controls your body's functions, but also makes you human and makes you unique. And no two individuals have the same DNA with the exception of identical twins.
Now, I think you talked about that you do testing with STR. What is that?
STR, DNA testing, is the specific kind of testing that we conduct at FDLE. STR stands for short tandem repeat. Essentially, I analyzed 24 specific regions of the DNA for my DNA testing. And these are what are referred to as short tandem repeats. These are regions of the DNA that have a particular pattern repeated so many times. The specific number of times that this pattern has been repeated is what's referred to as a DNA type for an individual at that region. So it's the collection of these particular DNA types for an individual that creates a DNA profile that's unique to that person. So in the same way that you have a social security number or a phone number, all of the individual numbers that comprise that phone number might not be unique, but it's that combination of all of them together that makes it unique to you.
And do you and your lab undergo proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is that?
A proficiency test is a test that is purchased from an outside vendor to test and assess my knowledge and my skills in terms of doing DNA testing or serological testing. I complete this twice a year per FBI accreditation requirements.
And does also FDLE, what do they do for quality assurances within the lab?
For quality assurance, there's a number of measures that we'll take with items of evidence. I'll only work one item of evidence at a time. I have a variety of personal protective equipment, such as gloves that I change frequently, a face mask, hairnet, lab coat. I'll thoroughly clean my area prior to working an item and as well as after working that item before moving on to something else, only having one tube open at a time. We also have controls so that we can track the possibility of any sort of contamination that might occur, that we're getting expected results from the reactions and the testing that we're performing, and then a whole entire review process as well throughout the testing.
Is FDLE accredited?
Yes, FDLE has been accredited since 1990. Most recently, we received our reaccreditation this year in 2023 from the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
What are population frequencies?
Population frequencies would refer to the frequency of those DNA types, or they're also called alleles, for particular individuals within a population. So how common or how uncommon those particular DNA types are that you've inherited from your mother or father.
What are the types of items that can be tested generally for DNA? A couple categories.
Generally, most things can be submitted to DNA for DNA testing at FDLE. We work a variety of swabs from surfaces or items. We will take in items of evidence that are submitted, and then we'll swab them ourselves or do visual examinations for any possible staining and test those. There are a few restrictions within the evidence submission manual at FDLE that restrict what items are submitted. These can include things like stomach contents, urine, fecal material. Anything of that nature would require supervisor approval prior to being examined within our laboratory system.
Now, when you're talking about most things, could that also be in regards to proving paternity?
Yes, in terms of paternity cases, we can get cheek swabs, also known as buccal swabs, from an individual, from the parents and from the child. If this is a case of a miscarriage or a possible abortion, then there are fetal remains that can be submitted, and paternity testing can be conducted in that manner as well.
Now, are there a variety of results that can be obtained from DNA testing?
Yes.
Tell us about some of those.
So the types of results that I can obtain from my DNA testing, I can either obtain no results, I can obtain limited results to where I have some DNA types present, but not in a sufficient amount that I can make any sort of determination as to the number of contributors in those results, so I can't make comparisons. Essentially, they're uninterpretable if it's limited. DNA results can be single source or having originated from one person. I can either obtain DNA types at each of the 24 regions I've tested for that individual, which would be a complete profile. If I'm unsuccessful and don't have complete DNA types at every single region, that's what's referred to as a partial profile. If there are DNA results that are consistent with having originated from more than one contributor, that's referred to as a mixture. I can then assess and try to determine the number of contributors in that mixture. And then if there are simply too many contributors for me to be able to successfully identify how many people might be present, that also falls in the category of being uninterpretable, and that's known as a complex mixture that I'm no longer able to interpret.
Now, Mr. Coutu, did you receive evidence involving kind of a mixture of situations, a sexual assault and also a death investigation of IS, identified in 3 unique FDLE numbers that were cross-referenced: 2018-040, 2811, 2019 040486, and 2019 0400001.
That is correct.
When I say cross-reference, does that just mean that they are related in some form or fashion with the police?
Yes, they were submitted as different case numbers, but they're all related to the same offense usually.
And would your casework been between the time frames of 2019 and as recent as this year?
I believe that's correct.
And I'm going to work a little bit backwards with you. In regards to this case, I'm going to start with the last submission that you received. That would have been approximately of August of 2023 when you made your opinions. Do you recall that, Mr. Coutu?
Yes, I do have the report in front of me.
Okay. And did you receive two items to review during that submission?
Yes, the submission contained packaging that had multiple bras that were a tan bra with lace, and a red bra, as well as a separate package that contained just a blue bra that was submitted for analysis.
Okay. So in total, you received 4 bras. Is that fair to say? In this submission, would that have been in actually July of 2023 when FDLE received these items?
That is correct.
Now, when you commence your analysis of these items, do you do a visual observation first, or do you go to making cuttings or submitting into the DNA STR program? Tell us about that.
So for an article of clothing such as this, I would open the packaging, conduct a visual examination, as you said. So I'll take notes just of general observations of if there is staining, what kind of condition the clothing is in, describing it, marking any tags, any identifying features that are unique to the clothing that I'll be able to recognize later on. I then will conduct any possible serological testing on some stains. For example, serology being the identification of bodily fluids. So if there is, for example, red-brown staining that's consistent with possibly being blood, I can do a presumptive test to see if there are chemical indications for blood. Otherwise, I would proceed with taking a sample from my STR DNA testing process, in which case for these items, I would typically take a cutting from within inside each cup, as well as a general swabbing from the inside of the bra, as well as the clasp area from each.
And in regards to all 4 of these items, were you able to ascertain any DNA that was interpretable?
Let me refresh myself. No. From the tan bra with lace, this item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA to proceed with my DNA testing, so it didn't go further with the process to even try to develop DNA results. For the red bra, no DNA results were obtained. For the tan bra, there were limited DNA results. However, due to the limited nature of the DNA results, this data was not interpretable. And for the blue bra, this item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process.
Now, Mr. Coutu, if items were found in a landfill, how could that affect the ability for DNA to potentially be available on an item to meet that sufficiency requirement for testing?
There are a variety of factors that affect the persistence of DNA. Some of these could include whether or not there are environmental factors, such as being exposed to rain that could potentially wash something away. If there was exposure to sunlight that has UV radiation, which can damage and degrade the DNA. There could be the possibility of being exposed to components such as humic acid in soil, which can affect our DNA testing, as well as any sort of bacterial growth or chemical components of other things that might degrade the DNA or inhibit our testing process later down the road.
So that kind of brings up my next question. You had talked about that touch DNA. What does that mean, touch DNA?
So touch DNA would refer to DNA that is transferred from handling or touching an item, typically through friction of having touched that surface.
Now, for example purposes, if I'm here and I have both of my hands, one on the right, one on the left, and I'm gripping this podium as I'm talking to you, let's say I go and I sit back down in my chair a crime scene detective then comes back, takes the swab, swabs the right side, swabs the left side, does that mean that you would have 100% enough DNA to do DNA testing from that swab?
No, it's possible that there would be DNA left behind in appreciable amounts that I would get results. It's also possible that there would not be enough DNA left behind for me to get interpretable results from that. There's a number of factors that come into play. For example, how long you've been in contact with that item, how much friction was involved in the contact of either a brief touch or more vigorous handling of an item, if it's porous versus non-porous, and if you had just recently washed your hands prior to touching it. All of those things can affect how much DNA is eventually transferred and left behind.
And of course, I've given that example with me just standing here under a roof inside of a building, and I think that you had then explained that something out in the elements, there's a lot more factors that goes into whether the DNA is degraded or not degraded. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, could also that include if someone came back behind me and took some cleaning material with a paper towel and wiped down these areas, is the likelihood then of getting my DNA on this podium, has it drastically decreased?
Yes, if you were to clean a surface, even just manually wiping it, that would also diminish the DNA results or the amount of DNA that would be left behind.
All right, thank you, sir. I think that kind of helps us as we move on. So again, just kind of moving backwards, did you receive a handgun and 2 magazines in another submission that you had received, appears in, what, January of 2019? Or actually, no, these items you would have received in May of 2019. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I did receive a handgun and 2 magazines in May of 2019, and that should be part of the July 31st, 2019 report.
Now, and we'll talk about it in just a moment, but by this time frame, in May of 2019, had there been known standards submitted to FDLE?
I would have to verify.
Yes, sir. Please take your time. I'm sorry, that would have been from April of 2023. Is that when you received some known standards as well?
Yes, so for this particular case, in terms of submissions, the 2019 040-0486, at that time when I was reporting results for the handgun and 2 magazines, there were no buccal swabs or cheek swabs that were submitted in this case. There were buccal swabs from cross-reference cases available. And then the first set of buccal swabs or cheek swabs that were submitted in this case were April of 2023, as you said.
Because I think overall, and tell me if I'm wrong, if you need to refer to your record to help refresh your recollection, overall, did you obtain, and just overall the pendency of the casework that you did you receive a known standard from a Stevie Griffin?
Yes.
Did you receive a known standard from a Kim Mobley?
Yes.
Did you receive a known standard from a Samaya Mobley?
Yes.
Did you receive a known standard from a Kyrie Mobley?
Yes.
And then, again, we'll talk about it last. Back in 2018, did you receive a known standard part of a sex kit of an Iyana Sawyer?
Yes.
And then in January of 2019, did you receive known standards of a Kamar Humphrey and a Johnathan Quiles?
The buccal swabs from Johnathan Quiles were submitted in January of 2019, and the buccal swabs from Kamar Humphrey were submitted in November of 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Coutu. So, and we'll get back to that April submission in just a moment. Let's talk about the handgun from July of 2019. What were you asked to do with the handgun and the 2 magazines, sir?
To assess it again for any possible staining, as well as any DNA profiles that could be generated from swabbing that item.
Now, did you do a visual inspection as well on the handgun and the 2 magazines?
Yes.
And in regards to the handgun, did you notice anything abnormal in your visual inspection?
Let me refer to my case notes. In my visual examination of the firearm, there was brownish staining that was observed along the slide, the frame, and beneath the barrel of the firearm. I was then able to conduct a presumptive test to try and identify the chemical indications of blood, and these were negative, so there were no chemical indications for the possible presence of blood. This was completed by doing a chemical color change test. I took a small rubbing of each area of staining, and then through the application of 3 different chemicals, waited to see if there was a color change to a pink coloration, and if there was, that would be chemical indications. However, that was not the case here, so there were no chemical indications for the possible presence of blood, and there were no apparent stains noted on either of the magazines that were submitted in the same item.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in regards to the actual DNA testing of the handgun, can you tell us about those results, please, sir?
For the swabbing from the handgun, this sample failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR-DNA testing process. From the first magazine, which I had labeled magazine A, a complete profile consistent with a male individual was obtained from item 14, magazine A. I was then able to make comparisons to the buccal swabs I had at the time, which were from Iyana Sawyer, Kamar Humphrey, and Johnathan Quiles, each of whom were excluded as the source of the DNA profile on this firearm magazine. And for the second magazine, which I had labeled magazine B, a sample was taken, and this sample failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process.
Now, when you received those additional known standards in 2023, did you then go back and compare them to this male standard? Because I believe 2 out of the 4 were males that were submitted to you after the fact to magazine A.
Yes, I did make subsequent comparisons. My later comparisons show that Stevie Griffin, Kim Mobley, Samaya Mobley, and Kyrie Mobley are all excluded as contributors to the DNA profile obtained from magazine A.
Now, when you received these items, did they come with already DNA touch swabs, or did you actually do the swabs yourself?
I swabbed the firearm myself.
And what areas would you have swabbed the firearm?
In this instance, I believe it was a general swabbing of the entire firearm, avoiding the areas of brownish staining. Actually, no, it was a general swabbing from the entire outer surface.
And in regards to the firearm and the 2 magazines, do you also make your own markings on those items so that later on you can verify that those are the items you tested?
Yes, I'll do that with any item of evidence submitted to the laboratory. So the outer packaging will have my seals with initials as well as my markings, in addition to the items themselves.
I'm showing you State's Evidence 37. Do you recognize it? You can take a moment and look at it.
Yes, I do.
Now, there's those items that we were just talking about.
Yes, these are.
Now, there's also another small vanilla envelope. Do you recognize it?
I do not recognize
Okay,
this.
so that's not associated with anything you did.
No, the case number is the same, but it does not bear my markings.
So that would be associated with Laura Draga, who also did some testing on the gun.
Yes, that must have been from the firearms section from subsequent analysis.
I apologize. I messed up in my order, so I'll get it straight, the rest of them, but this is a little bit out of order. So in April of 2023, did you also receive, in regards to those 4 known standards, a swab from a plastic bottle identified as Dong Quai?
Yes.
And were you asked to do DNA analysis of that swab?
Yes, the swab had actually been previously submitted, so that's why as part of that report it was not re-examined, but comparisons were still made to those buccal swabs that were submitted.
Now, in regards to the 7 known standards that we have at this time, were you able to identify anyone to the swab of the Dong Quai bottle?
Yes, I believe that item had previously been reported as a mixture consistent with 2 individuals. And so from any comparisons I had been able to make, everyone had been excluded with the exception of Kim Mobley, who was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile that was obtained from that item. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample had originated from Kim Mobley and an unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
Mr. Kutu, is it fair to say that there is around 7 billion people in the world?
I believe about that, probably more.
So 700 billion, though, is way greater than the known population of our planet.
Yes, this number is not directly linked to the amount of people on the planet, but it is a much larger number than the current population. That is correct.
All right. Next, sir, drawing your attention to the time frame of February 2019, March 2019, and April 2019, did you receive another series of items in this particular 3 cases that you did work on.
Yes.
I believe there were 9 item numbers associated with this submission overall.
Yes, that's correct.
And could you tell us what each item is, and then just go ahead and tell us your findings for each one, please, sir?
Sure, I will go down the list. So for that report, which encompasses those 3 submissions as you had mentioned, there was a pink bra. This pink bra failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. And due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from this item, this data was not interpretable. And then subsequently we have pink and black underwear that was submitted. Similarly, this item failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. It also failed to give chemical indications for the presence of semen. And 2 separate samples were taken, one from the waistband, I believe, and then one from the crotch as well. Both of these samples failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process. Then there was a red and purple bra submitted. This item failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. And the DNA results obtained from this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture. However, due to the limited nature of the mixture that was obtained, this data is not interpretable. And then there was another pink bra, which was FDLE item 8.
And just to also, in regards to the first pink bra, was that then agency number 8-1 for the first pink bra?
No, that would have been agency number 9-2.
Oh, I'm sorry, under FDLE item number 5, thank you.
Yes. So then this pink bra, for the results I'm about to give, was FDLE item 8 or agency exhibit number 8-1. So for this item, it also failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood, and no DNA results were obtained from this item. For the pink bra, that is FDLE item 9, or the agency exhibit number 8-2. This item failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. And the item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process. And then there was an electric saw that was submitted. This saw failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. For the rain suit, which was a pair of jacket and pants, this item failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. For item 12, which is Quay,
I think we had talked about that one already.
we did, yes, I apologize. That was a mixture of 2 donors.
Came back ultimately as 1 male and 1 female, and the female came back to Kim Mobley, correct?
Yes, the female contributor was consistent with Kim Mobley's DNA profile.
All right, thank you, sir.
And for item 13, this is a swab from plastic bottle indicated as parsley. However, due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from this item, this data was not interpretable.
Mr. Cucci, I'm going to go ahead and just show you a couple of items. You can please look at States 44 for a moment.
Yes, I do recognize this.
And is this FDLE item number 5 that you had mentioned as evidence 9-2 for JSO purposes that you just discussed regarding your results?
Yes, I recognize the unique yellow FDLE barcode as well as my markings, my seal and initials on the outer packaging, as well as my markings on the item itself.
And there was not any DNA results interpretable on this particular item?
No, there were limited results that were obtained, so they were not interpretable.
Now, you also had mentioned about the touch DNA swab from the parsley and the Don Quay. If you can just take a moment here and look at states 53 and 52.
Yes, I recognize these as well for the same reasonings. I can see my markings on the outer packaging, the unique FDLE case number and item number, as well as on the internal packaging, my markings as well for that case.
And are those 52 and 53, in fact, the swabs of the Don Quay and the parsley bottles?
Yes.
Now, in states 55, 56, 57, and 54, are these known standards that you had received in this case? We'll start with states 54. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is it a known standard?
Yes, these are buccal swabs from Samaya Mobley.
All right. And then in states 55, is it a known standard?
Yes, I do recognize these, and they are buccal swabs that were submitted for Kim Mobley.
And then if you could please look at states 56.
These are buccal swabs submitted for Kyrie Mobley.
And do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then lastly, in states 57, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And are they as well a known standard of an individual?
Yes, these are buccal swabs that were submitted for Stevie Griffin.
And next I'm showing you states 61. Do you recognize it? I know you have to just orient yourself with it.
Yes, I do.
And is state 61 the known DNA standard of Johnathan Quiles?
Yes.
All right, may the witness stand up to look at the items?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Kutu, you recognize state 62 A and B. You need to take a moment to orient yourself. Do you recognize state 62A and B?
Yes, I do.
And is this the rain suit that you had mentioned earlier in regards to the submission?
Yes, it is.
And I believe you stated that the rain suit did not test positive for blood, a presumptive test. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And after you did that, did you do any further DNA testing on these items?
I don't believe there was any additional testing on those items.
Your Honor, I have a couple more questions for Mr. Q2. Based upon the items, may we step down in front of the jury? Sure. Now, Mr. Q2, the reason why I had you step down, are there a variety of circles-esque markings on each of these items, frontwards and backwards?
Yes.
Did you make those?
Yes, I did.
Can you just describe to the jury why?
So these would be areas of either brownish, reddish-brown staining, gray staining that might be indicative of some sort of an old blood stain. And so I was testing for the possible presence of blood from any of these stains throughout the pants, as well as the rain jacket. So I would take rubbings of each of the areas that were circled, and then do my chemical color change test, where I added 3 different chemicals to try and see if there was a pink color change that was indicative of the chemical presence of blood, and these were all negative from my testing, so there's no further analysis conducted on either of these items.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Kutu, if the fact that that's a rain suit, and if someone wore that while it was raining, could that affect the ability for the blood, the DNA, to be degraded?
The rain could potentially wash away some of the chemical indications. However, usually when there's a negative result, it could either be due to a low concentration of the chemicals that we're looking for, or because simply there was no blood that was present to begin with in the stain.
So there's a possibility of reasons why something may or may not have blood on them.
Correct. It might either not be blood, or if it was blood, it was diluted or somehow degraded to the point that it was under our sensitivity thresholds for detection with our testing.
And Mr. Kutu, again, going in a backward order, did you receive a submission as well involving items from January of 2019 and February of 2019?
Yes.
And I believe in total, did you receive 9 items? And I believe 5 of them were actually part of one packaging, but ultimately 9 items of testing.
So there were 8 items. Based on the report, there's just one line that says bras because there were 4 items submitted, or 5 items submitted within that item. So in total, 8 items
Thank you
encompassing in that report.
I'm sorry, I talked over. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so the first item you received was a piece of paper with apparent blood. Can you tell us, and that was FDI item number 1, agency exhibit number 1-4. Can you tell us about that item and your analysis?
Yes, for that item, it did give chemical indications for the presence of blood. And a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual was obtained from this item. Again, at the time, the comparisons I had to make were from Iyana Sawyer, Johnathan Quiles, and Kamar Humphrey, all of whom were excluded as the source of this DNA profile.
And Mr. Kutu, later after receiving additional known standards, did you compare them as well?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings, sir?
These individuals were also excluded, which would be Stevie Griffin, Kim Mobley, Samaya Mobley, and Kyrie Mobley, as being the source of this DNA profile.
So all of the known standards that you have received up to now have excluded that female profile?
Yes, I did not receive any buccal swabs that matched the female profile from that apparent blood stain.
And next, did you receive an FDI item number 2, Agency Exhibit -6-1, a pair of underwear?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
This item failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. And again, 2 samples were taken from this item, one from the crotch and one from a swabbing of the waistband. The crotch failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process, and no DNA results were obtained from the swabbing of the item.
Next, and FDLE number 3, Agency Exhibit 6-2 is a leopard print bra. What were your findings?
This item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process.
And then in that grouping of 5 items, were they all 5 items bras?
Yes.
Did they include a tan bra,
Yes.
a pink bra, a black bra, a black and pink bra, and a burgundy bra?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in reference to the tan bra, what were your findings?
The DNA results obtained from the tan bra demonstrated the presence of a mixture. However, due to the limited nature of the mixture, this data was not interpretable.
Then in reference, I think your findings were similar in nature for the pink bra, the black bra, and the black and pink bra.
Yes, for these items, limited DNA results were obtained. Therefore, the data was not interpretable. And in particular for items, the pink bra and the black bra, which would be FDLE items 4.2 and 4.3, they also failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And then lastly, in the submission, 4.5, 6-3, the burgundy bra, what were your findings?
This item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for the STR DNA testing process.
Showing you states 42, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And is that one of the items that we just discussed? Is it FDLE number 3?
It's FDLE number 2. It
Number
was
2, I apologize.
the underwear that was submitted.
And then agency 6-1?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that there were not enough DNA for testing?
For the crotch of the underwear, it failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for STR DNA testing, and for a swabbing taken from the underwear, there were no DNA results obtained.
And looking at States 42, do we also see the circles of area, just like you did with the rain suit in State 62A and B?
Yes, there are a variety of areas that I have circled of staining that were tested, and all proved to be negative or failed to give chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
Next, I'm showing what's a composite, which is States 43, A, B, and C. And it's FDLE number 19, and I forgot to show this to you earlier, and I apologize for that, Mr. Kutu. Were these the last, part of the last three bras that you had received?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Kutu, going all the way back to when your first submission was received, was that in May of 2018?
Specifically for which case?
That would have been 2018-0402-811.
Yes, the first submission in that case was May 24th of 2018.
And did you receive in that submission an item labeled sexual assault evidence kit from Iyana Sawyer?
Yes.
And were there items contained within that package?
Yes, the sexual assault evidence kit contained buccal swabs from Iyana Sawyer, as well as vaginal swabs, labial swabs, swabs from the left neck, and underwear.
I'm showing you State's Evidence 60. Please orient yourself. And is that the sexual assault kit that you received back in May of 2018?
Yes, this is.
Okay, I'm going to leave it up here for the next line of questioning. So in regards to the sexual assault kit that you received, what was the first item that you reviewed?
The first item that was examined was the buccal swabs, and cuttings were taken from that item for the STR DNA testing process.
So let's talk about the buccal swabs first. Would that be the known standard of the individual who underwent the sexual assault examination?
Yes.
And were you able to complete a known full profile of the individual labeled as and mentioned as Iyana Sawyer?
Yes, a complete DNA profile was obtained from this item.
Now, prior to the cuttings, did you receive 4 categories of swabs that you had indicated earlier.
Yes, so when the sex kit is initially opened, it's inventoried for what's inside, and then systematically, one by one, cuttings are taken or samples taken from each item.
And then in regards to the swabs from the left neck, were you able to do STR DNA analysis?
Yes.
And what did you opine?
This item demonstrated the presence of a mixture that was consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor, and Iyana Sawyer is expected to be a donor to this exhibit.
So now I'm going to just fast forward a little bit in regards to when you received 2 additional items. We've already talked about the known DNA, and you've shown that to the jury regarding Johnathan Quiles. And did you also receive that known DNA labeled Kamar Humphrey?
Yes.
And did you compare the known DNA standards of Johnathan Quiles and Kamar Humphrey to your findings in the swab from the left neck?
Yes.
What did you opine?
Johnathan Quiles is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile that was obtained from this item, and Kamar Humphrey was included as a possible contributor to the mixture. The observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample had originated from Iyana Sawyer, Kamar Humphrey, and an unrelated individual than from Iyana Sawyer and 2 unrelated individuals.
And then in regards to the labial swabs, were you able to conduct STR DNA analysis on that item?
No, this item failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of male DNA for the STR DNA testing process.
Next, in regards to the vaginal swabs, were you able to conduct STR DNA analysis on this particular swab?
Yes. This item demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor, and Iyana Sawyer is expected to be a donor to this exhibit.
And did you compare these findings to the known standards of Johnathan Quiles and Kamar Humphrey?
Yes. Johnathan Quiles is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile that was obtained from this item, and Kamar Humphrey is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile that was obtained. The observed mixed DNA profile is approximately 200,000 times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Iyana Sawyer and Kamar Humphrey than from Iyana Sawyer and an unrelated individual.
Now, I'm moving on to the underwear. You stated that you had taken some cuttings. Now, can you show or point to the underwear of where you would have made those cuttings?
Yes, so anywhere where you can see approximate squares or rectangles that were cut out alongside the inside of the crotch, those were the cuttings that I placed into a sterile tube for my STR DNA testing of this item.
And just looking at this exhibit, are the underwear pink and black?
Yes.
Now, where on the underwear did you take these cuttings?
They appear to be along the inside crotch of the underwear.
And is that where you took all of your cuttings from in regards to this underwear?
Yes, I believe so. I would have to double check with my bench notes to confirm.
Would you just take a moment to refresh your recollection to see if there's any additional places besides the inside of the crotch area?
Yes, so the cuttings were taken from the inside crotch. I had observed heavy yellowish white staining along the inside crotch, and then took my cuttings from this area of staining.
So is it fair to say then all of the areas that were tested from this item was the inside crotch area?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, first, were you able, before we get to known standards, were you able to submit that area that you obtained from the inside crotch area for STR DNA analysis?
Yes.
And what were your findings at this time?
At the time, the DNA results obtained from this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture that was consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 contributor, and Iyana Sawyer was expected to be a donor to this exhibit.
Now, after you received the 2 known standards, again, of Kamar Humphrey and Johnathan Quiles, did your findings change in regards to the donor aspect?
Yes, the item was reassessed in terms of the number of contributors that were consistent with the mixture, because upon visual examination and statistical analysis, non-intuitive results were obtained from my initial comparison. So then the item was reported as possibly having originated from 2 or 3 individuals.
So after you received the known standard, based upon looking at the statistical data and looking at the known standard, that then had you opine that it was 2 or 3 donors. That's fair to say?
Correct, because originally the data presented itself as 2 donors from what it looked like, but when I had additional information I was presented and was conducting my analyses, the statistical analysis and the visual comparison didn't make sense. They were not intuitive in that sense. So then I needed to increase the number of contributors to account for that, to make it consistent with 3 donors. But there were results reported still for either an assumption of 2 or an assumption of 3 subsequent to that.
Okay, well, first I will ask you about the comparison then to the known standard of Kamar Humphrey. What did you opine?
So assuming 2 donors to this mixture, Kamar Humphrey is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile that was obtained. And assuming 3 donors to the mixture, comparison of the profile from Kamar Humphrey failed to demonstrate statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, no determination can be made regarding the contribution of Kamar Humphrey to this item.
Now, if looking at the item as in regards to 3 donors, is that because if there was a 3rd donor, would that be too low then to include or exclude someone? Or actually include, because you weren't able to include or exclude, right?
Correct. For Kamar Humphrey, I was unable to include or exclude. They fell into an inconclusive area.
And is that based upon how much data was available if a 3rd donor existed?
Yes, the contribution amount from that 3rd donor was quite low, so it would be common for someone to be inconclusive potentially. We say inconclusive because you don't want the possibility of falsely including or falsely excluding someone, so there simply wasn't a sufficient statistical support for me to say one way or another whether they were outright excluded or included as a possible contributor.
And that's in regards to Kamar Humphrey with the interior crotch area of that underwear.
Correct.
Now, lastly, in the comparison regarding the known standard of Johnathan Quiles, can you please tell us what you opined?
Yes, so assuming 2 donors to the mixture, Johnathan Quiles is excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And assuming 3 donors to the mixture, Johnathan Quiles is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample had originated from Iyana Sawyer Johnathan Quiles and an unrelated individual, then from Iyana Sawyer and 2 unrelated individuals.
So based upon that, regarding the possibility of a third donor, the defendant, Johnathan Quiles' DNA was associated then with the cutouts that you did from the interior crotch area of that underwear from Iyana Sawyer's sexual assault kit?
Yes, assuming 3 donors at that time, then he was included as a possible contributor because his DNA profile was consistent with contributing to the DNA types that were present in that sample.
No further questions.
I gotta take a break. I told the jury 11:45. I'm gonna stick to that. Members of the jury, it's 11:45. It's 11:40. We're gonna take a lunch break. Let's come back at 12:35. I'll give you 55 minutes. We'll try to get through the afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Do not do any independent research. And we'll hook up at 12:35. Well, I meant to say 12:35 to the jury if I said anything. 12:35. All right, the jury's outside our presence. Mr. Kutu, you're more than welcome to. I need to be back by 12:35. Sorry if it interrupts your afternoon.
No, thank you.
All right, anything we need to take care of outside of the jury's presence before our lunch break?
Judge, I must, but I know the court wants to take a quick.
I can't hear you.
Yes, sir. I know the court wants to take a break, but I have to put on the record. So this morning I told the court and counsel that in the deposition of Damian Hatch, deposition came out that he said the defendant told him he dumped the gun. He's read that. I prepped him, and he said that's not what I said. So out of an abundance of caution and just to make sure, I reached out to the court recording company. They have found it on the audio themselves and in the billions of words that they always get right. They have conceded error. They have now gone back and listened to the audio. The word that came out of his mouth was the defendant told him that he dumped the body. I have not had a chance to tell the defense that because I was just receiving a text from the company owner. I think this is precision reporting. So I'm advising first and foremost the record as well as counsel for the defendant so that they know that if they go down that route of trying to impeach him that he said the word gun when he believes he said the word body, the state would most certainly clear that up with a rebuttal witness and or potentially dealing with it thereafter. So I just want to make the record clear. They have gone back and listened to it. I will do everything I can over the lunch break to make sure the defense gets to speak to either the president and or the court reporter of the company to verify that they have gone back and listened to the audio and it is clear to them the word that's in the deposition is incorrect. He did not say gun, he said body.
Okay. Anything else we need to take care of from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything from the defense perspective?
Judge, he doesn't need to worry about calling a rebuttal witness about that issue, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, see you guys at 12:35.
Sir.
518, I have counsel for the State Defense. And Mr. Quiles present. Anything we need to handle outside the presence of the jury first for the state?
Extremely brief from the state. We are making an announcement. We do not intend to call Kamar Humphrey. I've advised counsel from the defendant plus. We've also advised him we are going to extend his stay and travel. We just want to make it clear for the record that from this point forward, we're not holding it. We're doing it at the request of the defense, just simply for administrative and cost purposes.
Okay, anything else from the state?
Yes, sir.
Defense?
Judge, we understand that. I already told Mr. Skinner, give me an idea as to what we have to do to make it happen, and we will. On that note, the other thing, Judge.
You enter a subpoena from the defense?
Yes, he is.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's just a matter of cost, Judge. I just need to know what we have to do.
Understood.
On that. The other thing that was brought to my attention when the transcript issue was brought up, I did talk to precise court reporting. Judge, and I looked back, the order was entered for the 2 witnesses on Damian Hatch and that, but we don't have the order on the remaining witnesses that we had discussed, so that I can get our court reporter paid for the copies.
Sent to my office. I don't know if it's in my email or not. I thought I signed everything you needed me to sign.
This was the one where there was a discrepancy between the two. I'll read.
Correct, because the issue was the order said it was delayed because of the hurricane. That's not why it was delayed. I wasn't going to sign an S phrase. So I deleted the portions of it that were irrelevant and signed everything else. Because it sounds like they were ordered, you just never got a copy of it.
Right.
So get me an order that's clean, that for payment purposes for the court reporter, and I, of course, will sign it after JAC's response.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else from either party?
Yes, actually. The only other matter, Your Honor, very briefly, is in regards to the Google videos. We have a new disc that includes both of them. I know the defense had thought that they had included both. That was always the intent. So we can just substitute that then for record purposes.
What exhibit number is this?
35, yes, sir.
So you're basically swapping out the new CD for the one that was put in evidence.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? That objection, you guys can take care of that.
That's all from the state. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
We've gotten through 1.5 witnesses today. It's 12:30. Let's bring the jury out, please.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Mr. Gray? Sorry. 1 second. Can we bring Mr. Kutu back out? I apologize. Thank you, counsel.
Good job, yeah, good catch.
Okay, while he's coming up, Mr. Kutu will go ahead and get the jury out. It'll take you a minute, and then it will mesh up.
Your Honor, the jury enters court.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Everyone may have a seat. We're going to hope you guys had a nice lunch. We're going to continue with Mr. Kutu's examination. If you recall, the state finished their direct. We're going to pick up now with the defense's cross. With that said, Ms. Michelle, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kutu.
Good afternoon.
All right, I know we took a break, so I kind of want to pick back up a little bit where we left off and kind of go through a few things with you. I won't go through every single item in great detail, but I just want to kind of recap and make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
All right, I want to start out with the last item that you described and kind of went through. And that was the sex assault kit that you examined and that you received from, I believe it was in May of 2018, correct?
Yes, it was received in May of 2018.
And in those items that you analyzed, you were able to give some determination as to DNA being in the presence of, on the neck, I believe, in the vaginal swabs, as well as in the crotch area of the underwear that you examined. Is that correct?
That is correct. These all yielded results that were interpretable.
All the other items that you examined did not have any results that were interpretable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you examined the vaginal swabs and the swabs from the neck of IS, Kamar Humphrey's DNA was definitively found to have been present in those swabs, correct?
Kamar Humphrey's DNA profile was consistent with a contributor in each of those mixtures, yes.
Okay. As it relates to the vaginal swabs, did you confirm the type of DNA that you obtained from that particular swab?
No, the results are only indicative of whether or not someone's DNA profile might be present as a contributor, but I wasn't able to deduce the source of the DNA in terms of where it came from.
To do that, you would need a serology test, correct?
Typically, yes. Serological testing is definitive confirmatory tests for bodily fluids.
And that would tell you what type of biological material that was, whether it was blood, semen, urine, skin, or some other type that I'm not mentioning.
Yes, there's a variety of tests for each.
Okay. You did not do that on the vaginal swab that you took from IS, and that you analyzed from IS's sex assault kit, correct?
Correct. No serology was done. This is per our policy and how we process sexual assault kits.
Understood. As far as the DNA goes, though, you definitively found that as Kamar Humphrey being a contributor to those items.
Yes, he was included as a possible contributor for both items.
Okay. And when it comes to the underwear, you originally analyzed that assuming 2 donors, correct?
Correct.
And when you analyzed it, you based that 2 donor, just so I can make sure I understand, that 2 donor contributor number based off of the data, correct?
Yes. So the data I am interpreting, it looks like peaks on a graph similar to an EKG, and that's how I'm able to deduce how many individuals might be present and then make comparisons to those DNA types.
And when you found 2 donors, assuming 2 donors, Mr. Quiles was excluded as a possible contributor, correct?
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about when it comes to 3 donors. You analyzed it for 3 donors because visually when you observed it, it seemed as if it did not match what the data presented. Is that correct?
Correct. There were so many consistencies upon doing a visual examination comparing the buccal swabs from Johnathan Quiles to this mixture that a statistical exclusion was not intuitive at that point because of how much consistency was there. The statistical software I use was unable to generate a stat to be able to perform an inclusion because of, as I said before, an exclusion that it was making at certain regions of the DNA. But again, from my visual examination, just seeing how much consistency there was, it didn't make sense for the comparisons I was making that the results should stay as a mixture of 2 individuals. So then it was reassessed as a mixture of possibly originating from 3 individuals.
And as far as whether it's 2 or whether it's 3, you cannot definitively tell us whether it is 2 or whether it was 3. That's why you've provided us with assuming 2, assuming 3 conclusions, correct?
Correct. On the front end, it presented itself as 2 individuals. Mixture interpretation can be somewhat difficult at times. As I said before, the data that I'm looking at looks like peaks on a graph. And essentially, I compare it to if someone were to tell me to identify songs being played at the same time, It would depend on how many songs you were playing at the same time, what the volumes were in proportion to one another. And so that all kind of is taken into consideration yes, it presented itself as 2 contributors. There was one donor that was contributing a lot more, and it appeared that there was only a second contributor. But again, when I was making my comparisons, it didn't appear that there were only 2 contributors because there was, it was not intuitive to exclude visually just based on that alone and to not reassess it. It was best practice at that point to reassess it as then 2 or 3 and to make comparisons and to report results for both.
And just so that it's clear, you went from there being 2 donors to your opinion now being 2 or 3, not simply 2 before, now 3. You still have that, it could be 2, it could be 3, correct?
Correct, because the report had been released as 2, and looking back at the data, it does present itself as a mixture of 2. But again, it's not intuitive based on the comparisons that were made and the statistics that are being performed. So that's why it was reanalyzed as 3, but that doesn't preclude it from still having been reported as 2, because that's truly how the data had presented itself at the time with the information that I had.
Thank you so much for clearing that up. Now, as it relates to this particular sample, you did not do any serology testing on this either, correct?
Correct, I did not.
So you cannot definitively tell us, like I just asked you for the other items, what type of DNA or biological material this originated from, correct?
Correct. I didn't do any sort of serological testing or observe any sort of materials under the microscope to be able to confirm the source of the DNA. In some cases, I'm able to opine based on my experience and professional expertise whether or not I'm confident the source of the DNA material. I wouldn't be able to state that in this case.
Okay. In this case, you would not be able to give us a definitive, this is my confident opinion as to what type of biological material this could be.
I can give the reasoning to where it could potentially be semen as the source of, for example, the crotch of the underwear that we've been discussing, but I wouldn't be able to definitively state that.
Is it possible that it also could be epithelial, meaning skin related?
It is possible that it could be from skin cells. The amount of DNA that was present in the sample was in a low amount, especially compared to the amount that was from the victim. So because of that, I can't say definitively whether or not it was from semen.
Or from something else.
Or from skin cells if someone had touched the item. Based on the extraction methodology that was used on this sample, the cuttings are placed into a tube, and then in order to extract the DNA into solution from the sample to be able to generate the results that I obtained, it's processed in a way to try to separate any DNA from skin cells separate from DNA from sperm cells.
Understood. All right, let me ask you a little bit about the other items that we kind of went through, and I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. I think we've covered them very well before, but because we took a break, I just want to kind of go through and clear up a couple things. As it relates to the firearm that you analyzed, that is a firearm that you received from, and I'm going to say it wrong, but the ballistics section within FDLE, correct?
So I believe the firearm was first worked by the biology section and then transferred to the firearm section for subsequent analysis.
Do you recall an analyst, Laura Draga, asking you to view some unknown substance within the barrel of that gun?
I do not recall that offhand, no.
All right, no problem, and that's fine. You did, in fact, look at what this unknown substance was within that barrel of gun, even if you can't remember why you looked at it.
Okay.
Correct, you did, in fact, look at the material. I think you described it as brownish in nature.
Yes, I know there was brownish staining on the firearm, and if she had documented that we had a discussion regarding additional staining that was consistent, then I probably would have looked at that as well.
Okay. And you did, in fact, do some testing on that, and that did not come back to be blood?
Correct. That failed to give chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
Okay. And let me just run through all the other things really quickly. Some items, I know you received them at different times, but I want to kind of take them in bulk, and so it probably will mess you up as it relates to your reports because they're from different times. But you received quite a few items that were found within the landfill, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there were a lot of bras, there were some underwear, and there were a couple other items that I'm going to go through. But the bras and underwear, there was no blood found on any of the items that appear to have blood that was related to this case, correct?
Correct. I believe for any underwear or bras that were submitted from the landfill, if the presumptive test was conducted because of the possibility that there's staining, they all failed to give chemical indications for blood.
Same thing for any DNA that would be related to this case.
Yes, I'd have to review either there was an insufficient amount of DNA for the STR-DNA testing process, or it was uninterpretable due to either obtaining no results or such limited results that I couldn't make any sort of interpretation.
Thank you so much. As it relates to, I believe there was one item that you were provided that was like a piece of paper with some blood. That particular item was also found within the landfill, correct? It was submitted along with, I believe it was 8 items in that particular.
I'm not familiar. The case comments for that submission of the piece of paper state that it was located in a car.
Understood. And so that vehicle that it was found within was an item of interest, correct?
I would assume so.
And that came back, you were able to create a DNA profile from that was consistent with a single female contributor, correct?
I did take a sample from the apparent blood staining, and I was able to develop a complete female profile for that sample.
And again, that was not related to anyone in this case that you could find.
Correct. I believe everyone was excluded based on comparisons to that profile.
All right, and I'll just go through the last few. There was an electric saw and the rain suit. Those were recovered from the defendants, from Mr. Quiles's possession or from his wife's possession potentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and again, no blood, no DNA, nothing as it relates to this case was found in that.
Only presumptive testing for blood was conducted on the saw and the jacket and pants. So when there was no chemical indication for the presence of blood, no further samples were taken, except I believe there were swabs taken from the saw, just in case they were ever to be resubmitted, that I wouldn't have to re-examine the entire saw itself. But no further samples were taken. So I didn't take a swab of, say, the collar or the inside, for example, who's wearing it. The only thing I was looking for in those cases or instances were if there was blood present.
Okay. And you didn't look to see if there was any other type of biological material potentially that would be present on either of those items, correct?
Correct. I don't believe I did presumptive testing for any other bodily fluid, nor did I do any swabs for any sort of DNA that might be present on the items.
Right, and I know that you were asked this on direct about whether rain or something like that could have potentially degraded whatever blood potentially could be on that suit. And I believe your answer was that one of two options, sure, it could be degraded, but also it could just never have been blood, correct?
Correct. In my experience with training samples, we deal with blood samples that have been left out on roofs or buried in sand or rinsed in order to see if we can still obtain possible results. So that's why when I do get negative results on presumptive tests for blood, it's usually one of two things. Either the stain was not blood to begin with, or if it is blood, it's present in such a low concentration, the chemicals that I'm testing for, that it's beneath the threshold of my testing.
Understood. Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't think I have anything further, but give me just one moment. Nothing further. Very brief follow-up, Your Honor.
Mr. Kutsu, I just want to follow up with one thing that you had discussed with Ms. Michelle during cross-examination. You had mentioned that per policy, you all do not test specifically for serology. Could you just explain that a little bit further, please?
Sure. So current policy for processing sexual assault kits is that they are simply cut and then processed through the STR-DNA testing process to determine the amount of the quantity of male DNA that might be present in the samples. So traditional serology is not typically done on these current policy states that traditional serology is more so conducted on items of clothing that weren't worn directly or immediately after the alleged assault. So in this case, that's why I was able to just take samples directly on for the testing process. And to kind of describe that process a little more, when I say STR-DNA testing, it's a 4-step process where the first step, I extract any DNA present into solution from the sample. The second step, I estimate how much DNA is present in the sample, both in general as well as male-specific DNA. And that's the step where a lot of the results you heard earlier when I say there was not enough DNA or sufficient amount or a sufficient amount of male DNA, it's from that second step when I can tell how much DNA is in the sample. If it's in such a low concentration, it doesn't proceed further with testing because we validated it to where you're not expected to get any results whatsoever. If it does have a sufficient amount of DNA to continue with testing, I'll isolate those 24 regions of DNA that I use for comparisons with someone's DNA profile and visualize that in the final step as data, the peaks on the graph that I mentioned before. So in this particular instance, we don't do serology. However, there is a particular extraction methodology when you think that semen is possibly present to be able to try and isolate DNA from sperm cells away from DNA from non-sperm cells, so for example, skin cells. And that did occur with that sample that we had discussed, the crotch of the underwear. This is referred to as a differential extraction. So I would add chemicals and heat to be able to release any DNA from non-sperm cells into solution. I then use an instrument to pipette or remove that DNA that's in solution from the tube, and then additional chemicals and heat are used to try and lyse open or break open the sperm cells that might be present and release that DNA into then what's known as the sperm cell fraction, and the epithelial cell fraction is what was removed to begin with, which would be the skin cell fraction, as some refer to it as. So the results that we've been discussing, the mixture of 2 that was reassessed as a mixture of 3, were specifically from the sperm cell fraction, is where the DNA results were obtained. However, because the DNA that was released from the skin cells in the first round of chemicals and heat being added, some of it can residually be left behind and it's not completely separated out. And that's what was seen in this sample. So a large portion of the DNA that was obtained in the mixture was from the victim, Iyana Sawyer. And despite it being the sperm cell fraction where you would expect only sperm cell DNA to be present, there is the chance that DNA that was released from that initial addition of heat and chemicals was left behind in the tube. So because of that, there is indication that it could be from semen based on where the majority of the male concentration of DNA was found, which is the sperm cell fraction rather than the epithelial cell fraction. But with the amount of carryover that was noted of skin cell DNA from Iyana Sawyer, and with the general low contribution of the foreign DNA, I'm not confident enough to definitively state that without having conducted serological testing.
Okay, so I just want to do 2 simple questions here. So is it fair to say, just very briefly, that traditional serology testing is not done per policy at FSU, listen to me, at FDLE because you're looking to try to get the highest concentration of a sample? And is that why then it's not specifically in one route of DNA testing?
Yes, for one, the methodologies we use to determine if there's enough DNA, especially male DNA, to proceed with testing versus to do traditional serology, it's a much faster means of processing more evidence that's submitted to the laboratory. But also, we do try and attempt to preserve as much sample as possible to get the best DNA yield as possible. So that's also policy to where even an item of clothing separate from being worn at the time of the assault that traditionally would undergo serology, if the staining is so small that I would have to consume it to do my serological testing, we forego the serological testing in order to try and generate as much DNA results as I can for that sample.
And then lastly, Mr. Kutu, for this afternoon, just so your ultimately opinion regarding the DNA from that crotch area of that underwear is that that it came from a sperm cell fraction that had opened, and that it's likely from sperm, but you cannot definitively state that it's sperm. Is that fair to say?
It's possibly from sperm, given the extraction methodology used that I described, and the fact that the majority of the DNA concentration for a male was in that fraction versus the skin cell fraction. But again, with the low contribution amount and the amount of carryover from skin cell DNA, especially from the victim that was noted in that fraction, I can't definitively state whether or not it was sperm semen.
Right, you just can't definitively say.
Correct.
All right, nothing further, Your Honor.
Sir, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Here to go. Hey, you can call your next witness.
Susan Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, good morning to you, good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The clerk will swear you in.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you can walk over here to your right.
Thank you.
Just watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Thank you, sir.
The only thing I would ask, if there's an objection made, just pause before you answer the question. Let me roll in the objection first. And you're welcome to manipulate the microphone to help you project your voice out.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, with that said, Mr. Skinner, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
They can't see the screen, I'm assuming? Go 6 days, not messing that up, and then twice in 2 hours.
I'll start for their later. Good afternoon, ma'am. We'll get to that screen in just a second. Just to lay a little background about you, will you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Sure. My name is Susan Johnson, and I work for T-Mobile.
All right. And how long have you worked for T-Mobile?
26 years.
And can you just, I know we all understand, but for our record, what is T-Mobile?
A cellular telephone company.
All right. And what are your duties as an employee for T-Mobile?
So I'm a manager within the Law Enforcement Relations Group. We respond to subpoenas and other legal demands from various agencies across the United States, testify in court as the custodian of records, and then I supervise the trial team.
So, ma'am, do you travel around the country testifying about data recovered from T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
You do that on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
Do your responsibilities include collecting data that belongs under the umbrella of T-Mobile?
Yes.
Now, do you also interpret the data that you receive, that you look at under T-Mobile? Do you interpret that for purposes of testimony in court?
Yes.
Is this done in the normal and ordinary course of your business?
Yes, it is.
Is this data that you review on a regular basis compiled into documents such as the one that we're about to talk about in this particular case?
Yes.
Right. Now, ma'am, as you testify here today, generally speaking, how long does T-Mobile keep the data?
Generally 2 years.
Right. Did you receive and or your company, T-Mobile, receive a subpoena that was dated January 8th, 2019?
Yes.
Have you had access to this data and had a chance to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Are you defined as a custodian of records for T-Mobile?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'll now show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. It should be on a screen in front of you and the jury. Seeing no objections, I believe it's up on everybody's screen at this time. What are we looking at, ma'am, in State's 36?
This is the call detail records.
All right. And can you just give us an idea of how these records are either kept and stored first under the T-Mobile umbrella?
They're kept electronically.
Are they made and or compiled at or approximately the same time? In other words, in real time that these calls are being made?
Yes.
Are they stored from that point forward, if it was happening today, moving forward for 2 years?
Correct.
Was that storage requirement of 2 years by T-Mobile in effect in December of 2018?
Yes.
All right. Did your company receive a subpoena issued, as we see in States 36 at the top, by a requester, Detective Samantha Dishman of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
The data that was compiled, is it for the telephone number of 904-568-1617?
Yes.
Is there subscriber information attributed to that number under T-Mobile, and if so, who, please?
Yes. I don't recall the name. I'd have to see the document.
All right. Now, man, we can connect that dot later on the telephone. My next question for you is this. When these records are compiled into the way we see them now, can you tell us how it goes from y'all's computer system into the way we see it today, if you know?
Sure. So when the request is compiled, we email the information just as you see it to the requesting agency.
All right. And the document that we're looking at, is this all call records under the telephone number 904-568-1617? Do these records start on December 3rd of 2018, which appears to be reflected in row number 13?
Yes.
And do these records end, that you provided to law enforcement, what appears to be row 2301 on January 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
Do these records encompass all phone calls and or IM chatting, messaging for 904-568-1617 during those dates and times?
Yes, they are called phone calls as well as text messages.
And, ma'am, I want to now ask you with respect to, let's just stay in row, for example, we'll start with row 14. Is the date reflected in row 14? I see it's a bit askew, but would that be this particular either phone call or message occurred on 12/3 of 2018?
Correct.
Now, under time, is that military time, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. At the top, sort of first sentence or two, under sort of looks like row 10, it says, quote, all times below are reflected in coordinated universal time, parentheses, UTC. Will you explain that for our jury?
So depending on what time of the year it is, being that these records are from December, you would have to subtract 5 hours from the time that you see reflected in order to arrive at East Coast time.
So for example purposes, if the UTC time reflected on these records was 12 noon, would the accurate time be 12 minus the 5 hours, making it actually 7 a.m.?
Correct.
Is the time reflected on these, for example, in row 14, where it says this call was made December 3, 2018 at 00:17:51 and or 12:17 a.m. Has that time already been calculated by the UTC, or do you have to do it from that time and go back 5 hours?
You have to do it from that time and go back 5 hours.
All right. And then moving across under the fourth column, under call type. For example, what is RCS-IMCHAT?
So those are like read receipts or delivered receipts with regards to a text message.
All right, and dropping down in that same column, let's say on row 16, what does MTC mean?
MTC stands for mobile terminating call, which is an incoming phone call.
All right. In the next column, it says direction, and the word incoming, does that indicate that this telephone device was receiving an incoming phone call?
Incoming or outgoing phone call or text message.
All right. So under the direction column, if I scroll down a little further, it'll either say incoming and outgoing as it reflects that particular phone call or text.
Correct.
However,
However, the SMSCs that are listed, which is a text message, does not have the word incoming or outgoing. The way to determine if it was incoming or outgoing is by looking in column F, which is calling number. So if the subscriber's phone number is listed there, that means that they generated an outgoing text.
All right. So can you see my cursor, ma'am? Is that circling the SMSC you just described?
Correct.
And it's column F now, what I'm circling as the calling number. Is that what you were referring to?
Correct.
And I'm going to scroll up where my cursor is going. Is that column F?
Correct.
All right. What's column G? What's the dialed number?
So dialed number, called number, and destination number work hand in hand. So for example, I can have programmed in my phone 555-1212. However, the network is going to translate that and put a 1 in the area code in front of it.
All right. So for example, just so we're clear, can you start, let's say, with row 18 and explain what that row means? It looks like it was December 3rd of 2018. Let's stay with row 18. Time 14:39 and 17 seconds. What does that translate into, for example, with UTC time?
So that would be 9:39, 17 a.m. East Coast time.
All right. And then under duration, in that column, there's the number 10. Is that in seconds or minutes?
That's in seconds.
Thank you. And it's in seconds throughout that column, which is column letter C.
Correct.
Thank you. And then moving across row 18, we see, for example, calling number is 908-612-6545.
Correct.
What is that, ma'am?
So that's the phone number that's calling into the records of this individual's.
Right. So does that mean in column G, where it says 904-568-1617, that is the number being called, which is this particular device records we're looking at?
Correct.
And then row H would match that. It's the same telephone number, correct?
Correct.
And column I would match that because it's also the same telephone number, correct?
Correct.
That's the destination number.
Yes, sir.
And then what's the IMSI column? Column J. What is that?
So IMSI stands for International Mobile Subscriber Identity Number, which is the serial number that's associated with the SIM card found in the back of the phone.
All right. And how about column K, IMEI? What is that?
IMEI stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier, which is the serial number that's attached to the actual phone itself.
All right. And the last column I want to ask you about is column L. Like, for example, in row 18, it says completed successfully. What does that indicate?
So that indicates that the call went through the network successfully.
Ma'am, have you had a chance to go through these records for this month, dated December 3rd, 2018 to January 2nd of 2019, and review these records?
Yes.
Did you determine if there were calls either made to or made from the following phone number, area code 347-652-3294?
Yes.
And could you give us an idea of the exact number for that month of calls to and or from this device to 347-652-3294?
So it was actually phone calls and text messages together 228 times.
Thank you. And were those made throughout this particular month?
Yes.
So the defendant's phone, let me strike that. So this particular device, I know you don't know without seeing the name, this particular phone number is going to that phone number that I just read, either text or phone call throughout that month 228 times?
Correct.
Now, I want to direct your attention to basically 4 specific calls, and direct your attention, and or calls or texts, and direct your attention to December 20 of 2018. And I would like to direct your attention to row 1368. Do I have that highlighted correctly, ma'am, on stage 36?
Yes.
First and foremost, are we talking about the date of 12/20/2018?
Yes.
In column B, it's the military time with accompanying UTC time of 13:20. what was the actual time of this either incoming or outgoing call?
8:20:49 a.m. East Coast time.
Thank you. And was this an incoming or outgoing call?
This was outgoing.
And was this call made to or from the number we see in column F?
It was made from the phone number ending in 1617.
All right. Does that mean a telephone number that ends in 1617 called the number in column G,
Yes,
as well as the one in column H
correct.
and the one reflected in column I?
Correct.
And lastly, was the duration of this phone call on the morning of December 20th 71 seconds reflected in column C?
Yes.
Ma'am? Now directing your attention to the next, I think there's 4 on that day, but I just want to take them one by one. I want to direct your attention to row 1382. You see that, ma'am?
Yes.
Do I have it highlighted appropriately?
Yes.
Now, was this phone call made either to or from? We'll get to that on December 20, 2018.
Yes.
And again, referencing UTC time and military time in column B, what time was this call actually made East Coast time?
11:18:20 a.m.
Was this phone call 4,892 seconds?
Yes.
And what does MTC mean again, ma'am?
Incoming phone call.
All right, and that's what we see in column E.
Correct.
In this particular phone call, in column F, does 347-652-3294 call the subscriber in these records to the number 904-568-1617?
Yes.
Thank you. Now I want to move to 1401. This is the third phone call I'd like to point your attention to and explain to us. Do you see what I'm highlighting in row 1401?
Yes.
Was this phone call made on 12/20/2018?
Yes.
And will you do the math for us in column B with respect to what time it would have been made Eastern Standard Time?
That would be 3:28:07 p.m. East Coast time.
Was this a 5-second phone call?
Yes.
Was it an incoming phone call to this device?
Yes.
Was the call that is calling this particular device made from 347-652-3294?
Yes.
And the number that is calling to is the number affiliated with this particular device?
Correct.
Then lastly, ma'am, I want to direct your attention to 1404. Do I have the appropriate row highlighted?
Yes.
Was this call made on December 20, 2018?
Yes.
You do the math for us in column B as to what time this outgoing phone call was made on that evening.
That would be 3:47:09 p.m. East Coast time.
Thank you. And was the duration of this call 2,017 seconds?
Yes.
Now, what does MOC mean in column D?
Mobile originating call, which is an outgoing phone call.
All right. Is that what we see in column E?
Yes.
And again, was it made from this device?
Yes.
And was it called to 347-652-3294, which is what we see in column G?
Correct.
Now, ma'am, the last thing I want to ask you about is, can you kind of give us a general explanation or summary about connectivity of this device? For example, if somebody was either in airplane mode or they were using some kind of third-party app, could you tell us or explain to us whether that would be reflected in these records, and if so, explain?
It would not be reflected in the records. It's a third-party app, which would be a data session, which is not reflected in these calls.
All right. Nowhere in these calls.
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of follow-up. I'm not going to take long at all. I wanted to point your direction to a couple of other dates, if possible, with those same numbers that you've been identifying throughout this entire, throughout the entire direct examination. If we go down a little further to 1738. Give me 1 minute. Let's get there. Do you see those same two phone numbers interacting on December 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
And similarly, that duration of that phone call was 495 seconds.
Correct.
That was an incoming phone call from that phone number to from the phone number 347-652-3294.
Correct.
And it was to the phone number of 904-568-1617.
Correct.
Thank you. And you'd previously testified that those two phone numbers interacted quite a bit.
Correct.
Either by text or by phone.
Correct.
And that was throughout that entire month.
Yes.
Not just on those couple of days that we've isolated, but throughout that entire month, before and after.
Correct.
Did you isolate how many phone calls versus texts were given in that 228 number that you provided to us?
No.
Okay. And obviously you can only tell us, as it relates to these phone numbers, that that one number called that other number, correct?
Correct.
Or vice versa.
Correct.
As far as who was actually on that phone call or who was sending text, if it was text, you would not be able to tell us that.
Correct.
You wouldn't be able to tell us who's on the other end receiving that phone call or receiving that text message either, correct?
Correct.
You can simply provide us with this information, which is just raw data of the time, the date, the length of the call, whether it was incoming or outgoing, whether it was a phone call or a text message, and the numbers that were connected.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Ma'am, good to see you. Appreciate your testimony, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
State, why don't you take a break now?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Short, can I just give them a short break rather than an afternoon break?
At the court's pleasure.
That makes it difficult. Okay. Members of the jury, I do something with the attorneys outside your presence. It's not going to take long, so I don't want to give you a full break right now. Again, we just got back from lunch, and I want to get a lot done this afternoon. Let's take a break, go inside the jury room. Give me maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I'll take care of it, then we'll start back up. I will, of course, give you a break at some point this afternoon, and we'll go from there. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other, and we'll see you soon. All right, the jury's outside our presence. You guys may have a seat. So, since it became an issue earlier, given the state's request, I'm assuming, State, who you call? Are you calling SS or ID next?
SS, Your Honor.
Well, I did look up the statute, 916.18. So sub 2, and I'm just going to read it just that way it's in the transcript. 916 point, Florida Statute 918.16 in subsection 2 states that the victim of a sex offense is testifying concerning that offense in any civil or criminal trial. The court shall clear the courtroom of all persons upon the request of the victim, regardless of the victim's age or mental capacity, except that the parties to the cause and their immediate families or guardians, attorneys and their secretaries, officers of the court, jurors, newspaper reporters or broadcasters, court reporters, and at the request of the victim, a victim or witness advocate designated by the state attorney may remain in the courtroom. So I'm assuming SS is requesting invocation of that statute.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And ID is as well.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
But and I think the state sent an email out earlier confirming that the state has confirmed with the media representatives that they're not going to show SSRID live on camera during their testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, in defense, do you have anything you want to add on this issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so what I would ask then at this point, you don't meet the criteria of the exception under subsection 2, meaning that if you're not parties of this case, which is just the state of Florida versus Johnathan Quiles, attorneys and their secretaries, officers of the court, jurors, newspaper reporters or broadcasters, court reporters, and any victim advocate that's present from the state attorney's office. Everyone else must remain outside the courtroom for the pendency of SS's testimony. When ID's testimony begins, SS's family is going to have to vacate the courtroom, and then ID's family can come in. That would be the one switch that would be made. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Defense, anything you want to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so other than that, we're ready to bring in SS
Yes, sir, Your
when
Honor.
the jury's back in.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I
Yes.
take a bathroom break, Your Honor, please?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. All right, I'll take a quick 2-minute break for the staff. Can I see a counsel from each side at sidebar real quick regarding scheduling? Let's go back on the record. I do have counsel of state defense, Mr. Quiles, present. So 91816 was invoked by the next testifying witness, SS. It appears the people in the courtroom, in the gallery, have complied with that statute. Any reason why we can't bring our jury out and the state call the next witness first from the state?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. State's ready.
Defense? Bring the jury in, please.
Judge, do you have the instruction ready?
And Judge, just for clarification, you have the Williams rule reading?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mentioned it. It's not for me.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, he had a question for us.
No. I just wanted to know, yeah. I mean, definitely, no worries. Yeah, thank you. I don't celebrate. Don't touch the celebrate. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready. You guys still ready? All right, let's bring the jury back in, please. I apologize for the...
No problem, sir. I'm gonna sit this right here, and I've got to go downstairs.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, the jury's re-entering the court. Your Honor, one just went in.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. I'm sorry for the delay. Just one of those things that happens during the course of a trial that if you watch TV, legal shows, doesn't really show you how that works. But nonetheless, we're ready to proceed. Everyone else may have a seat. In the state, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, state would next recall SS.
Ma'am, good afternoon to you, ma'am. Just go and have a seat. I think Mr. Gray already placed a cup of water there for you, so if you need something else, just let us know.
Okay.
And you can adjust the microphone to help your voice project a little bit. Want to read the instruction now?
Yes, please, Your Honor, would you read the instruction?
All right, members of the jury, the evidence you're about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, plan, absence of mistake or accident, and corroboration of IS as to count 3 of the indictment, and motive as to count 1 and 2 of the indictment. However, and you shall consider it only as relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. State, you may inquire, you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you just again state your name for the record again?
Iyana Sawyer.
And we'll refer to you as SS the remaining of your testimony. And, ma'am, what is your date of birth again?
September 25th, 2003.
And how old are you today?
I'm 19.
Back in 2017, how old would you have been before your birthday?
14.
How old would you have been post-birthday?
I'm sorry. The previous question is 13, and this question is 14.
Yes, ma'am. And then in 2018, how old? What 2 ages would you have been depending on the month based on your birthday in September?
14 and 15.
Now, during those time frames, I believe you had stated that you had spent a lot of time at the defendant's house. And again, just for record purposes, the person that you know to be Johnathan Quiles, is he still located here in the courtroom today, like as of last week?
Yes, ma'am.
And just identify something that he is wearing today.
A white shirt.
And is he, and then what part of the courtroom?
To my right.
Your Honor, just let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant again.
So reflected.
And would you spend a lot of time at the defendant's house with your aunt and also your Aunt Naomi's house?
Yes.
And would you spend time at the defendant's house along with your sister?
Yes.
And then would there be times where only you out of the siblings went to the defendant's home?
Yes.
Now, during the time frame when you were between the ages of 13 and 15, were they living at that 1503 16th Street house?
Yes.
And just so that we know that we're talking about the same house, I'm just going to show you one picture very briefly. It states Composite 19. Are we talking about this residence here in states 19G?
Yes.
Okay. And how often do you think you would visit at the defendant's house and your Aunt Naomi's house during the ages of 13 and 15?
Very often, yeah.
And just to kind of maybe hone it down just a little bit, would that be weekly or maybe every two weeks type situation?
About every 2 weeks, yeah.
And was your mom a single mother during that time?
Yes.
And would you go over to the defendant's house and your Aunt Naomi's house because the defendant would be there and be an adult over you?
Yes.
Is that fair to say because your aunt would be at work most of the time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during this time frame, SS, did something happen between you and the defendant that was also inappropriate?
Yes.
Were you first the age of 13 when something happened?
Yes.
Now, we also talked about the residence. Was there another 2 locations that we're about to talk about where inappropriate things that your uncle did to you?
Yes.
Where were those 2 locations, just generally speaking?
The car and the beach. The beach.
And we're talking about the car. What type of car?
It was a red van.
I'm going to be showing you again just one picture from State's Composite 21. I'm showing you State's Evidence 21C. Is that the red van that you were just talking about?
Yes.
And then the beach, would that be down in like Jacksonville Beach area?
Yes.
And have you recently viewed a picture of yourself at the beach back in March of 2018?
Yes.
And was that picture on the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And was it a picture of you? There's 2 pictures, wasn't there?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a picture of you and NQ in one of them?
Yes.
And then was there a picture of you, IS, and NQ in another picture?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us about before we get to the incidents, will the defendant ever compliment you?
Yes.
And what type of compliments would he give you?
Like compliment my body or tell me I was beautiful.
Can you talk? And I know this is tough, but yeah, can you get a little closer? We just want to make sure everyone can hear what you say. Okay?
Yeah. He would compliment my body or tell me I'm beautiful.
Now, when you say compliment your body, what exactly do you mean by that?
Like my shape or yeah.
Would that include the breast area?
Yes.
Would that include the buttocks area?
Yes.
Did you have any other uncles compliment you in that way?
No.
How did the compliments make you feel?
Like a little uncomfortable. Yeah.
Now, did the defendant like to talk to you when you were not at the residence of his and his ex-wife's, Naomi Mobley?
Yes.
How did the defendant like to talk to you?
Through Snapchat.
And did the defendant tell you why he liked to speak with you by Snapchat?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the message is a race.
And would the defendant do these compliments as well in the Snapchat format?
Yes.
Now, did the compliments turn into a more sexual nature?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
He would say things that he would want to do to me or send pictures of himself.
What kind of pictures would he send of himself?
Nude.
Now, drawing your attention to when you were 13, would this would have been in 2017, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would have been before your birthday in September of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time of the year in 2017?
Late 2017.
So if it's late 2017, would you have been 14?
Yeah, but some were before I was 14, yeah.
Okay. So first I want to talk about when you're 13, when something first happened. Do you recall?
Yes.
Where were you?
At the beach.
Who was at the beach on this occasion?
Me, my sister, and the defendant's daughter.
Okay. Was it common for the 4 of you to go to the beach together?
Yes.
Where were you specifically at on the beach? And what I mean, had you gone to a restroom? Were you on the sand, the water? Tell us kind of more detailed wise.
The water.
And where was NQ and IS?
On the sand.
Can you tell us what happened when you and the defendant are in the water at the beach when you're 13 years old?
Yes. He was touching me like with his hands over my body.
Now, did you have a bathing suit on?
Yes.
I know, just making sure. Typically, what kind of bathing suit would you wear?
A two-piece.
And you said that his hands, and where did they touch?
My body.
Now, when you say your body, that can mean a lot of different things. Can you just take us maybe from head to toe where he touched you on your body?
My breasts, my butt, and my front area.
Okay. And I apologize for, and we can refer to it as front area the rest of the testimony potentially. I might have to clarify sometimes, but just for record purposes, when you say front area, are you referring to your vagina area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when he used his hands, defendant, to touch you and I think you said your breast, your buttocks, and then the front area, which we know that what that means here, would he touch you over your bathing suit or under your bathing suit on this time?
Both.
Now, did you want him to do that?
No.
Okay. Did it feel awful?
Yes.
How long did it last?
Around 2 minutes.
Did it seem like an eternity?
Yeah.
Now, after that, did you tell anyone?
No.
And why not?
It's embarrassing, I guess. Yeah.
Was it hard to understand it?
Yeah.
Was the defendant somebody that you had gotten to know well?
Yes.
And the defendant was, a lot of the time, you were in his care, weren't you?
Yes.
Was it confusing?
Yes.
Now, did anything else that your memory tells you happen when you were 13?
I'm not really good with dates. Not.
Well, let me ask you this. You talked about the touching. Did that happen when you were 13?
Yes.
And it happened at the beach?
Yes.
Now, when you were 13, did the defendant ever touch you with some other part of his body?
Yes.
Which part? Or parts?
His genital area.
What about his mouth?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the mouth first. Where did defendant, now did the defendant use his mouth at any time during this time at the beach?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And at this time at the beach when you were 13, did the defendant use, and we'll get into more specifics in if it applies or not, with his genitals at the beach, and this time?
I believe he was kissing my neck. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it hard to relive this?
Yeah.
So the defendant kissed your neck when you were at the beach, when the first time you were 13?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you were 13, did the defendant kiss you on the lips?
Yes.
Would that have been at the beach or somewhere else?
At the beach.
Okay. Now, did anything else happen at the beach on this occasion besides the touching? And I say besides, I'm not trying to obviously minimize, but we've already discussed regards the kissing and the touching.
He rubbed himself against me.
Okay. Now, when you say rubbed himself, does that mean that his body touched your body where it was rubbing up against each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you feel his genitals rubbing against your genitals?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have your bathing suit on at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant have a bathing suit on?
It was like shorts.
Okay. And did he have a shirt on or off?
Off.
Okay. After this happened, SS, did something happen after another time?
Yes.
And where were you located?
At his house.
I'm sorry.
At his house.
And is that the house that we just looked at in States 19, the yellow house?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall approximately how old you were at this time?
Around 13, 14.
And do you recall who was at the house during this time?
Yes.
Who?
My Aunt Naomi, me. I'm not sure if his daughter was there at the time, and him.
And with any other your siblings present?
No.
So so it was in total 4 of you, or 3, maybe 4, but you know for sure 3 of you.
Yes.
Where did something happen in the house or outside the house?
In the living room.
And do you recall what time of day or night this was?
It was late at night.
Where were you located at late at night?
On the couch.
Where was your Aunt Naomi located?
In her room.
Were you asleep?
Yes.
Did something happen that awoke you?
Yes.
What happened where you woke up?
The defendant was touching me.
And did the defendant come onto the couch with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
And what did the defendant do to you while you were on the couch?
He was touching me.
I know it's hard, I know, but we gotta have you speak up because we just all need to make sure we know what you're saying, okay? I know it's hard.
He was touching me.
Okay. When you say touching me, I know I have to ask the difficult questions. I apologize again. Do you need some water or anything? You okay?
Okay.
All right. When you say touching me, what is the defendant touching you with?
His genitals.
Do you have clothes on at this time?
Not the bottom portion.
Did you have your bottom portion on prior to the defendant waking you up?
Yes.
Did you have like a 1-piece pajama set or a 2-piece pajama set?
It was 2.
So are you saying that the defendant pulled down were you wearing pants or shorts?
It was shorts.
Did the defendant pull your shorts down?
Yes.
Now, you're on the couch sleeping. Did you have a blanket or pillow or anything with you on the couch?
It was a blanket and the couch pillows.
Okay, so you were sleeping with the couch pillows and then you did have a blanket for the evening?
Yes.
Now, were you on top of the blanket or underneath the blanket?
It was just like on me. I was underneath it.
You were underneath the blanket? Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Now, did the defendant come underneath the blanket with you?
No.
The defendant was on top of the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did the defendant do with the blanket, if he did anything at all?
Just like moved it to the side.
Did you want the defendant to pull your shorts down?
No.
Did you say anything?
No.
Were you in shock?
Yes.
Did your panties get pulled down?
Yes.
Will you tell us what happened from there?
He is intercourse.
Do you need a second?
I'm okay.
Okay.
It was intercourse.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I know.
It was intercourse, and he was just touching me all over.
Okay. I have to ask you a hard question to make sure I have it right on the record. And you can just say yes or no, okay? When you say intercourse, does that mean that the defendant inserted his penis inside of your vagina?
Yes.
And you did not want this to happen, did you?
No.
And you said that you were either 13 or 14 at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said the defendant was touching you all over. Is that with his hands?
Yes.
Did your shirt ever come off during this time?
No.
Did your Aunt Naomi ever come out the bedroom during this time?
No.
Did the defendant use his mouth for anything during this time?
Not that I can remember.
After this happened to you, after this incident, did you tell anyone?
No.
And why not?
I didn't know how, or I just didn't.
Did you just say you didn't know how?
Yeah.
Were you scared?
Yeah.
Now, did the defendant sexual abuse you again after this?
Yes.
Where were you located?
In the car.
And that's the red minivan in States 21 that you had identified for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you and the defendant going anywhere?
Yes.
Where were you guys? Where were the two? Was it just the two of you, or was there more people in the car?
Just the two.
And where were the two of you going?
To the store.
And do you recall what store it was?
Winn-Dixie, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall if it was in the daytime, the nighttime?
It was the daytime.
Do you recall approximately how old you were?
14, 15-ish.
Did something happen beyond just going to Winn-Dixie?
Yes.
Did the defendant take you to Winn-Dixie with the car?
No.
Where did the defendant take you?
Like an isolated area.
And was it here, though, still in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And what happened in the van?
I got in the back seat and he bent me over.
Did you want to go in the back seat?
No.
And, obviously we've looked at the pictures. Are we talking about the two center seats, or are we talking about the third row?
Third row.
Did the defendant ask you to go to the back seat or tell you to go back seat? How did that happen?
More like tell me to go to the back seat.
And what happened in the back seat?
He bent me over and we had penetrational intercourse.
And when you say bent you over, did he take off any of your clothing?
My pants.
And would that include your panties?
Yeah.
And again, I apologize for saying these harsh terms with you. I know you're still only 19. The defendant also, at this time, in the red van that we talked about in States 21, insert his penis into your vagina.
Yes.
Now, did the defendant do anything with his hands during this horrible time?
Not that I can recall.
What about, did the defendant do anything with his mouth to you?
I believe he was kissing my neck.
The defendant was kissing your neck?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you?
No.
Now, after this, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yes.
Did you tell anyone?
No.
And was it based upon the same reasons that you've already told us about being scared, confused, not knowing what to do?
Yes.
Now, is there another time that the defendant sexually abused you that you remember?
Yes.
And is that in regards, again, at the defendant's residence?
Yes.
And were you staying the night?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
Yes.
Who was home?
Him, his daughter, and me.
So just the three of you?
Yes.
Was your Aunt Naomi working through the night?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how old you were?
14, 15.
And is it fair to say that in totality, any sexual abuse that the defendant did to you was between 2017 and 2018?
I'm going to object. Is counsel testifying or asking a question?
Sustained.
Would we have been in, when you're 14 or 15, would we have been in 2017 or 2018?
Both.
Okay. Now, the incident that you're here discussing now in regards to being at the defendant's residence, do you recall approximately when that was?
Late 2017. Oh, no, 2018.
Okay. And would this have occurred prior to your sister's disappearance and murder?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us what happened during this incident?
Yes. I was in the bedroom in the bed. And his daughter was next to me asleep. And it was penetrational intercourse again.
Were you sleeping in the defendant's bed?
Yes.
And I believe you stated there was two other individuals in the bed as well?
Yes.
And was that the defendant?
Yes.
And you stated it was his daughter in Q?
Yes.
Do you recall how old she approximately was at the time?
Like 3 or 4.
Was she awake or asleep?
Sleep.
Were you asleep at the time?
Yes.
Did the defendant wake you up?
Yes.
Did the defendant do anything to your clothing?
The bottoms were off.
When you say the bottoms, what does that include?
Underwear and shorts.
And did the defendant do anything with his genitalia?
Yes.
And what did he do?
It was penetrational intercourse.
Okay. And did the defendant insert his penis inside of your vagina?
Yes.
The defendant, did he use his hands at all during this sexual abuse?
Besides groping me, I don't think so.
And again, just to be clear, when you say groping, does that mean the defendant's hands would touch your chest area, your private area, and your buttocks area?
Yes.
Did the defendant do anything with his mouth during this time?
Not that I can recall.
Now, after this sexual abuse occurred, did you tell anyone?
No.
Was it based on the same reasons that you've already stated?
Yes.
Now, the last time you testified, we had talked about Don Quay. Well, before I get to that, are there any other incidents of sexual abuse that you remember?
Not that I can recall right now.
Okay. So, when you testified last week, you had talked about Don Quay and Parsley. Did the defendant ever ask you to take Don Quay and Parsley?
Yes.
And did you ever receive Don Quay and Parsley pills?
Yes.
And who did you receive these pills from?
The defendant.
And did you take the pills?
Yes.
Did you have any effects physically from taking Don Quay and Parsley, and did you take them together?
Together, it makes you drowsy.
And did you notice any other physical conditions?
Not that I can recall.
Now, we had looked at your previously about pictures from your bedroom. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that states 18 for the record. And were those Don Quay and Parsley pills, again, were they found in you and IS's bedroom?
Yes.
And where did those bottles come from?
The defendant.
Now, were you in love with the defendant like your sister IS thought she was?
Your Honor, argumentative and speculative.
I was asking her.
I understand the
Oh, I'm sorry.
overruled.
No.
And did your sister find out what had happened to you?
Yes.
Did it hurt your sister?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor,
Basis?
and speculation.
Ruled.
And you already answered, so we'll just move on. And one of my last questions for you, ma'am. After finding out what the defendant had done to you, is that why IS had sex with Kamara Humphrey?
Yes.
Was it revenge?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Counsel, from now on, whoever asks questions and who makes objections. I thought that was pretty clear. Just from now on.
Can we verify if that red booklet is still?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. May I please court? All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
And I know we tend to trail off, so I'm going to try to remind you, just like Ms. French did, to stay up close to the mic just so that we can make sure we hear everything moving forward, okay?
Okay.
All right. I want to just kind of go back and start a little bit before where we left off. You've kind of detailed and gone through, I believe, four incidences, essentially. There was a beach incident, an incident on the couch, there was one in the van at when you were headed to Winn-Dixie, and then there was a last one on Mr. Quiles and your Aunt Naomi's bed with their daughter also on the bed. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Those are the four incidents that you can recall as you sit here today.
Yes.
There were no other incidents that you can remember outside of those four.
No.
And you said that you weren't the best with dates, So the date and time period that you provided is basically into 2017 into 2018, but nothing more specific than that.
Yes.
All right, when your sister was missing, she'd been gone for nearly 2 weeks at that point. You'd been confronted about your Uncle John's relationship with her at that point. You'd also been lumped in with your sister, and accusations, including you, were put out, correct?
Correct.
You were asked, had Mr. Quiles ever forced himself upon you or forced you to have sex? Your answer was, he never did anything to me. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You said to your mother, you said to several police officers that nothing ever happened between you and Mr. Quiles. Correct?
Correct.
You then changed that at some point in that conversation or in later conversations to, well, he just touched me on my buttocks or in my chest. Correct?
Correct.
You were confronted again and again, asked about these scenarios to figure out what was really going on. Correct?
Correct.
After being confronted several times, not even on the same dates, not even by the same officers, you finally said it happened once, and you described a couch incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now that couch incident, it's fair to say you've described that incident in several different ways, on several different dates, in several different occasions, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that.
You at one point said that that incident happened in the evening time when your Aunt Naomi was sleeping in the other room. Did you not?
Probably.
You then changed that and said, oh no, she was awake. Do you recall telling me that?
Yes.
In fact, you told me that she was awake, and the way you knew she was awake was because she had a conversation or spoke to Mr. Quiles. Correct?
Correct.
The dates on which you said that incident happened varied widely. At one point, you said it happened in December of 2017. Another time, you said it happened earlier in the year. Correct?
Don't recall.
Now, I want to ask you a quick question. As far as these incidents that you've described, is it safe to say, or is it fair to say, that all of them occurred while Mr. Quiles and your Aunt Naomi were living at that 16th Street house? No matter where they occurred, but that's where they were living during this time period.
Maybe. I'm not good with dates.
All right. Do you recall telling police that all of these incidents happened while Mr. Quiles and your Aunt Naomi were living on the 16th Street house?
I don't recall.
Are you alleging then today that there were sexual encounters or interactions with Mr. Quiles that happened after he moved to the Trout River Drive home?
No.
You're not alleging that he had any sexual encounters with you after they moved to the Trout River Drive?
Not that I can recall.
All right, thank you. You would agree that they moved to that Trout River Drive house in April of 2018. Does that sound about right?
I don't recall.
And just for dates, and I know you said you're not great at dates, so I'm just going to try to put this to rest. If they in fact moved there in April of 2018, you would say, or you would agree, that any alleged sexual encounters ended in April of 2018, if that in fact is the date that they moved to the Trout River address?
No.
You believe it continued after that date?
Like intercourse?
Yes. Or any sexual encounters. You've described 4.
I guess. No.
Well, just make it clear for me, because either it ended in April 2018 when they moved to the Trout River address, if all of the incidents happened at the 16th Street address, or it continued to happen and it did happen at the Trout River address. So which one is it?
No.
It did not continue at the Trout River address.
It would have had to, yes.
Okay. You are changing that even right here as you sit.
You're confusing me.
I'll try to make it clear. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just trying to get an idea of when it stopped. You've previously told police that it only happened while they were living at the 16th Street address. If they moved to the Trout River address in April of 2018, you may not remember that. Someone else will. If they moved to that house in April of 2018, your statements that it only happened at the 16th Street address would mean that it did not continue after April of 2018, correct?
No.
Okay. After you told police that the sexual encounters with Mr. Quiles only happened one time on the couch, you never detailed any sort of beach incident where you were touched inappropriately or anything like that at that time, correct?
Not that I recall.
In fact, it was 4 months where you led police to believe that this couch incident was the only sexual encounter you alleged to have happened. Do you recall that time period?
No.
You went 4 months without changing that version of what happened until you talked to Detective Milowicki. Do you recall talking to Detective Milowicki?
Yes.
And that was around April of 2019, nearly 4 months after your sister went missing. Correct?
Yes.
You gave a statement to Detective Milowicki. Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
Do you remember when you gave that statement to her, you told her essentially, hey, I want to tell you everything that happened. I want to give you all the details I didn't give you before. Do you remember that conversation with Detective Milowicki?
Yes.
Do you remember telling her what I just said, that you were going to come clean and basically tell her everything you didn't tell her before?
Not those exact words, but yes.
That sentiment. I may not be quoting you, and I wasn't there, so I don't know exactly what you said, but am I at least characterizing it in the same way that you talked to to Detective Milowicki?
Yes.
Okay. In that statement, you gave some background and some details to several incidents that occurred. Do you recall talking to Detective Milowicki about being punched in the face?
I don't recall the face, but being hit, yes.
You don't recall talking to Detective Milowicki about being punched in the face?
Not being hit, yes.
One moment, please. Do you recall telling your mother that you got hit in the face?
It's 5 years ago.
Okay. So you're not saying it's not possible that you said that, you just don't recall it as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Milowicki that it was Mr. Quiles who punched you in the face because you told him, and I quote, he had a small dick?
Maybe.
You maybe remember telling that to Detective Milowicki?
I don't recall.
In your statement, when you talked to Detective Milowicki, you later told her that that wasn't true. Do you remember telling her that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling her that you were punched because he wanted you to take some green pills.
Yes.
Do you remember telling her that he punched you and made you take 10 green pills, exactly 10 green pills?
I don't remember the amount I told her, but yes.
Later on, when I asked you these questions, do you recall telling me that it was only 2 pills?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you in fact said that it was 2 pills, not 10?
I don't recall.
Sound like something you would say?
I don't know.
You were asked numerous times by police whether Mr. Quiles had ever communicated with you in any sexual manner whatsoever over social media, over any type of social media accounts, including Snapchat. Do you recall them asking you about this?
Yes.
Every time police asked you, literally every time, you told police that nothing inappropriate ever was discussed on any social media platform. Do you recall telling police that?
Yes.
In fact, in that statement that you gave to Detective Milowicki 4 months after, where you said you were coming clean and telling her everything, she asked you again, did he ever communicate with you via Snapchat? Did he ever talk about anything on Snapchat? And you told her no, it was just normal uncle-niece conversations on Snapchat, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't until June of 2023, 4.5 years later, when I asked you about that all of a sudden now you guys have had all of these sexually suggestive conversations on Snapchat, correct?
Correct.
That's something you never told police. Not even to this day as you sit here right now. Correct?
I guess.
You were actually asked by your Aunt Naomi when allegations and accusations started coming up about your Uncle John having any sort of sexual relationship with your sister. You were asked by your aunt if he had done anything to you.
I was never asked by her.
You claim as you sit here that she never asked you if anything inappropriate happened between the two of you. Let me finish the question before you answer.
No, I would just ask that counsel not be argumentative with the witness.
Why don't you just rephrase the question?
Judge, I was just trying to stop to make sure that the record was clear, but
I understand. I'm not faulting anybody. I'm just saying just rephrase the question.
of course. You're claiming that your Aunt Naomi never asked you whether there was any sort of sexual encounters, interaction, or anything between you and Mr. Quiles.
I don't recall her asking.
Okay. You don't recall her asking that question at all?
No.
Is your statement that she did not ask you that?
Not that aunt.
Not that what?
Aunt.
Other aunts asked you, though.
Yes.
And you told them nothing ever happened.
Correct.
All right, let me talk about the first encounter that you described. You stated you're at the beach, that you believe it was yourself, your sister, IS, and Mr. Quiles and his daughter, NQ, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, your brothers were there as well, KM and SG, correct?
No.
You don't recall telling police that your brothers were also present at that beach?
I don't recall them being there.
All of these people are on the beach, and you're claiming that just you were in the water when this sexual encounter occurred.
In that area, yes.
So they were all sitting on the beach, didn't notice anything going on in the water whatsoever.
No.
You never told any police officer about this beach incident.
I don't recall.
It wasn't until you were in your deposition in February of 2022, more than 3 years later, that you disclosed this beach incident, correct?
I'm not good with dates.
it wasn't any time close to when this incident occurred. And it definitely wasn't in that 4 months after conversation that you had with Detective Milowicki where you came clean about everything that happened between you and Mr. Quiles. Correct?
Correct.
As far as the incident that you described that happened in the van, today you testified that you were headed to Winn-Dixie and that he took you to some undisclosed or isolated area. You don't recall where that was or anything along those lines?
No.
Do you recall telling police that at one point it was in the abandoned parking lot near the Winn-Dixie?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling police that at some point his daughter was in the car with you during some incident?
I don't recall.
Does Mr. Quiles have any, since you have testified that you all have had these sexual encounters, does Mr. Quiles have any distinct markings on his genitalia?
Not that I recall.
You've stated this throughout your testimony on direct, but I'm going to ask it to you again. At no point in time throughout this time period that you allege that these incidents occurred, did you ever mention anything to anyone, correct?
No.
Even in this incident that you allege where your Aunt Naomi was awake and within talking distance, you never said anything to her?
No.
You never yelled out, you never did anything along those lines?
No.
Even after your sister went missing, there were allegations of sexual abuse of your sister. You still, even then when you were asked, did not tell the truth about what you now claim happened. Correct?
Correct.
That's a serious situation going on if your sister's not being found, correct?
You think?
And you still didn't think that, hey, maybe I should disclose this information so that they know, hey, Mr. Quiles, he's been sexually abusing me and my sister. But you didn't think to do that, did you?
No.
You would agree that there has been little to no consistency in what you allege to have happened between you and Mr. Quiles.
No.
You started off saying he never did anything to you, correct?
Correct.
You changed, though, to what happened, when it happened, how many times it happened, who was there when these things happened. So many details of these incidents that you laid out vary depending on the day that you're asked. Got to be a lot to keep a track of, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
SS, do you go about your life wanting to think about the defendant sexually abusing you?
No.
Is it in fact something that you don't even want to think about?
Correct.
Do you want to forget about it?
Yes.
And did you ever tell anyone what the defendant did to you?
No.
Did you ever go to your mom and tell her?
No.
Were you in fact the one that got confronted about it?
Yes.
And was that because your mom had found something?
Yes.
And based upon that, did your mom then confront you?
Yes.
Had your mom not found something and had not confronted you, would you have told?
No.
Were you afraid to tell anything?
Yes.
So you did not freely tell this information, did you?
No, I didn't.
Were you also protecting your sister?
Yes.
And why?
I thought she was going with my grandma, and
Can you? I know it's hard. Take a moment and breathe. I just want to make sure we all hear you, okay?
I thought she was going with my grandma, and I wanted to keep our friendship.
Did you think if you told about the sexual abuse that your sister Would be mad at you?
Yeah.
And did you want to keep her secret from the world?
Yeah.
If you could.
Yeah.
But you couldn't, could you?
No.
Your mom found out.
Yeah.
Did your mom ask you any details about the sexual abuse when this first came out, when your mom found out?
Yes.
Did you want to tell her much?
No.
And did your mom respect that?
Yes.
And this was your mom finding out about the defendant sexually abusing you. That happened while your sister is missing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Why in April were you ready to tell more about the sexual abuse?
She wasn't coming back.
Do you need a moment?
I'm okay.
I'm almost done, I promise. Is that when you knew you could break the promise to your sister?
Yeah.
And is that why you're willing to tell all about the defendant sexually abusing you?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
State, you can call your next witness and just take care of the gallery issues as we discussed the last break.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir, Your Honor. We're ready.
Hey, you can call your next witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. The state would next call ID. Those are initials for the record, not an abbreviation.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, good afternoon. Come over here to your right. Just watch your step as you come forward. There's a slight incline. If you need a glass of water or something, Mr. Gray over here would certainly accommodate you, okay?
All right, that's fine.
And just, if there's an objection made, just pause for a second. Let me rule on the objection. And then from there, we'll go from there, okay?
Okay.
All right, and just, and that microphone can be manipulated so you can project your voice to the rest of the courtroom, all right?
All right.
With that said, state your main inquiry ready.
Your Honor, could you please read the instruction?
Members of the jury, the evidence you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, plan, absence of mistake or accident, as to count 3 of the indictment, and as to motive, as to counts 1 and 2 of the indictment. And you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. State your main inquiry ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Infinity Dixon.
And do you spell your first name with an I?
With the I, yes, ma'am.
And is Dixon Dixson?
Yes, ma'am.
Remaining the time I'll refer to you as ID, okay?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
And what is your date of birth?
January 7th, 2000.
And where do you generally live now?
I live in Jackson, Tennessee.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
And how long have you been a correctional officer?
About a year or two.
Okay. I think a year or two combined?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a break in between?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you're back at being a correctional
ma'am.
officer? Okay. Now, prior to living in the good state of Tennessee, did you live here in the good state of Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have relatives here in Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically in the Jacksonville, Duval County area?
Yes, ma'am.
And who would that be?
Well, my dad, my mom, I have aunts and cousins out here as well.
Now, who is your dad married to?
Paula Dixon.
And who is Paula Dixon related to?
Naomi and Kimberly. She has a few sisters. Did you want me to name them all?
No, that's all right. But is one of her sisters Naomi Mobley?
Yes, ma'am.
And is one of her sister your stepmom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is your stepmom related to Kimberly Mobley?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, based upon the marriage of your dad and Miss Paula Dixon, are you cousins then with SS?
Yes, ma'am.
And then IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Etc.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Now, did you always, let me ask you this, going back to 2017 time frame, 2018, did you live with your dad and your stepmom and family?
Yes.
Prior to that, did you live elsewhere?
Before I moved out here, I stayed with my mom in Jackson, Tennessee.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that your whole high school tenure was not here in Jacksonville, Florida?
No, ma'am, just a senior year.
And that's what I was going to ask you. You moved during your high school years?
Before the school year started, I did.
Okay. And what year did you graduate high school?
2018.
And I believed you had moved here, you said prior to that school year?
Yes, ma'am.
And what high school did you go to?
Sandalwood High School.
Now, through moving here, did you become acquainted with your aunt Naomi Mobley's husband at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you meet him?
I met him outside of a hair store. I was getting reacquainted with my family out here, and he was introduced to me by the family.
And would you have been 17 at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, would the family get together for various events, birthdays, barbecues, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you see the defendant at these family functions?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, back during this time frame, did you have a Snapchat account?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the defendant ask you for your Snapchat username?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he send you a friend request?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when I say he, I haven't asked you this yet, and I apologize. That's my fault, ma'am. Would you see the person that you know to be as Johnathan Quiles, is that who was married to your aunt at the time, Naomi Mobley?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment and look about the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am, I do see him.
Okay. Could you please state where he's located in the courtroom, and then something he's wearing, and give color if there is a color?
I believe that's a white shirt to my right in the front of the courtroom.
Does the person have glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the person located at defense table?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the person Hispanic?
Yes, ma'am.
Or light-skinned?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a better phrase for you?
That's
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yes, ma'am, you're fine.
Okay. And is that Johnathan Quiles, that you know to be? Okay. Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're going to let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
So reflected.
Okay. So did you accept his friend request on Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, did the defendant communicate with you on Snapchat?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant communicate with you in any other type of format?
I believe he FaceTimed me one time.
What about regular phone calls or regular texting?
No, it would always be on Snapchat.
And did the defendant ever tell you why he preferred Snapchat?
Well, he said the messages don't save on Snapchat, so he preferred Snapchat.
So the defendant liked the fact that messages were deleted instantly.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that fair to say that upon viewing a Snapchat message, does it delete afterwards?
Yes, if you don't save it.
Okay. So you would have to actively save that message and or picture in order for it to be preserved?
Correct.
Now, would the defendant send you messages? I think you stayed on Snapchat.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your first impression of the defendant?
Initial impression, he seemed all right. I really didn't know much about him.
However, did the defendant start to ask you things that made you feel awkward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Initially, he would just swipe up on my Snapchats and say, like, I look pretty or I look good. Then it would progress into I was sexy, beautiful, just out the way comments such as that, compliments.
Now, did you have any other uncles talking to you like that?
No, I didn't have any other uncles on Snapchat, for that matter.
Okay. Is Snapchat usually something that you would talk with your friends on?
Yes.
Now, were you aware, personal knowledge, if the defendant was speaking with anyone else on Snapchat in your family?
Yes.
And who was that?
IS and SS.
Now, you had talked about the compliments. Did the defendant say anything else additionally to what you've already told us? And that was the pretty, sexy, beautiful. Did you say good looking too? Or did I?
I just said I look good. I'm not sure.
Oh, good. Thank you. Okay. I knew there was something good. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry for that.
No problem.
Any other additional compliments that you can think of?
No, that's about it.
Okay. Now, did the compliments turn into something more in regards to the commentary from the defendant?
Only one conversation that we discussed in reference to like a condom.
Okay, so let me ask you, maybe I phrased my question wrong.
Right.
At any point in time in your Snapchat communication, did the defendant make the conversation in a sexual nature?
I mean, no, other than what I was just referencing about the condom, that's the only sexual nature it took.
So was there a conversation involving a condom?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about that conversation involving a condom?
Right. It initially started with him asking, was I in a relationship, which I wasn't at the time. And he asked, was I a virgin? Had I had sexual intercourse with anybody at the time? And I told him that I had not yet done anything. And he had told me that if I wanted, I could come over. He could teach me how to apply a condom. And
let me stop you there for just a second. And did you respond to these questions?
Yes, I was answering them as we went along.
I'm sorry, what?
I was answering his questions as we went along in the conversation.
Okay. And did he invite you over after this conversation?
Like immediately after, or just in general?
In general.
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that's how you interpret it in general?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure we do it how you felt and interpreted.
Right.
And did he say what the purpose for having you come over?
Are you speaking like immediately after the situation I'm referencing, or are you talking about another instance?
No, I'm talking about the condom situation.
No, he didn't invite me over immediately after that situation. This was a whole different situation.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, did the defendant want to teach you something?
Yes.
What did he want to teach you?
How to apply a condom.
And what did that mean to you?
Well, he didn't give me another object that was to be used, so I just assumed it would be done on him.
When you say done on him, meaning using his penis.
Yes, correct.
How did you feel about this conversation?
I felt definitely awkward and a little weird after we had that conversation.
And did you tell anybody?
No.
Did you eventually tell someone?
Yes.
Okay. And was it close in time to when this happened? That you told someone?
To when what happened?
Regarding the condom and him saying he'd teach you about that?
No, ma'am.
And was there another time the defendant wanted you to come over?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
I was in band and I ended up having what they call a pseudo seizure. So I was bedridden for like a week or two. I stayed in my dad's house, and me and John had been messaging over Snapchat. He would check on me frequently to see if I was okay health-wise. And then one day he asked if I wanted to come over because my Aunt Naomi wasn't at home, and he would come pick me up in his van. Because I'd asked him, would Naomi be okay with that? He was like, well, she's not here. And I told him, I really didn't feel good. It wasn't really nothing I could do. And he was like, well, it's fine. You could just come over here and rest, and I'll take care of you. And I just thought it was kind of weird because I kept telling him I was bedridden and really couldn't do anything.
And did you ultimately go over to the defendant's house?
No, I did not.
And is this when you had told somebody about this conversation?
Yes, I told my dad.
And after you told your dad, did the defendant talk to you much after that?
Not really. I don't think I went around John too much after that. Like, we took a little break, but then I think we went back around them.
Did you want to keep your distance?
Yes, of course.
Based upon what had happened?
Right.
No further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Back in December of 2018, your cousin IS went missing, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to police at that time about what you may or may not have known about her whereabouts, correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation with police, I believe it was just one conversation essentially, correct?
Right.
Okay. They didn't question you extensively or anything
Not
like
at
that.
all. No, ma'am.
They basically just wanted to know, had you taken her anyway, have you seen her?
Right, yes.
And you hadn't, so that was the end of that conversation.
Right.
After that time period where you talked to police, were you also getting updates and information from your family as to how things were going with finding IS?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So they never talked to you and said, hey, we've been looking for her, we don't know where she is, that kind of thing. You weren't involved in that at all?
Not at all, not after the initial.
All right. Did you ever keep in contact with your family as it relates to once Mr. Quiles was accused of having caused her disappearance?
No, because we wasn't really supposed to discuss it, so I didn't discuss that with them, other than how they were doing.
You never, I'm sorry, say the last part you said again?
I said I never discussed that with them other than how they were doing once I went back home.
Okay, understood, how they were doing. That's the part I missed.
Yes, ma'am.
So after that, did you learn about the accusations and eventually the charges against Mr. Quiles?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would have been right around that time, January 2019, correct?
I really don't know. It was sometime after that.
Was it shortly after IS went missing that you found out about the accusations and the charges against Mr. Quiles?
Yes. Yeah.
And you may not have an exact day, and I'm not asking.
Yeah, I wouldn't know if it was January or not, for sure.
Right, but it was sometime shortly after. It wasn't a long period of time.
Right, no, it wasn't long. It wasn't too long.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Hold on one second. Ma'am, just so the lady in front of you, the court reporter, she has to take down accurately what's being said. Just let her pause, finish the question. Excuse me, let her finish the question, pause for a second, then you can answer.
Right.
She has to take it down, and she can't take down two people talking at the same time.
Okay.
And so we get conversational, it happens. Nobody's fault, it's just the nature of it.
Right.
So just try to, and she'll do the same thing. You guys both kind of stepped over each other. Just try to take a breath after each question, answer it, and then let her ask another question.
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
And I'll do my best. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's probably my fault. Yeah.
We're doing it again right now.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. So I'll slow down just a little bit. That way we can make sure I ask the question fully, and I will make sure to not speak until you're certainly done. Let me just ask you, I know you said it wasn't a long period of time, but you did learn about the accusations and the charges against Mr. Quiles.
Right.
Correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, just trying to get us back to where we were before we had the little pause. So when you learned about that, at that point in time, did you reach out to police and give them this information about Snapchat and communications with him and some inappropriate conversations from your perspective?
No, ma'am. They actually reached out to me.
Okay. And when, if you can recall, I know you said you weren't the best with dates, do you recall how long after these charges that you learned about Mr. Quiles, how long after police contacted you?
It was a while after, because I was shocked they even contacted. It had been a minute since it happened.
Would June of 2022 sound about right?
I wouldn't give you a month, but the year sounds right, but I wouldn't be dead set on the month.
So like 3.5 years later?
Yes.
Approximately.
Correct.
Okay. 3.5 years later, all of that time in between, you never reported this, never talked to police about this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that you had messages between the two of you all on Snapchat. You don't have those messages saved or anything along those lines, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you routinely save messages on Snapchat back then?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Would you describe it? I think you used a word at one point. I don't know if you said it during direct. It might be my memory from talking to you before, but you said something along the lines of you had a bad habit of saving messages, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you, in fact, save messages between yourself and Mr. Quiles back in 2018 time period?
Correction. It would have been 2017 when me and Johnathan were communicating.
Okay, 2017 then.
Right. I initially did until you told me not to, so I stopped.
Okay. Before the time period that you stopped, when you were saving those were saved to your Snapchat account, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You don't have access to that at all, do you?
No, I had an old Gmail back then.
And that old Gmail, you don't have access to that anymore, so we can't verify or corroborate what you said through those messages.
Yeah, I don't have access to it at all.
Now, throughout the time period that you described, and let me just back up because I want to ask you about that. I know the dates, you might need to help me with that. You started your senior year August of 2017, presumably, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you moved to Florida shortly before that school year, so maybe in August, maybe July time period?
I started school in August, so it wouldn't have been August. So I would say like a month or so before.
Okay. So a month or so before, in 2017, you moved to Florida, and then you began having these conversations on Snapchat with him immediately thereafter?
Well, I had to meet him first, so we met, and then the Mars started coming around the family. That's when we exchanged Snapchats and the conversation began.
Okay. And so those conversations you believe were exclusively within 2017, did not continue on into 2018?
Well, it had to be because I turned 18 in 2018. We no longer communicated.
Okay, so you turned 18. You said your birthday was in January, right?
January 7th.
7th, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So January 7th, after that time period, you never contacted or spoke to him on Snapchat at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, fair enough. As far as and I just want to go back and ask, because I know you've talked about how you don't have access to that account anymore because of your email. You don't have access to that email, which means you don't have access to your Snapchat, correct?
Correct.
That information was never asked about or anything along those lines in that time period. So June 2022, when you're asked about it, at that point, you can't do anything about going back and trying to get that information.
Correct. I can't personally.
And you're not aware if police have ever tried to recover any sort of messages or anything like that this late in, after it's happened?
If they did, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you just a couple of other questions because you talked about a couple of incidents, two in particular. One where you guys are having this conversation about virginity and applying a condom, and then the second that you mentioned about when you were sick and being invited over. So let me start with the first and kind of go through that a little bit. When you were having this conversation, or after you guys had this conversation, at the very end of that, you guys didn't continue on or have anything. You said there was no invitation in person or anything like that, or any contact in person, correct?
Are you referencing the condom incident?
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's start with that one.
Okay. No, I don't. He didn't invite me over that day.
Okay. So after that conversation, do you recall telling or relaying those messages to any of your family members?
No, not the condom incident. Only the compliment to my dad.
You specifically do not recall ever relaying those messages, the texting, inappropriate messages, to anyone in your family?
Are you specifically speaking about the condom incident?
I'm asking about the inappropriate messages that whatever you deemed inappropriate.
Oh, no, I did speak to my father about the initial inappropriate messages, such as like the compliments and that part. But the condom incident, I didn't tell anybody about. Okay.
The condom incident was around that same time period when these other conversations are happening?
Around that time period. I don't really want to give you a set date. Like I said, it's been a while, so I couldn't really.
And we may only be talking about a few-month time period if we're talking
right.
After August. Sorry. Let me finish the question real quick. After August until you turn 18 in January, so we're really not talking a whole long period of time.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so it was in that time period, in that same time period that you all were having these other conversations?
Well, it would have to have been, yes.
Okay. As far as you can remember, you never showed those messages to your dad or anybody else?
Correct.
Have you ever said differently than what you're telling us today?
No, ma'am.
You gave a deposition. I'm trying to get the date. Give me 1 second. On September 21st, 2022. Do you recall that?
Not the date, but I'm sure the deposition I would remember.
You don't recall the date itself, but you do remember giving the deposition?
Right, correct.
All right. And I believe you have a... I believe you have a red booklet in front of you. Do you see that there and near you?
The binder?
Yes. I said booklet, didn't I? Binder? I apologize.
No worries.
If you could turn to tab 45, I believe it is.
I object to improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Today you claimed that you have not provided any different information other than, we're going to hold off on that for just a second, if you don't mind. Give me just 1 second.
Okay, I think this is as good as it's going to get.
Thank you for giving me just a moment. Sorry, let me just get back to where I was. All right. Do you recall ever stating that you told my, and I quote, I told my dad, like, you know, Jonathan has been texting me kind of weird stuff, and I think they stopped. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Strike that, please. Quoting from the wrong one, I apologize. Give me just 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm at line, just for counsel, I'm on page 26 at line 8.
I'm objecting again.
I'm just giving you all the,
I can't hear 5 people talking at the same time. I'm pretty smart, but not that smart. What's the objection?
Improper impeachment.
I haven't heard the question.
She's referring her to a page in the deposition.
Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our break. It's 3:06. I'll see you back at 3:25. 3:25. I'll tell Mr. Bradley. I'm having the staff inform the jury to give them until 3:30, so it's the typical 25 minutes that we've been giving them the entire time. Ma'am, do you mind stepping outside?
Yeah. Do I go this way?
You can go out the front doors of the courtroom where Officer Hill is, and he'll take care of you from there, ma'am. And feel free to get some steps and use the restroom, whatever you got to do. All right, so the jury's outside our presence and ID is outside our presence. What are we trying to do?
Judge, I was telling Ms. French as I came back that I wasn't directing the witness to that line. I said, this is for counsel. I'm at page 26 just to let them know where I was going. I wasn't actually asking her to turn to that page.
Are you trying to impeach the witness?
I will impeach her, yes, but I was trying to get to the quote that I wanted to actually provide before we got there.
What are you trying to impeach her on?
Specifically, she previously stated that she actually told her dad when Jonathan had first started texting her with the inappropriate messages.
Isn't that what she said?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Isn't that what she said?
Well, she specifically said she relayed the weird stuff that he was saying, not... She stated that it was about him saying she was beautiful and things along those lines, but I believe that she's saying weird stuff here, which would include that, essentially.
But it could. It's not like she's saying red light and now green light.
No, it's not that clear. That's
So how's it contradictory? That's what impeachment's supposed to be about.
No, I understand, Judge. I just, when we ask her these questions, and I think if we actually go through... I'm just trying to read the entire quote, Judge. That's why I'm...
Sure.
Give me a second.
I don't have the benefit of it, so it's
And I can just read the quote exactly. In the court, I can understand your position. I think maybe my interpretation of what she was saying, beautiful, I told him that weird stuff, I was thinking she meant the other stuff, so that may just
by the other stuff, you mean the condom stuff.
Correct, because she described that as weird.
Yeah,
I
she
found that-
specifically said on the stand that she did not tell her dad about the condom stuff, if I recall her testimony correctly.
Correct, and she does not have an exact quote within here that says, I told him about the condom stuff. So I understand the court saying that I cannot ask her about that.
I have a copy of the deposition if you would like to.
No, I think I got a pretty good idea of it. Is there anything else you want to lay on the record regarding this line of questioning?
No, the exact quote for the record was, I actually told him when Jonathan had first started texting me the inappropriate messages, I told my dad, like, you know, Jonathan has been texting me kind of weird stuff. That was the quote that I was going to use. Obviously, with some context and some background, I think that makes more sense for what she was saying, but it's not an exact quote opposite to, I told my dad about the condom stuff or not.
It doesn't have to be exact quote. It just has to be contradictory to each other. Otherwise, there's no foundation for improper impeachment.
Correct, and I think based on the context, it is contradictory because she's talking about that particular time period in the context of it.
In context of the deposition?
Correct.
So you're saying in the context of the deposition, she's referring to the condom when she says weird stuff.
So, and I'll just back up because I asked her, did you tell your dad at that time that, hey, you've had a couple of bad interactions and I really don't want to be around this guy? She said, yes, ma'am. I said, okay, what did your dad say to that at that point? She said, I actually told him when Johnathan had first started texting me the inappropriate messages, I told my dad, like, you know, Johnathan has been texting me kind of weird stuff. And then she goes on, I was going to ask her some additional questions as it relates to that. Now, just before that, we're talking about this very incident. So I think that's...
Which one, the condom incident or the...
condom incident, correct. So that's why...
So how do you know her answer is referring to the condom stuff and not general comments overall? And that's where a clear deposition is supposed to come into effect. So the state's objection is sustained on that regard. I'll sustain it in front of the jury. You can move on in that regard if you
Absolutely,
like.
that's fine.
Okay. Anything else we need to handle?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Who's your next witness?
Billy Abbott, Your Honor.
Lead detective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
That's going to be lengthy.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
Based on what Mr. Skinner and I had talked about sidebar,
I'm fine. We're going to go.
what I was going to say is if the state wants to do the direct, I cross-examine first thing in the morning, I'm willing to do that.
I'm here as long as I need to be here today. Don't worry about what we talked about a sidebar. We're getting this trial done. That's my main focus right now. So I'll see you guys back at, what did I say, 3:30?
Yes, sir.
I'll see you guys back at 3:30.
Yes, sir.
That should be working now. I apologize.
Yeah, I just noticed that I didn't hear that echo, so thank you, Judge. All right, let's just kind of pick up where we left off if we could. You told your dad about some of the messages that you had received from Mr. Quiles on Snapchat, correct?
Correct.
You didn't particularly give him that information about the condom incident that you talked about already, though.
The condom incident had not yet happened when I discussed the compliments to my dad.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate that. At that time, when you did talk to your father about the messages that you had received at that point, what happened with your relationship with Mr. Quiles and your family, that dynamic? What happened?
When I told my dad, we didn't go around Johnathan and Naomi for like a week or two. I didn't see them around as often as they had been. But after that, we started back going around them.
Okay. So even after, well, you said it was like a week or two, you guys didn't have contact, or you kind of, that relationship wasn't moving forward in any way?
Me and Johnathan, or?
Well, you said it was, I'm assuming your whole family. You guys didn't have any contact with Mr. Quiles, or?
No, I was just referring to myself and my father and my stepmother.
Okay, so your father, your stepmother, Paula, and yourself. Sorry, let me finish the question and then we'll go. We've been doing that a lot. So yourself, your father, and your stepmom stopped having contact with Mr. Quiles and your Aunt Naomi after you told them about these messages.
I wouldn't say stop, but I did say we didn't go around them as often the following week or two.
And was that because of those messages that you all did not go around them?
That's what I assumed at the time. I can't really speak for my dad and my stepmother.
After that week, after you told them about these inappropriate messages that you were receiving or how they made you feel, you're saying you guys went right back to kind of being back around them like normal?
I wouldn't say right back, but they did start coming to like family events that we had and stuff like that.
Okay. And that was just like a week after you gave that information to your dad and your stepmom?
Like a week or two, I'm just guessing, not.
And would you say that when you all went back to seeing him after you revealed this information that you received, that everything went back to normal, like nothing had happened?
Not for me and Johnathan. We definitely talked less. He didn't make much eye contact after that initial break.
But as far as your dad and your stepmom, they went back to hanging out and talking and having a relationship with Mr. Quiles as if nothing happened.
Well, Naomi is her sister, so she kept her relationship with her sister. Well, I don't think they had a perfect relationship with Johnathan to begin with. He was just there when they would be there, so they just communicated as normal, I would say.
As far as the following, once those other messages came in, you never told him about those at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, I want to talk to you about the incident that you mentioned towards the end about when you were sick. You said you had pseudo-seizures and you were kind of bedridden for a few weeks. Let me ask you, during that time period when Mr. Quiles said, hey, you could come over, you can rest or whatever, in that situation, did your dad or stepmom know about that?
Correct. I let my dad know. I do believe Johnathan reached out to my dad to ask him the same question about me coming over that day.
And was that, as best you can understand, was that to help out, or what was the purpose of that?
I mean, I guess it would be the same as Johnathan relayed to me, just me coming over to, I guess, chill over there since I was sick.
Okay. Was this around a time period where Mr. Quiles was also injured? Do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had he broken his femur around that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were people coming to his house to help take care of him during that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so was he, as far as you know, was he asking you to come over there more so because, hey, there's help here, you can rest, people will help take care of you, that kind of thing?
Well, no, because Johnathan was just at home by himself that day that he asked me to come over.
Okay. And during that time period where he was injured and he broke his femur, was he mobile? Was he able to move around?
Somewhat. The times I saw him, he had a crutch that he was moving on, walking on.
And that wouldn't have been in the time period where you were bedridden. This would have been later on?
I don't know. I thought he always had the crutch for his femur.
Fair enough. You never did go over there, correct?
That day?
Yes, that day.
No, ma'am.
Or you never went over there by yourself?
No, ma'am. It was always people there.
You've never been alone with Mr. Quiles or anything along those lines, correct?
One time, but the family was in the living room. I was alone with him in his room.
Okay. During that time period where you were alone with him in his room, did anything inappropriate whatsoever happen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he proposition you in any way or try to make sexual contact with you?
No, ma'am. He just came and sat next to me.
Okay. And at that point in time, when you all were alone in his room, what were you doing?
I was listening to music by myself, watching music videos, and Johnathan came in.
Okay. When he came in, he just sat down and was listening to the music with you?
Well, yes, I do recall the door was open. Johnathan came in and shut the door and sat next to me and started watching music videos with me.
All right. At some point, do you recall his wife coming into the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when she came into the room, did they have a conversation about, hey, something's going on in the house, I need you to come help me, or along those lines?
Yeah, they spoke about something. I don't know what the conversation was verbatim. I don't even recall if I paid attention to what they said, but he did leave shortly after that.
Okay. He and his wife left together out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that, again, there was nothing sexual about any conversation that you all had during that interaction?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Outside of that one time when you say you were alone, you know, listening to music or whatever, have you ever been alone with Mr. Quiles other than that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Every interaction you've ever had with him, family's been around, it's been family functions, that type of thing?
Right, yes, ma'am.
And you've never been sexually assaulted by Mr. Quiles in any form?
No, ma'am.
Okay. He's never inappropriately touched you or done anything, never had sexual intercourse or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Just a moment. Nothing further.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good to see you. Have a good
Good
rest
to
of your
see
day. Say you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would next call Detective Billy Abbott.
Detective, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Watch your step as you come forward. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
I will like one.
Mr. Grover here will take care of that for you. You can just leave it there.
Okay,
Is it in your way?
it is.
Just put it on top of here.
All right, thank you.
That's fine. If there's an objection made, I just ask that you pause. Let me roll on the objection, and we'll go from there, okay?
Okay,
All right. And with that said, state your name, quiet, you're ready.
Your Honor, good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Detective Abbott.
And you said detective. Who are you employed with?
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long?
I've been employed there for 15 years.
What is your current assignment?
My current assignment is the homicide unit.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
4 years and 11 months.
Were you a homicide detective back in December of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And what is the makeup of the homicide unit?
So it's currently composed of 7 teams, and each team has 4 detectives and 1 supervisor.
Back in 2018, however, were there 6 teams?
Correct.
And how are teams assigned homicide investigations?
We are assigned the investigations on an on-call basis. So we would do 1 day a week, generally. You're on call for 24 hours a day, and then it would go to the next team the day after that.
And then if your team is on call and your team is assigned a homicide investigation, does it go through like a rotation between the 4 detectives?
Yes, ma'am. We have a 4-team rotation as well.
Now, amongst the 4 detectives, are there partners?
Yes.
And who was on your homicide team in December 2018 going through 2019?
Detective Guthrie, he was my partner, and then we also had Detective Dishman and Detective Rob Bidlick.
And I believe Bidlick is Bydlik for the record?
Yes.
And do you handle just homicides in the homicide unit?
We handle homicides, but we also do unnatural deaths. At that time, we were handling overdoses, and we also handle kidnappings.
So drawing your attention now to December of 2018, specifically December 30th, where you assigned the case of IS that was pregnant with a date of birth of September 6, 2002.
Yes.
And had someone else within JSO already been working on IS's disappearance?
Yes, the missing persons unit, specifically Detective Porter.
And what was the reason of transferring the case on December 30th to the homicide unit?
They had exhausted all their leads at that time, and they felt like, it's a good possibility that she could be dead, just because there was no signs of her anywhere. For lack of a better term, she fell off the face of the earth.
Now, when you received the case, did you actually speak with Detective Porter?
I did.
And what was the purpose of speaking with her?
So that we could meet one-on-one, our people, her and her supervisor, Sergeant Borowski, and we could just pass down all the information so that nothing was left off.
And also not to exhaust resources on matters that had already been addressed. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Generally speaking, what information did you have when you started your official investigation?
So I knew it was a time-sensitive issue because we're dealing with a 16-year-old juvenile who is also 5 months pregnant. She had already gotten phone records, and there's nothing past the 19th. I see that, on surveillance video from Terry Parker's school, she left in her lunch hour during 11 o'clock, and that was it. And there was no phone calls, nothing beyond that. We're not seeing anything on social media, so it's very concerning.
Now, in thinking about that, were you also given the name of Jose?
I was.
And what were you told about Jose?
So Jose was a name that came up quite a bit in the beginning. That was primarily the name that was popping up in different things that we were being told with her. And we were being told also from the family that Jose was actually IS's uncle, the defendant, Johnathan Quiles.
Now, you just said Johnathan Quiles, and you just made a eyesight motion to the right side of the courtroom for you. Obviously, be my left, but your right side. Did you ultimately come into contact with Johnathan Quiles in this case?
Yes.
And would you recognize this person if you were to see him again?
Yes.
Could you please identify for the record something that this person is wearing and where located?
Mr. Quiles is seated right here next to his counsel. He's wearing a white T-shirt and glasses.
Now, when you say right here, you had also made an arm motion that we cannot obviously decipher.
Right over there.
And that will be my next notion is try not to interrupt me in the middle of talking, because Madam Court Reporter cannot take us talking at the same time. Thank you, sir. Can you just repeat your last answer?
Mr. Quiles is seated right over here next to his counsel, wearing a white long-sleeve shirt and glasses.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Now, did you learn if IS had left the school with any items?
Yes.
And were those 2 tote bags?
They were.
Okay. We'll get into a little bit more about that later on. Now, Were you also provided information in regards to IS's closest friends?
Yes, I was.
And at this point, had Detective Porter been able to make contact with them?
She had.
And were they Sabriah Payton, Marie Logan, Albertha Vey, and Haley Schimpert?
Yes.
Now, you had stated that Detective Porter had reached out to the phone company involving IS's cell records?
Yes. She's the one that subpoenaed her cell phone records.
Now, you had talked about that there was 2 phone calls, and when were they made?
So there was the last 2 outgoing calls were at 7:02 and 7:05. The one at 7:02 was a 904-428 number, 6870. That was identified by her family as Maria Logan's number. And then the second one, the last call, was a 904-661-8779. That was identified as her little brother Stevie's phone.
And is his last name Griffin for the record?
Yes, Stevie Griffin.
Now, what about in regards to text message communications?
There was some text messages with her aunt, excuse me, Jametta, and that was to her number of 904-450-0095.
So you were able to decipher these were all family members or a friend that IS had communicated with on her phone?
Correct.
Now, what about bank records? Did Detective Porter get them, or did you?
Detective Porter actually was able to obtain those.
And were they from the Navy Federal Credit Union?
Yes.
And did you review those?
Yes.
So after you have, would you call it a briefing with Detective Porter?
You could call it that, yes.
And was that on the actual day that you were assigned the case involving IS?
Yes, that was at 9:30 on December 30th, 2018.
And was that a Sunday?
It was a Sunday morning.
Okay. So you were on call?
Yes, that weekend.
And after briefing, you looked at cell phone records, you looked at some bank records. Did you decide to do some field work then?
I did.
And what did you do first?
So I'm being told initially that, her uncle could be involved with this. I thought, why not go straight to him and speak to him at his house?
And where were you told that he lived?
He lived at 528 Trout River Drive.
Is that here in Jacksonville, Duval County, Florida?
That's Duval County in the Panama Park area, I would say.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the defendant's residence?
Approximately 11:30.
Is that a.m.?
A.m.
Just to be clear.
Sure, yes, a.m.
Thank you, sir. And when you arrived, was anyone home?
Yes.
And who was home?
Mr. Quiles was home. His wife, Naomi Quiles, was there. Their daughter, Nia.
What about any other children?
I don't recall any other children in the home. There may have been a couple of younger children.
Now, did you learn that the relation between the defendant and then his wife at the time, Naomi Mobley?
Yes.
What was the relation between them and IS?
IS was the maternal niece.
Of biologically to Naomi Mobley?
Yes.
And then by marriage to the defendant?
Yes.
And did you tell them why you were at their residence?
Yes, I did.
And who did you want to speak with? Both? One of them? Who?
Both.
Did you speak to them?
Yes, I did, together.
And why did you speak to them together?
Wasn't trying to hide my intentions. I wanted to just kind of get it all out in the open and just see where they were, the day she went missing, and just get a good feel for, communication with the two of them.
So just to be clear, you weren't trying to interrogate the defendant this time, were you?
No.
Okay, so you were just...
Non-custodial.
Were you just trying to find more information out?
Correct.
Now, specifically in talking with the defendant, was there any discussion about items that IS had taken with her?
Yes.
Again, just focus on the defendant's statements. What was that conversation?
The conversation was regarding what she had packed, and it was told to me at that time that she only packed Victoria's Secret's underwear and bra, and the defendant said 38 pair of underwear.
And was that in relation to talking about the Victoria's Secret undergarments?
Yes.
And did you ask him how he knew that she took 38 pair?
I did not ask him how he knew. I just put an asterisk in my note by it because to me that was a red flag.
Now, when talking with the defendant, did you ask him about vehicle usage?
Yes.
And did you learn what kind of vehicles the defendant and Naomi Mobley owned?
Yes.
And what type of vehicles?
They owned a van, and then they also owned like a SUV, Dodge SUV.
And I think, was there another Buick as well?
Yes, there was a maroon Buick, yes.
And did you learn what vehicle the defendant was driving during the December 2018 timeframe?
Yes, he was driving the red van.
Now, when you arrived on the property on December 30th, 2018, did you see, and was that red van a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes, it was a Chrysler Town and Country.
Did you see that van on the property when you arrived there on December 30th?
No, I did not.
Did you ask the defendant about that van?
Yes.
What did you learn?
That he had sold it on Facebook the day before.
And so when you say the day before, would that have been on December the 29th of 2018?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant why he sold the van?
I did.
Go ahead, sorry, sir.
He said he needed the extra money.
Did you learn who the defendant had sold the van to?
Yes.
And was that a Roy Redding?
Yes.
That's Redding for the record. Now, were you able to ascertain the location of that van?
I was.
And was Mr. Redding willing to allow JSO to do a process of that van?
He was.
And did you go to his location?
Yes, I did.
I believe, was that his residence?
Yes.
Was that here in Jacksonville?
It was.
And did you have, at the time, Detective Pfister, it's now Lillard, come to the scene?
I did.
Now, during also this time frame that you are speaking with the defendant, did you ask for his DNA?
I did.
And was he willing to provide it?
He was.
And was that DNA taken?
Yes.
And at that time, was the DNA taken based upon learning about a sexual assault allegation?
Yes.
And did you submit the defendant's DNA to be compared to that sexual assault investigation?
I did. I submitted it on January 2nd, 2019.
And did you ask for it to be a rush?
I did.
And was that based upon your review of the findings that Mr. Nicholas Coutu had found that he had found some DNA involving that sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And just to be clear, that sexual assault kit was from March of 2018. Is that fair to say?
That is accurate.
And also, again, to be fair, that was also involving an allegation with a Kamar Humphrey?
Yes.
Now, did you ask the defendant about his whereabouts at this time in regards to December the 19th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
And what did the defendant tell you?
He told me that he was at work all day on the 19th.
And did he tell you that he never left the property that day?
Yes.
After you spoke with the defendant and his wife, what did you do next?
I wanted to go to his place of employment, Ace Pick Apart, and just kind of verify that he was there all day.
And did you go?
I did.
And is that located at 9152 North Main Street, Jacksonville?
Yes.
Is that here in Duval County?
It is.
Now, when you arrived, were you able to make contact with anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Gary Lindros.
And did you learn that the defendant had been at work on December 19th?
Yes.
And did you also ask about the 18th and the 20th?
I did.
And was the defendant at work those days?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Detective Abbott, did you ask for some aerial photographs to be taken of Ace Pick-Apart?
I did.
And when were they taken?
May of 2019.
I'm showing you it's been marked in as states. Oh, I gotta. Can everyone see? I just want to make sure inquire so everyone can see. Thank you all. Okay, give me 1 second. So for record purposes, Detective Abbott, I'm showing you it's been marked in evidence as state 67. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you stated this was taken about 5 to 6 months after December 2018?
Yes, in May.
And so in looking at state 67, does it appear to be, bless you, does it appear to be fairly the same and accurate from when you were there in December in 2018?
Yes, it does.
Now, which way do you get in and out of Ace Pick-Apart? If you could just draw it for us, please, sir.
This is the main entrance right here.
Now, is there only one parking location for visitors, police, customers?
Yes.
And could you just draw a line of that location?
Be down through here on the exterior of the lot.
Now, let me go ahead and erase for a second. When a person drives into the lot, is there more than one place a vehicle can go?
Yes.
Could you please show us those two options?
So when you first pull in, there's a spot here, but customers are not supposed to go back there. And then there's a spot here to enter the lot. Customers are not supposed to go in that way. They want everyone. There's a series of chain link fences that kind of lead you through and around this building so that they can kind of control the entrance and exit of people that do not work there.
Because in looking at all those vehicles that's to our left, are those vehicles that customers can go and look through for parts?
Yes, once they've entered in through this area right here.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the first area that you discussed, which is to the right of the screen. And do you agree that is encompassed with a blue fencing?
Yes.
Now, that opening, when you personally went there on December 30th, 2018, was there a gate there?
No.
Was that area open?
Yes.
And have you been to Ace Pick-Apart numerous times?
Yes, for different cases.
And based upon your personal observations, has that area always been open?
Yes.
Now, something though I want to point out to, regarding this fence area here in between, I'll just call it A and B area. That's because do we see a fence in between, just generally speaking, for record purposes, in
yes.
A and B? Yes?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. Now, at the time in 2018, was there any opening between A and B?
No.
Is there an opening there now?
Yes.
However, for our purposes, there was no opening.
Correct.
And is that why vehicle work had to go in actually the customer parking lot to go from A to B?
Yes.
Now, is it your understanding that A was later purchased? I mean, it was purchased at the time in December, but that was something that was acquired by Ace Pick-a-Part?
Yes.
And was there still some items there from a former concrete factory?
Yes, and you can still see some of those items there.
Now, I'm going to fast forward just for a second for you. At some point, did you have a canine come, and I think it was on more than one occasion, to Ace Pick-a-Part?
I did.
And one of those vehicles, was it a blue GMC Envoy?
Yes.
Now, could you please show the jury where the location was approximately of where that blue GMC Envoy?
So at the time, they had several rows of vehicles backed up here, right against this wood line, and it was kind of in the middle back there. I circled it.
And that would be to the, if we're looking at, again, just A, which is the old concrete factory side, that the vehicles would have been closest to, looks like a body of water behind it?
Yes.
And is that where the canine had hit on that blue GMC Envoy?
Yes.
Now, did you learn the areas of where the defendant would work at when he was at Ace Pick-a-Part?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show us the areas of where you learned the defendant could work?
Pretty much everywhere on the property, to be honest with you. He did a little bit of everything there. We would see him, around this area moving cars. He would also take these large forklifts and come back in this area as well, moving things around and doing whatever needed to be done or whatever he had been tasked with.
And so you brought up another area of questions. When you talked about the first area, so that would be in the B part. There's a row of items, and then you had drawn a red line with some spacing in between rows of items, some of them being cars. When you ended the area here, and I've now done a blue line towards the end of that open area, is that where, at the time, the car crusher was located?
Yes.
And then in front of the car crusher, was that where there would be, and I mean, this is obviously not to scale, where the container would be located?
Yes, kind of back there by it.
Okay. Now, when you were out there, did you learn if they had video surveillance or not?
I did ask about that, and they did have surveillance.
And did you request video surveillance for December 19th and December 20th of 2018?
I did.
Now, did you learn that there weren't cameras for all the areas here at Ace Pick-a-Part?
Yes.
And did you ultimately get video surveillance?
I did.
And did that include multiple cameras, fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And were most of them concentrated on the public access regarding customers?
Yes.
And in regards back to this area that we've just been calling A to simplify things, did you learn that there was at the time, there was no camera surveillance for this area?
No.
I'll keep this here just for a moment in case we need it again. Now, did you also learn that the defendant's supervisor was a Larry Carlson?
I did.
And was Larry Carlson there when you came and visited on December the 30th?
No.
And why not?
He had been out of work for a little while because of like a hurt leg or a hurt hip.
And was Larry Carlson there on December 19th and 20th?
No.
Now, I believe also, too, was there a download done on IS's sister, SS?
Yes.
And did you review that?
Yes.
And based upon your review, was there any material associated with IS?
Not that I found.
Now, did you also try to make contact with other particular locations where a person, if they need help or in danger, would go?
Yes.
And what did that include?
That included calling all the local hospitals around the Jacksonville area to see if anybody with the name IS had been checked in or a Jane Doe.
And first using her name IS, did you find anyone?
No.
Then using the name Jane Doe, was anything reported to you?
No. And a juvenile that's pregnant, that would spark red flags. That would probably coming in by themselves like that, injured, that's going to prompt the hospital to call the police or at least use their off-duty officers to come see if everything's okay.
Now, did something come to your attention in regards to potentially taking an airplane flight?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So, talking to IS's mother, Kim, she's desperately trying to figure out where she might have gone, what's going on, and in looking through computers and things like that, iPads, she finds, I guess, like a screenshot of a flight that had been looked up. But it was a flight that was looked up, not actually bought.
However, did you still check with the airlines?
Yes.
And could you find any record that IS had taken a plane flight somewhere?
IS was not on any of the manifests for that day.
Now, in regards to the Terry Parker High School area, did you do some investigation into maybe city buses?
Yes.
Because did you learn that she had last been seen walking out of the school?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do in reference to city buses?
We all contacted, I contacted the city bus and asked them, were there any buses in that area during this time? And if so, could we review the video surveillance to see if this particular girl gets on? And the video on the buses is really good, and we have really good contact with JTA. And the lady looked through everything that she could find, and she's like, I'm not seeing anybody like that at all. She took it a step further to look for buses just driving through the area, because you can actually pick up people walking down the sidewalks as well. And nothing was seen on any of those videos either.
What about Greyhound?
Greyhound, yes. Detective Porter looked into the Greyhound.
And was there any information out of Greyhound involving IS?
IS was not on any tickets that were purchased. And she tried to get video, but their video wasn't up and running because they had just opened up the station.
And that's a new station not far from here?
Correct.
Now, moving on to the next day, December 31st, 2018, did you work on this case?
I did.
And what did you do?
I met with Detective Bartley with the School Board Police Department. I wanted to look at more video from Terry Parker High School of where she was at on the property, make copies of her leaving, things like that.
Now, was there a canvass done of the area surrounding Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
And what type of area is surrounded by Terry Parker? Is it businesses, residential areas?
It's all residential.
And when we say canvass, what does that mean?
Driving around initially looking for surveillance cameras. You have to remember this was kind of before Ring, so you didn't see a lot of Ring cameras up on everything. It would be the old school cameras, and a lot of people just didn't have those. But Detective Dishman and Bidlick, they looked in that area for video to try to catch her anywhere, and they weren't able to come up with anything.
Now, did you meet with anyone in person?
Yes, that day, yes.
And who did you meet with?
I met with SS.
And did you get a potential tip from SS about IS's possible whereabouts?
Yes.
And where would that have been?
That would have been with her grandmother in Georgia.
Was that a Nancy and Clifford Ware?
Yes.
Now, based upon that, what action did you do?
I first called them up, talked to them. Is she up there? We're just trying to find her, make sure she's okay. They swear up and down she's not. So I called the local police department to go in after that phone call and search themselves. And then after that, I'm still talking to SS about this, and I prompt SS to do a controlled phone call, which is where she will call her grandmother with the phone on speaker, and you hold it up close so it doesn't sound like you're talking on speakerphone. And I'm like, talk to her about, what you believe she did, getting her up there and all this. But ultimately, Ms. Sawyer denied ever sending a bus, putting her on a bus or coming and picking her up, denied her being up there. And then later, not necessarily that day, but later, probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, I sent the police back to her home to do another search later at night when we might be able to catch them off guard to try to see if she's actually there or not.
And was IS there?
No.
And ultimately, was this tip then came to a conclusion of not being involved?
Correct.
Now, you stated that you had put a rush into the defendant's DNA would that have gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And based upon that rush, when did you receive those results?
Pretty quick. It came back January 7th, 2019.
So 5 days.
5 days.
And did those results involving that the defendant's DNA was found on some underwear in a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
So moving forward to the next day of January 8th, 2019, were you coming in to do some follow-up and based upon those DNA results?
Yes.
However, did you get some further information?
I did.
And did somebody call in with some information?
Yes.
Who?
Johnathan Quiles.
Now, who told you about, and don't go into what the statements are, but how did you find out about this phone call?
I was notified around 9 a.m. by Detective Porter that she had just gotten off the phone with Johnathan Quiles, and he had wanted to call in and give information.
Thank you, sir. And was Johnathan Quiles' information then forwarded on to you?
Yes.
Did you call him?
I did.
And again, we're not going to go into his statements, but based upon those statements, did it change your investigation involving IS?
Yes.
And how did it change?
It turned it from a missing persons case to a homicide case.
Now, based upon the information that Johnathan Quiles provided, did you try to then seek some corroboration?
I did.
And did Johnathan Quiles tell you how he communicated with the defendant regarding this information?
Yes.
And how?
Phone calls, text messages.
Now, did you ascertain the defendant's cell phone records?
I did.
And did you look at those cell phone records?
I did.
And were you able to confirm whether or not Johnathan Quiles had talked to his brother, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that, I believe, 4 times on December 20th, 2018?
Yes.
And they talked other dates. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. They talked quite frequently.
Okay. Now, did you also, after that, what did you do?
After that, I needed to further corroborate the statements that he made to me.
And did that lead you back to Ace Pick-Apart?
It did.
And generally speaking, what information about Ace Pick-Apart?
I wanted to know if they had a large roll-away dumpster, and if they did, if they kept records of when it was picked up.
And did you learn that they did?
Yes.
And what was the company of this roll-away dumpster?
It's All American Garbage.
And did you learn if the trash had been picked up in the month of December?
Yes.
And what was the date?
December 20th, 2018.
Now, did you speak with anyone associated with All American Garbage?
Yes.
And again, without going into statements, who did you speak with?
Billy Brown.
Now, did you also try to get some information of where that container would go after being picked up from Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes.
And where is that?
Mr. Brown informed me that all American garbages only go to the Otis Road landfill.
And did you then reach out to Otis Road landfill?
I did.
And again, just tell me who you spoke with there.
Ed Smallfield.
And did Mr. Smallfield give you some information in regards to the operation of Otis Road landfill?
Yes.
And at that time, did you ask Mr. Smallfield to do something for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And what was that?
Cease operations in a particular area of the landfill.
And would that have been on what date?
It was the 8th that I contacted him about this.
And that's just 2019?
2019, January 8th, yes, ma'am.
And then is January 8th, 2019 also one of the days that you had K-9 go out to Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes.
And did you have retired Detective King come out there from another agency with his K-9?
I did.
And was there an alert to a red Mercury vehicle?
Yes.
And did you have I guess it's like a blood tissue found?
Yes.
And did you submit that to the lab?
I did.
And that's come back to a female not involved in this case?
Correct.
Or unknown person?
It was an unknown person.
Okay. And I believe that then the date that we had talked about with the blue GMC, that was 2 days later on January the 10th, 2019?
Yes, on the 10th.
Okay. Now, were you present when Detective King was on the property with his K-9?
I was on the property, but I wasn't with him every step of the way.
Were you there any times when the dog alerted?
Yes.
And what did you personally see the dog alert to?
The GMC Envoy.
Anything else? Again, just your personal observations.
Not there. I saw it alert other places.
And was that the car crushing machinery?
Yes.
Now, did you ask about that company that takes crushed vehicles?
Yes. Once they crush the vehicles down, it's pretty much just like a large box of just twisted metal. And they'll put several of them on a semi and they take it out to Baldwin to trademark metals. It'll be either shredded or melted down after that.
And that usually would happen the same day?
Yes.
Give or take?
Give or take a day.
You might just have a moment, please. Now, Detective Abbott, on January 8th, 2019, was the defendant arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And did you speak with the defendant?
I did.
And was the defendant placed into the Duval County Jail?
Yes.
And did the defendant still deny knowing anything? Did the defendant deny knowing anything about IS's disappearance?
He did.
And did you confront the defendant about the DNA found on the crotch area of the panties?
Yes.
What was the defendant's response?
He said there's no way, and he thought we were making it up and lying to him.
And did the defendant still deny that he ever left his place of employment on December 19, 2018?
Yes.
Now, was there a decision made prior to booking the defendant in jail?
Yes.
What was that decision?
The decision was to provide a recording device to an inmate inside the Duval County Jail, and then he would be placed into the cell with them to record any statements that he might make.
And did Detective Bidlick help you with that situation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, afterwards, did Detective Bidlick tell you that there was some information on the wire?
Yes.
And did you listen to that?
I did.
And the two individuals that were involved in that wire, were they Morris McClendon and George Jackson?
Yes.
And was the wire audio recorded?
Yes.
Now, did you go back to Ace Pick Apart on January 11th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And who did you speak with?
It was Johnathan Lindros.
And did Mr. Lindros provide you something?
Yes, he did.
And what did he provide you?
He provided me with a aerial Google map that's the satellite image of their property that had been given to him by Mr. Quiles, Johnathan Quiles, where he had took it upon himself to walk the entire circumference of the property and to make a note where all the holes in the fences were. And he let him know that he went ahead and fixed all the holes so that people couldn't sneak into the property.
Now, did you also retrieve the defendant's cell phone during his arrest?
Yes,
Did you do a search warrant of that cell phone?
I did.
And when you reviewed the cell phone data, did you find that map that the defendant had provided to Johnathan Lindros?
Yes.
Had the defendant sent that image to Johnathan Lindros in a text message?
Yes.
Now, was a decision made to travel somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
New York City,
And why?
to speak with Joseph Quiles.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, I did.
And was it in regards to what he had called JSO for earlier, a few days before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did the topic of gun gallery come out?
It did.
And did that come from the wire?
It did.
Now, did someone go out to the gun gallery?
Yes, I asked my sergeant to go out there.
And did you receive any items from gun gallery?
Yes.
Did you review it?
Yes.
And what did you observe on that item?
It was a sign-in sheet from December 20th, 2018 with Mr. Quiles' signature and printed name.
And is gun gallery located off of Beach Boulevard?
Yes.
Now, drawing your attention back to Otis Road landfill, was a decision made by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to do a search there?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions. We've had other witnesses talk about it. However, did the search go on for 16 actual search days?
Yes.
However, IS was not found, was she?
Her body was not found, no.
But were there other items indicative potentially of IS?
Yes.
Was that just based upon information you had been provided?
Yes.
Involving potentially that 38 pair of Victoria's Secret panties the defendant had told you about?
Correct.
Did you find a Terry Parker book?
I did.
Now, were you there when the canine Detective King was there at the landfill?
Yes,
And did you see alerts as well during that time frame?
I did.
Did you ever see the vultures as well?
I did. They were there almost every day.
Now, after confirming that the defendant had gone to the gun gallery on December 20th, 2018, did you investigate whether or not a firearm existed?
Yes.
And what did you find out in regards to a firearm?
I learned that the defendant owned a firearm, a 9mm, that was still in his home at 528 Trot River Drive.
And was this confirmed with Naomi Mobley?
Yes,
However, did you do, though, a search warrant?
I did.
And I believe Detective Hamilton had come out with you to do that search warrant?
Yes, she did.
And were you able to recover that gun?
I did.
Now, were you also told that, though, there was a gun cleaning kit?
Later, I was told about that.
And were you ever able to recover a gun cleaning kit?
I went back under a separate search warrant and was not able to find it.
Now, did you find out through your investigation that the defendant would go often to gun gallery?
Yes.
Now, were you made, on this February 25th, 2019, were you contacted by Naomi Mobley?
I was.
And was that in regard to some items that were of defendants?
Yes.
What were those items?
It was a rain suit and a saw.
However, did you learn that someone else wore that rain suit more recently than the defendant?
Yes, her sister.
And did you do a search warrant, though, to obtain these items?
I did.
And was that rain suit then also associated with the Ace video pick-apart?
Yes.
And is that what the defendant is wearing on December 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Now, at some point, based upon the items found at the landfill, was there a discussion with Miss Kimberly Mobley?
Yes.
And did you, before telling Miss Mobley about items you found, did you ask her to describe items to you?
I did.
And was there a particular item that she had described to you?
Yes.
And what was the description of that item?
It was a pair of underwear, Victoria's Secret. It was black, white, and pink, and had pink mouths or kisses all over it.
Now, did Miss Mobley, when you were talking with her, know that you had found a pair of underwear that matched that description?
No.
Now, were you also doing some other search warrants that involved Google location data?
Yes.
And then cell phone data?
Yes.
Now, we had talked about obtaining defendant's phone. Were you ever able to recover IS's phone?
No, I was not.
And so you were never able to do what's considered a cell dump of IS's phone?
No, I was not.
And what about social media?
Yes, I did multiple social media accounts.
Would that have involved Facebook?
Yes.
Would that have involved Instagram?
Yes.
And what about Snapchat?
Yes.
And whose documents were you doing search warrants for?
IS's documents, as well as Johnathan Quiles' documents.
And I know we had talked about also that Detective Porter had spoken to IS's close friends. Did you as well?
Yes, I did.
And had they ever heard from her post 12/19/2018?
No.
Now, though, specifically in regards to some conversations with AV, were you told about an individual that was unknown with a number.
Yes, I was.
And that would be defense 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did Ms. Bay inform you about that information?
Yes,
And did you look into it?
I did.
And was there anything involved with that potential unknown individual in this case that you're aware of?
No.
Now, there was something also about that number, 904-661-7889.
7889.
Whose number is that?
That's Stevie Griffin's. IS's little brother.
Now, were you contacted by Ms. Kimberly Mobley on April 2nd, 2019?
Yes,
And based upon that phone conversation, did you go out to her residence?
I did.
And did you have a crime scene detective come out?
Yes.
And what items did you have collected at that time?
A pill bottle of Don Quay and a pill bottle of parsley.
And did you also ask Dr. Thomas to review those items and what those items mean?
Yes.
Now, did you meet with SS again on April the 4th, 2019?
Yes.
And did you want to speak with her about what she knew or did not know in regards to IS?
Yes.
And did you obtain some additional information?
I did.
And then in regards to those unique Victoria's Secret underwear, was Victoria's Secret contacted?
Yes.
And did you learn if those underwear had come from a certain collection?
Yes, the 2017 collection.
And then also, did you inquire with Naomi Mobley about the Don Quay and parsley?
I did.
And did she provide you some information about the Don Quay and parsley?
She did.
Based upon speaking with her, did you then do some further either search warrants or subpoenas for information?
I did.
Did that involve Amazon?
Yes,
Did that involve Wells Fargo banking records?
it did.
Was the Wells Fargo banking records for who?
That was for Johnathan Quiles and Naomi Mobley.
And then whose Amazon records did you inquire?
It was theirs as well.
When you say theirs,
It's Naomi Mobley and Johnathan Quiles.
thank you, sir. And did you get that information back?
Yes,
And did you review it?
I did.
Now, in regards to the Amazon information, did you also get some information for Naomi Quiles regarding that?
Yes.
Now, I know the print is a little bit small, but in States 58, it's a blow up. But do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what are you looking at?
These are the computer screenshots that she took of their Amazon list.
What are the dates?
October 7th, 2017, and October 4th, 2017.
Was there something in particular that was ordered on October the 4th, 2017 on the defendant and his wife's Amazon account?
Yes.
And what was that?
Don Quay and parsley.
I think it's Don Quay.
Yes.
And then on the other date,
It's the parsley.
okay, you want to make sure it's accurate.
Yes. It's so small. Yes, the parsley was on October 4th, 2017, and on October 7th, it was Nature's Way Don Quay route.
Thank you, sir. You're on permission to pass around due to the font.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Should we get it, Your Honor? Oh, thank you, sir. Then upon review of the Wells Fargo records and States 59, were you able to ascertain whether or not these purchases were made from the defendant and his wife's, Naomi Mobley's, Wells Fargo account?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, and throughout the course of this investigation, are you also sending additional items to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I am.
And so are you the one that makes the determination of what goes to the lab?
Yes.
And in this case, did you send anything possible for DNA testing?
I sent a lot of things for DNA.
And that involved the landfill, the firearm, things like that?
Yes.
Now, I had mentioned him earlier. Were you provided information about a Kamar Humphrey? We had talked about that sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And did you look into him as a potential suspect?
I did, yes.
And, however, did you find any information in regards to him and the disappearance, ultimate murder of IS?
No.
And when you took over the case December 30th of 2019, had Kamar Humphrey's DNA been provided? I think provided, but had there been any resolution of the results of the sexual assault examination?
No, not at that time.
Is it fair to say the results did not come out of the sexual assault examination until January 7th, 2019?
Correct.
Now, were there other tips being provided to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in regards to IS?
Yes, there's always a ton of tips that will come in on missing persons cases.
And are those looked into?
Yes.
And were they looked to in this case?
Yes.
And in the end, do some tips give information and do some do not?
Correct.
And that would be on any case?
Every case.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Tips aren't always accurate.
Okay. Is that why they have to be investigated?
Yes. Some you can investigate right away because, someone's like, oh, 4 days ago I thought I saw a female walking down the road. Well, you can drive back out there, but it's 4 days after the fact. The person's going to be gone.
Now, did you also obtain DNA known samples from the Mobley family in regards to the Don Quay swabbing and parsley swabbing?
Yes.
Now, you had stated that you had obtained a cell dump and cell records. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you first States 33 composite. It's one disc, but there's multiple items on it. And can everyone see their screen? Thank you all. Now, Detective Babbitt, what are we looking at?
This is the first page of a Cellbrite report of a cell phone download.
And did you send the defendant's cell phone to the computer forensics unit?
I did.
And now you said Cellbrite. Is that the technology that is used so someone can easily read the documents, items, data from a person's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am. It's a sort program. So it takes all the data off your phone and sorts it out into different tabs. So you can click on here for pictures, here for videos, here for messages, here for locations. It's all the calendar, the cookies, everything is listed off to the left-hand side when it sorts it and breaks it down.
So when we're looking to the left side, is that kind of like our barcode of information that we can look into?
Yes.
So if it says call log, we can actually go and click on the call log. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in fact, even like in the table search, can we put in some numbers and will it do a search for us?
It will.
So if we put in beginning numbers of 347, is that a New York area code?
Yes.
And in fact, I hadn't asked you yet, sir, and I apologize. And when we're seeing the number 347-652-2394, were you able to determine whose phone number that was?
Yes.
And whose number?
Joseph Quiles.
So when we're looking here at under the call log, and I put in 347, does it then bring up every individual that has the beginning of 347?
Yes, it does.
Now, Detective Abbott, if I wanted to go and look at the dates of this call log, where would I go?
Scroll to the right.
Okay. Now, with these, because it says UTC plus 0, does that mean that the times indicated are in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes and no. It's in UTC time. That's coordinated universal time is what it means. It's going to be 5 hours or 4 hours off of Eastern Standard Time, depending on if we're in daylight savings time or not. It's kind of like a worldwide standard that most of your cell phone companies use, social media uses that. Everything that we get from these companies is always in this coordinated universal time, UTC.
Now, was there something of note during your review that you recognized in these records?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was approximately 2 years of data missing.
Okay, and should I continue to scroll down?
Yes.
Okay.
Scroll down to December 20th, 2018.
Okay. So I've gone where we said December 20th, 2018, 8/28/09. And then what's the entry before that, Detective Abbott?
12/8/2016.
So is that where you were stating that the year 2017 and then the year 28 going up to 12/20 is not in these records?
Correct.
And these are the records, again, taken directly from the cell phone?
Correct. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see that 2016 appears to be somewhat intact. I mean, it starts on 12/6, but it's the end of 2016 and then skips straight to December 20th, 2018 from the 8th of December.
Now, in regards to text messages, did you look to see if there was any communication with anyone regarding the December 19th, December 20th target time?
Yes, ma'am. I looked at every tab in this phone.
Now, would I go under the MMS or the SMS?
SMS.
Okay. Now, is there, I believe if I scroll to the right, is that where we actually see the body of the information?
Yes.
Okay. And then is it also indicative of who sent and who received?
Yes.
And did you find some text messages between the defendant and his brother?
Yes.
Look at the dates here. Now, did you notice anything about the dates here?
They also skip from 2016 to 2018.
Let me scroll up for a moment here. So is it fair to say that we go from December 22nd, 2016, 9:57:09 to 12/20/2018, 8/28/40?
Yes.
Were you able to find any information in regards to 12/19/2018 in the cell dump?
No.
I believe we're also able to do a search as well. Now, did you find some text messages in relation to Joseph calling the sheriff's office
I did.
in regards to the defendant's reactions?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate date for us to start?
It'd start around the 5th of January.
And I think, is there another way that we can view these messages?
If you want to completely type in his full number of 347-652-3294, it'll just be his stuff and it'll kind of separate it out that way.
Okay. Oh, is there a way, no way to
So off to the side, on the far right side where it says SMS,
yes.
you can see the message within there as well. Yeah, just like that.
Just like that. Okay. All right. Let's go. And you said around, okay. Did you say start about the January 5th? I don't see anything January 5th, so would that be January 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And who is this message from?
This is from Joe,
I'm sorry?
from Joseph Quiles.
Okay. And what does it say?
Yo, you good?
Okay. And next?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Said, I'm good, just chilling.
And do you mind just saying the date and time that's indicated on the record, please, sir? And I apologize. That's my fault for not asking you to do that.
Yeah, this one, I'm good, just chilling, is January 6, 2019, 1:15. January 6, 2019, cool, to Joe. The 7th, January 7th, 2019, to Joe. Yo, you okay, bro? And the 8th, on the 8th at 2019, from Joe. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm about to pray.
And on this date, would that have then been 7:33:20 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time?
Yes,
And that's the same day that you spoke with Joseph Quiles. Is that fair to say?
correct.
Okay.
So this is January 8, 2019, 12:45, to Joe. Okay, good, man. You got me beyond stressed over here. And January 8, 2019, to Joe. Look at what I found.
And let me go ahead and, okay, go ahead, sir.
And this is January 8, 2019, to Joe. You can't even talk to me, really. I never did anything to that girl, and now you put me through this, and you call me your brother. You're right. After this is over, I'm all the way done with you. You're a real piece of shit for what you've done.
Okay.
And this is from Joe on January 8, 2019. I can't talk to you right now. I have to stay firm on my decision. What you told me isn't a joke or something.
Make sure you say the exact words, please, for the record.
Okay. What you told me isn't some joke or something you like about. So yes, I told the police because they need to know. If you was lying, then you will be cleared and free. But if you wasn't, then you won't. I'm sorry I have to do the right thing for that girl and her family, not the right thing for you and your selfishness. I hate to lose you, but I'd rather that girl's family have some peace. If you're innocent, then you don't need to worry they won't find her body. But if you're not, they are going to find her. And in that case, I've already lost my brother. I'm sorry.
Now, are there also some photographs as well within these records? Like some images?
Yes.
And where would I go on the tab system for that? Yeah, it'd be images?
Images, correct.
Now, was there some images of IS and SS and NQ at the beach?
Yes.
And I think here, is this some images of the defendant, and they don't come out and then the resolution, of the defendant and IS?
Yes.
And just for record purposes, did I blow up an image where the defendant is touching head-to-head with IS?
Yes, you did.
One second. Now, the defendant also have an image of IS's flyer.
Yes, one of the flyers.
I know it's blurry as we get bigger, but is this a portion of IS's missing person flyer?
Yes.
And then, is this another version of IS's missing flyer where there's a larger image of IS?
Yes.
And there, again, do we see another image with IS's? It's black, red, and white.
Yes.
And are there some images from Ace Pick Apart?
Yes.
And then images of family members, other family members as well, including his wife at the time, Naomi?
Yes.
And bear with me for just a moment. Is that some pictures of the defendant and his wife?
Yes.
Now, I mentioned some beach images. Is this a beach image of SS and then defendant's younger daughter, NQ?
Yes, it is.
And I'm showing you another beach image. And does that involve IS, SS, and then defendant's daughter, NQ?
Yes.
I'm almost done with the images. I appreciate the patience. Now, will the defendant also take pictures of himself at Ace Pick Apart?
He did.
And in this, and I guess it's 115448, is this a picture of the defendant wearing his clothing that he would wear to Ace Pick Apart?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object. That's cause for speculation. They don't know where he's at.
I see an objection in legal basis.
Now, was there also two other images of IS?
Yes.
And this is 150125 image for the record. And could you describe this image?
This is a picture of IS sticking keys into a door to unlock it, wearing, I think that's a jean jacket draped over her shoulder.
And what color is her shirt?
Yellow.
And at the bottom, does it state a date associated with this picture?
8/17/2018.
And is there another image of IS wearing the same clothing?
Yes.
And what is the date of this image?
It's 8/17/2018.
And just for record purposes, this is 150136. Now, Detective Abbott, did you also review the cell records?
I did.
And were the cell records, was there data between the 2017 and up through December 20th, 2018?
Yes.
So that's inconsistent with what's on the cell phone?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, there's one more thing. I'm sorry. I apologize. One last thing. Let's go back to the text messages. And is there a way also to do by name?
Yes.
Okay. Wanted to pull up. Sorry. Now, Johnathan Ace Pick, is that where you found an image in regards to the map?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you remember the date?
I do not recall the date, but it was on the phone.
Okay. Is there a way to see if there's an image associated with the message?
Yes.
Which way should I go?
These look like, okay, these are messages. So right through the center, do you see where it says export? And you go down, you see an X. There should be like somewhere through the middle next to the phone in, phone out symbol. You'll see what looks like a paper clip to indicate an attachment.
Okay. And where would that be? Am I looking at the right part of the screen?
Yeah, it should be right dead center. At least that's how it appears in the newer version of this cell phone.
I see it.
This is an old version of the reader that
Is it
we
fair
had.
to say that we don't see one?
No, we did not see one.
Okay.
Now, if you click picture, if you go line by line off on the right-hand side where you also see pick Johnathan Ace, no motor, okay, the image will pop up on that side as well if there's an image located in it.
All right. And let me know, Detective, if you see it.
Okay.
I did not see it, Detective.
I did not see it either.
But had you previously seen it?
I feel like I did.
Okay. Let me check one more location and then we'll move on. For record purposes, I've gone on under the MMS. We'll just go through each one and then we'll move on.
I do see attachments on the far right under these. There it is.
All right. Is there a way to make this bigger?
Scroll down and just click on the image itself.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And this looks like it's 154585922268880 picture. And let's look at, can you tell us what date and time?
That's 12/26/2018.
Would that be
9/21.
Would that be approximately 3:21 in the afternoon?
Yes.
All right. So moving on past those records, did you also then receive some Snapchat messages back?
I did.
Okay. And before we get to those, when you arrested the defendant, as part of that information is the defendant's date of birth.
Yes.
And what is the defendant's date of birth?
April 18th, 1985.
Okay. All right. So in regards to the Snapchat messages, did you obtain the defendant's Snapchat account?
Yes,
Did you review it?
I did.
And was there anything of concern from those messages?
Not really.
Did you obtain the Snapchat account of Iyana Sawyer?
No,
And let me ask, but did another detective?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was the defendant's Snapchat account associated with his name?
Yes.
Meaning was it Johnathan Jacob or Johnathan Quiles?
Johnathan Quiles.
Now, did IS have Snapchat accounts?
Yes,
And did she have more than one associated with her?
she did.
And what were they?
Princess 40046, Iyana 0906, and an XS.Iyana.
Now, were you able to receive records back from all three of those accounts?
Yes.
Was there anything that involved this case in the Iyana 0906 Snapchat account?
No.
What about the XS Iyana?
Yes.
What about the Princess 446?
Yes.
Now, upon your review of XS Iyana and Princess 446, did you learn that those two accounts were speaking to each other?
That's what it appeared, yes.
Okay. Now, did you obtain, when you looked at XS Iyana, did you compare it then to Princess 446?
I did.
And did they have the same data from August 2018 through December 2018?
Yes.
Did you review those?
Yes.
And when I say the dates, did XS Iyana have from August forward?
Yes.
Did Princess 446 have from February 2018 forward?
Correct.
Now, was a program as well used on these items for a viewer-friendly viewing?
Yes.
And was there two different ones used for each account based upon what was available at JSO?
Yes. The first time we used the Cellbrite program, and next we used the Oxygen Forensics program.
And are you also able to print out chats that occur between accounts?
Yes. When it initially comes to you, it's in an Excel spreadsheet format. It's very difficult to read, which is why we have it converted. But when it's in this program like this, instead of going line by line to look at the chat, you can click on the particular message, hit export, and it will put it in bubble format like you're reading a text message.
And in regards to items, if we look out the printouts, and I believe states 63 is the Snapchat records of XS Iyana, were those done in the Oxygen program?
Yes.
And if we're looking at the printout from the Oxygen program, we cannot see images. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
However, in a printout of Cellbrite, we can see small screenshots of those images.
Yes.
However, we can't obviously make them bigger, can we?
No.
Can we do that, though, on the disk?
Yes.
And then in state 64, Princess 446, did you review those in the images?
Yes.
And was that information in regards to the IS case that we're here for today?
Yes, it was.
And based upon the content of those communications between the defendant and IS?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
So now I'm going to show you what is marked as states 64. And what are we looking at in state 64?
Your Honor, just based on your sustaining, can you give a curative instruction to the jury, please?
No, sir. You may continue, State.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So what are we looking at in state 64?
These are the messages from Snapchat.
And who are they involving?
This is Iyana.
Here, and I'll do this just for a moment so you can, I'll scroll up. And who are they between?
Well, right now the only ones I see is Iyana
Okay,
in green.
hold on 1 second to make this. I made it bigger. Okay, let me go down just a second. So just say Iyana.
Yes, with a heart and some other emoji. This, I believe, is going to be the Princess 40046 program.
Here, let me go back here. Get you some, go to the welcome. Okay. You tell us what records these involve.
So this is case 18-866-278, and it's extraction number 2. And then you see the URL, Snapchat warrant return, Princess 40046.
Okay, so are we looking at the Snapchat records that you received from Snapchat for the account of Princess 40046?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to pull up a timeline. I have it highlighted. And who are those messages going to be between?
So the one that's
regarding the names here on the account.
correct. This the highlighted portion says from Princess 40046 to Ya, and then to excess.Iyana.
And so upon your review, are these messages between the accounts of Princess 40046 and excess Iyana?
Correct.
And is Princess 40046 associated, and I know we can only see YA, but is it Iyana?
Yes.
Okay. So then when we go to the actual chats between these two messages, is that why we are then seeing Iyana?
Correct.
And I've obviously highlighted the full name. Could you read that for the record?
Princess 40046.Iyana heart, and it's a face emoji.
And so does that mean that the individual using Princess 40046 is the one sending the message?
Yes.
Now, when we see just Princess 40046 and we do not see anything below, what does that indicate?
You're only seeing one half of the conversation.
And are you familiar with Snapchat?
Yes.
And what happens if you don't save a message on Snapchat?
If you don't save a message on Snapchat, it goes away.
And so would these messages then had to have been saved?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to draw your attention starting out with April 29th, 2018. Could you, and 1:00:39 p.m., could you please read it?
Okay. I love kissing you. Just after I found out about the boy, it turned me off about a lot of things, but I'm working on it. Yes, I'm trying. It just be so good. I last like less than a minute. I never took advantage of you, never. You broke my heart when you compared me to him. You're not just a piece of meat to me, like you said. I actually love you. I broke his heart. I was blindsided. You left me hanging. %2C. You played me. He thinks I'm still messing with him.
And next?
The next is a couple of images.
Okay. And the first message just appears to be an audio.
It should be a video.
And there's no audio, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what is depicted in the image?
It's a younger girl taking videos of herself.
said there was a second image. Is that just an image then of what?
It's screen recorded. This is how it starts off. When you, on an iPhone, you drop it down. These are different options that you can quickly access. Lower left side, you see the red circle with the red dot next to the yellow battery symbol. That's where you click to turn your screen records off and on.
And were this video and this image associated with May 4, 2018, 12:43:19 a.m.?
Yes.
It's quite sensitive. Okay, and next, could you please tell us the date and time?
On 5/29/2018, 9/17, show love to my V%2C Spanish speaking percent.
No, make sure you read accurately.
Okay. Show love to my V%2C Spanish spanking %2C. He's going to do candles for me.
And the next message, please.
It's 7/7/2018, 4/29. It's a couple of different images.
Are you sure it says 4:29?
4/27.
Thank you, sir. I'll click on the top image. And is this an image or a video?
It's a video
Sorry.
with sound.
So sorry. I apologize to everybody.
No matter what you say, what you do, when I'm alone, I'd rather be with you.
Detective Abbott, did that video involve appear to be a couple?
Yes, different couples of different races.
And then the second one, could you describe is this an image or a video?
This is an image.
And if you could please describe.
It's a white female with her tongue sticking out, holding on to a man's face who's kissing her cheek.
Hey, how much longer do you have?
This is through this, Your Honor, and that we have to it's July and we've got to get through to December.
Give me a time.
I would say 15 minutes because I'm going obviously pretty fast here.
Okay.
And then I'll be done.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yes, sir. If you could please tell us the next date and time.
7/7/2018, 4/27.
If you could please read it.
Maya told Uncle John one of your gay friends tried to get fresh with her. Maya tried to give Rodrika your perfume for her birthday. She lost the pink Seminoles jacket and only got the pants. Maya still used Snapchat to text Uncle John.
And could you please tell us the date and time of the next message?
7/8/2018, 1:05. It's not like you stopped. I can't believe I trusted you even when I knew you was full of shit. With me, never again. Yeah, I can unclaim your being a hoe and just deal with that hoe that don't give two shits about you. I won't be surprised if he ain't fucking all of your friends and your sister. But that's who you choose over me. Fuck it. Keep it. I hope he treats you better than me. Bye. Don't bother to hit me up if it's not something seriously wrong or important. %2C. I don't want to chat with you just because or talk on the phone just because. No more. Go back to doing that with him. Oh, I forgot you already do. I'm done with you. I hope it was worth it. You officially have broke my heart, Iyana, and I will never forget it.
And could you please read the next message starting with the date and time?
7/8/2018, 1:06. You really just be fucking annoying the hell out of me. with your bullshit. You think I'm down with these mind games? Whatever makes you feel better about yourself, I'm good, so you can keep it.
And could you please read the next message starting with date and time?
7/8/2018, 6:09. Meaning your stories didn't make any sense, but I pushed it to the side and said, I trust my baby, she won't do me like that. Then when you said what you did, it just made so much sense how you gotten better. But it don't matter no more, I'm good. I'm not going to be with you never again. I don't know what you thought when you thought I would have been just like, aw, stop playing once you told me what you had done. I just can't trust you, so I'm not going to invest any more feelings in you. I hope this one's I got goes away soon because I'm really depressed and I hate it.
And the next one, please.
7/13/2018, 8:49.
And what is it?
It's an image of two guys. It's a video of two guys.
Okay, I'm just going to fast forward it to save time. So it's two guys, and there's volume associated with it as well.
Okay.
Is that fair for the record?
That is fair.
Okay, we'll move on past that. And next, could you tell us what we're looking at?
This is an image, I believe.
Okay, and what's the date and time, sir?
7/30/2018, 8:42.
And what are we looking at in this image?
It is a man holding a woman down, having sex. And it says, hold down and send to Bay.
Is that BAE for the record?
BAE.
All right, if you could please tell us about the next message and date and time and what we're looking at.
8/3/2018, 8/11. You don't have a good track record, and you didn't even have nothing to say when I was giving you different views. If I was in your shoes, I would have said, you put your own earrings in. I wouldn't shill about him.
Be careful. I wouldn't show what?
I wouldn't shill around him like you do. I'll stay as far away as I can and keep you happy, but not you, Miss Real Friendly. Be like I said, it's all...
Careful, detective.
Oh, but like I said, it's all good. I'll get over it all. I hate that I keep getting in these moods over you and you don't see nothing I'm talking about.
And could you please, with the next entry with date and time and what is it?
It's 8/3/2018 at 8:17. I'm too jealous with you. I couldn't even sleep last night. I need to separate myself from you. Not yet. I need to calm down.
All right. If you could tell us about the next one, date and time and what it is.
8/3/2018 at 8:18. It's a message. I know you have a lot of regrets, but I hope I'm not one.
Okay. And the next one?
8/4/2018 at 4:08, and it appears to be an image.
And what is the image?
It is a screenshot of a Google search, how sexual the signs are, 1 through 10. And it lists all the zodiac signs with a number associated next to how sexual they are.
And next, if you could please tell us about the next entry, date and time and what it is.
8/4/2018, 4:10. You know your sister didn't rat you out, but she said something that was straight flag. I'm not going to talk to you ever again if you don't tell me, and I will go out of my way to not let you come here again.
And the next one, date and time and what it is.
4/8/18, 4:12. Yeah, but he wants you, and you always be in his face.
And the next one, please.
8/5/2018 at 5 o'clock.
And what is it?
An image.
And can you please describe? And don't say certain words, obviously.
Okay. The N-word, do not care when it comes to this position. They will drill and kill yo shit. And it's a image of sexual nature.
All right. And the next one?
It's 8/6/2018 at 1:38. It's not last minute nothing. Your aunt was talking about how much it costs to have...
Are Are you sure it's talking?
Your aunt was thinking about how much it costs to have all of you guys at the house. And I was the one saying, so what? Let them come because I wanted to spend time with you. Yesterday, you was acting crazy, so I gave you a little space. But today, you are not yourself, and it's bothering me. You always say GN first if you're up before me. Now you are so into your coloring that you have no time for me. What type of bullshit is that? So again, like I said, if you want space, I'll give you all that you want, but if you keep pushing me away, I'm going to stop fighting to be with you. And you, K, OT, what would it matter anyways? You'll be booed up with the next dude when you go to school, just like before. No, my bad. A bunch of dudes in your face. Now I'll leave you to your own fucking painting.
There's no O, right?
I leave you to your fucking painting.
Okay. And the next date and time and what we are looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:30. I'm divorcing you. At least I'll be able to sleep knowing I'm not going to be cheated on by you. I hate that we can't be straight up with each other. I will take you all home tomorrow.
And next, please, what are we looking at, date and time?
So 8/7/2018, 5:34. You're so full of shit, it makes me sick right now.
Okay, next message and date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:35. And you don't need to stay here for her to get it.
And the next message, please, with date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:36. I don't have to deal with none of ya.
Okay, and the next message, date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:47. You got all of the excuses in the world, but I'm going to dead all of the bullshit because I know all of your sorry ass games. I'm so fucking done with you and your bullshit. Your man nasty to be with me and trying to be my son %2C. Who does that? Guess who? Iyana. That's who the fuck who. That's the fuck who.
Thank you, sir. And the next message, date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018 at 5:48. I never ever would have thought I would ever think of you as a bird, but here I am.
And the next message, date and time, what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:49. You know what I'm going to give you? Your last piece of dick in the AM and cut all ties with you completely.
And the next entry with date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:50. I'm almost there with hating you. If I wouldn't have loved you so much, I wouldn't have ever cared, but I do, and you're killing me.
And the next entry, date and time and what we're looking at?
8/7/2018, 5:51. Why not you do way worse?
And the next date and time entry?
8/7/2018, 5:53. I can't even stand you right now. I just think I was going to leave everything for you.
And if you could please do the next entry, date and time.
8/7/2018, 5:53. What a mistake that was going to be. I can't even keep it real with.
Is it you instead of I?
You can't even keep it real with.
And could you please do the next entry, date and time?
8/7/2018, 5:56. Your aunt and I was getting a divorce, and you and I, once you hit 18, was going to break out.
And could you please read the next date and time entry?
8/7/2018, 5:57. You officially have broke my heart for the very last time. I really feel all types of anger.
Thank you, sir. And if you could please tell us about the next entry, date and time?
8/7/2018, 5:58. I'm truly going, you leave, you be, this is so crazy.
The next entry, date and time, and please tell us what it is.
8/7/2018, 6:01. I'm very hurt and stressed out, but at the end of the day, what world I live in to think you was going to ever be mine.
And the next one?
8/7/2018, 6:03. I officially have hate in my heart for you. You'll never get my love and care back, I promise.
And if you could do the next entry?
8/7/2018, 1:11. Take care. I'm not going to talk to you as much anymore, if any. I hope it was all worth it. FYI, your mom and aunts noticed that your little self is all in Jayco's face, and all of a sudden you now want to start dancing when he's there with just a shirt on, but I'm bugging though.
And through your investigation, did you learn of someone by the name of Jayco?
Yes,
And who is Jayco?
that's the defendant's son.
And was he about the same age as IS?
Yes.
And could you please tell us about the next entry?
8/7/2018, 1:16. I'm not going to have you stay the night anymore anyways, so whatever you really did at this time.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 1:16. Being phony will never get you anywhere in life.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 1:19. I'm sure you have nothing to say. Oh, well, not like you ever cared about me or anything, so I'll be okay, and I will get over you.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 2:37. That won't help nothing. Your whole body language around him changes. I know you like him, and I've been dead on this whole time, and it gets me so mad that you just try to play me like I have been dealing with you and women in general. I know what's up. You play with the hands. He feels comfortable to say, I'll smack you. Come on, Yaya.
Now, may I stop you? Did you review the defendant's contact names in his cell phone, Don?
Yes.
And was there any contact associated with the name Yaya?
Yes.
And who was that associated with?
IS.
And if you could please tell us about the next entry?
8/7/2018, 6:47. Why you hiding your story work on handwriting?
And the next message?
8/7/2018, 6:48. Am I touching you, trick?
And the next message?
8/7/2018, 6:51. Eva, what else she posts to do when she get to calling me? I come though. All I know is money, she might need a bill paid.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 7:36. It's, I believe, an image, yes.
Could you describe it?
It's a woman in pink night clothes.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 7:39.
Could you describe it, please?
This is a sequenced, I believe, bathing suit on top of a slab.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
You said on top of a slab?
Yeah, like a marble countertop or something. Appears to be marble.
And the next entry?
It's 8/7/2018, 7:39.
And what is it?
It's a screenshot of different women in clothing, watches.
And the next entry?
8/7/2018, 7:47.
All right. And I'm not going to read it, but is it just a screenshot of some language?
Yes.
Okay. And the next entry? Sorry.
8/7/2018, 8:31.
And is it just a screenshot of various things?
Yes, about relationships.
And the second screenshot, is that the same?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll move on. And the next entry?
It's 8/10/2018, 8:15.
And what is it?
It's another sexual image.
And did we see this previously?
Yes.
And the next entry?
It's 8/14/2018, 11:19. I'm sick of thinking you're going to do right, and you just prove me wrong all of the time.
And the next entry?
8/14/2018, 8:46. I love you too. We can't risk your future. I promise. I'll give you 2 kids, but you need to finish up college so you can be very successful in life.
And the next entry?
8/14/2018, 8:57.
And could you tell us about this?
This is a screenshot of a text message.
And could you read it for us?
So it would be from Johnathan Quiles at the top. Hey, my love, I'm so sorry I haven't got the chance to chat with you today. I've been very busy and fighting with your sister, but what's new, right? LOL. I just wanted to tell you I love you and I miss you very much. If you're up late, hit me up. I will be still working into the morning. Big hug and kiss from me to you in the spirit.
And what's the date of the response entry?
Tuesday, May 15th, 2018.
And what does it say?
I know you're busy.
And can you just read a couple of other messages there?
Yeah. Hey, love, how is your day going? Good. Yours? Started off a bit rusty, tin man, LOL.
And
Oh.
Okay, thank you. And the next entry?
8/15/2018, 9:01. I don't want to fight. I'm sick of being insecure with you. I'm so tired of being up all night thinking if you're lying to me. I'm just beat all the way up, and I have no more fight in me no more.
And the next entry?
8/15/2018, 9:01. Wow, no, it's not. And to be completely honest, I really don't even care no more. I'm getting sick of thinking about you two, so I'm just done because the only one that's suffering is me. So I'm just done with it. I'm going to just chill and be cool and not think of nothing at all.
And next message?
8/15/2018, 9:12. You're bugging. I have so much love for you that I'm mentally losing it. That's why I'm just not letting anything bother me no more. I need to turn off so I can get a grip.
And the next message?
8/17/2018, 10:55. I know I said I wanted you to see other people, but I don't want you to, and that's the truth.
And the next message?
8/19/2018, 3:54. You're just so full of shit. I can't no more with you. GN, bye, for good, for real. I can't be with you. You just keep doing me dirty. Whatever I did to deserve you doing me like this, I'm sorry. But you really just fucked up our whole friendship and everything. GN, I hope it was worth it.
All right, and the next message?
Would be 8/19/2018, 1:48. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have a camera in the garage and laundry room too.
We can stop now. If we can pick up tomorrow because of the time. I understand. Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, it's 5:45. We're going to pick up where we are tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Before let me do this. Detective, you're free to go ahead and leave. I got some instructions I need to give to the jury.
Yes, sir.
There's no reason for you to be a part of that.
Okay.
We'll pick up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp.
9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, you have counsel for the State Defense, Mr. Quiles present. So members of the jury, we'll pick up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I told you yesterday that I would have a better idea of the schedule for the rest of the week. I think it's going to be a full week, plus Monday and Tuesday next week, if you return a verdict guilty on counts 1 and 2 of the first-degree murder charges. I'm going to talk to the attorneys after you guys leave and try to get some more specifics, but based on what I know, just my intuition of how this works, I think that it would be a full week this week, and then depending on your verdict, that second phase that we talked about at jury selection would be Monday and Tuesday, if that's the direction that your verdict goes. But we'll pick up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We'll keep plowing through the evidence. The attorneys are doing a great job being as efficient as they can. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. And I'm sorry for the late night, but I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow morning. All right, the jury's outside our presence. I still have counsel with the state defense and Mr. Quiles present. You guys may have a seat. Ms. French, I didn't want to interrupt you, but given the hour, I'm not sure I had a choice.
No, and I'm sorry, Your Honor, it was not going as fast as anticipated, and I apologize. I should have stopped earlier, so I apologize on that.
It's understandable.
But that is it for my questioning with Abbott. I'm ending with those messages.
Okay. To the defense, I'm assuming your cross is going to be just as lengthy?
I would expect, Your Honor.
Okay.
I hope not, but
Understood. State, what's on tap for tomorrow? After Detective Abbott.
Judge, we, at this point, once we finish with Detective Abbott, I know tomorrow we would have Naomi Mobley, and then we have the 3 confession witnesses, Damian Hatch, Jordan Jackson, Joseph Quiles. Have 1 detective delay the predicate just with respect to the entry of the wire. I think we should be bringing. We have 5 witnesses after the effective.
Here's the thing. It's not a problem. It's just from a scheduling standpoint. Here's what we're going to run into. I can't see how you rest tomorrow, given the length of the audio in and of itself, and then the cross of the detective that's left. So let's say you rest Thursday, sometime maybe mid-morning Thursday. That may be realistic. I'm not sure how long the cross of a couple of the witnesses may be, Mr. Hatch and Mr. Jackson, or the brother. I don't know that, or the ex-wife. The defense sounds like they have a case in chief of at least 1 witness potentially. I'm not sure there's more than that. If we start closings Friday morning, I'm not charging them until middle of the afternoon of Friday. I think you guys can assume issues that may arise with that. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I would prefer not to charge them late on a Friday. I'm sure I can get people here on a courthouse on a Saturday, but that's not a position I want to be in on a weekend. I'm sure I can make it happen. I haven't done it before, but that's the situation I'm seeing ourselves run into. Now, what I could do is tell them to get here at 8 o'clock or 8:30 on a Friday.
We're at the court's direction. We'll do whatever the court directs.
Yeah, I get that, but I think we need to have a sense of urgency when we talk to some of these witnesses. You guys have to do your jobs. Everybody does have to. I get that, but we have to have a sense of urgency in how we move about this trial with certain witnesses to get the case to the jury. Because I got 16 people over here who have been here from before 9 o'clock to at least 5:30 every single day the past week and a half. I know you guys have been as well, but I got to look out for those guys as well. I know you guys do it too, but I hate to charge them late on a Friday, and I'm not sure how I can avoid that at this point. Because the other alternative is give them Friday off and you close on Monday, which that doesn't seem ideal either. That's a 3-day break between testimony. And then that elongates next week. That doesn't seem ideal either. Anybody have any ideas?
But if we started a little early Thursday and Friday,
The problem is I have
you've got stuff on Thursday.
I have another judge covering my calendar on Thursday, but I have other trials set next week, thinking this was a 2-week trial that I have to deal with. And it's not fair to a judge covering to have to deal with something that they have no knowledge of. Now, I've tried to communicate with his attorneys via email, let them know what's going on. Of course, everyone's understanding of that. There are a couple pro se defendants set for trial next week in my division that I can't communicate with anybody because they're not represented. I can go through standby counsel, but they're not counsel. So I have to handle that for at least 20 minutes on Thursday. So getting here early on Thursday doesn't really move the needle that much.
I'm just thinking if we could wrap up with everything. I don't think that the defense's case in chief is going to be a full day.
Well, let's play it out. Let's say they do rest tomorrow. You take a half day Thursday. You want to do closings Thursday afternoon and charge them Friday?
Yes, that would be
State
ideal
would
for
say
us.
yes as well.
That was kind of the thought process.
I don't think that you can rest tomorrow though.
Where we stand right this minute, I agree with the court.
And that's the sticking point I'm with, is that I think that's a viable solution. That gives them all day Friday potentially. I can tell them to brown bag their lunch and they can just have the jury room to themselves all day Friday. That'd be ideal. And, not that I want to do this in a case of this nature. I can certainly time closings and say stick to your time limit. But I understand that's difficult in a case, A, of this consequence, and B, the number of witnesses and evidence. I'm aware of that as well. But you guys know that if you talk too long, you're going to lose the jury anyways. Just from a practical standpoint. So I'm trying to think of solutions or different ideas. I'm not sure there's a good one.
Yes, sir. The only thing I would just throw out, if court is considering a Saturday.
I don't want to consider that.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to.
The only thing I would say, I would ask the jury to be checking their schedules if the court's going to think about that. Ask all 16 of them if they have a Saturday available. Then I would ask them and let them respond to the court and tell them the options are we're going to keep going. If that means Friday to Monday and your verdict dictates we need phase 2, that's going to be Tuesday.
So you mean that? So you're saying if they don't reach a verdict, if they deliberate Friday, don't reach a verdict, and need to come back to deliberate more, bring them back Monday, and how that delays things.
If it's just deliberation, Judge, I would ask them to come back the next day, Saturday, if they're all able.
Well, that's where we'll be at. We're not going to be in the evidence portion by Friday. I just can't imagine that's the case. If anything, I think the defense may be able to rest early or Thursday with their case, given what they have said confidently. I would have to look into how it works on a Saturday here at the courthouse. I'm not sure the answer to that. Staff's not going to like me doing so.
I understand.
I just don't know if I have a choice.
We stand ready on the court's direction.
This is assuming that they get the case by 2:30. I can have them get here early on like 8:30. 8 o'clock's even early for anybody on a Friday, I think. 8:30 rush hour traffic on coming down here on a Friday is much less. 8:30 is doable. Start, give them a short lunch at worst case scenarios, it takes rebuttals after the lunch hour. Go right into charging. They should have it by 1:30, 2 o'clock. That does give them a full 3 hours before into business typically, and 6, 7 for a case of this nature is not the end of the world. But once you get past that point, I usually tell the jury, what do you want me to do next? I don't have another day to bring them back absent a Saturday. And given the magnitude of the verdict,
I would just suggest to the court that if you are considering
Is the, is Mr. Hatch a long witness?
He's not.
So Mr. Jackson's the one with the wire.
Yes, sir.
Is the ex-wife a long witness?
I believe the defense will probably cross rather lengthy.
It's not that long.
And I would think 30 minutes on direct.
30 minutes on direct? That's an hour.
Yes, sir.
That's your morning with the detective now tomorrow. You think about it in that way. Now you have the afternoon for, I'm not saying you're going to call her that order. I'm just saying from a scheduling standpoint, that leaves you with the wire, the brother, the detective who set it up, who's short, obviously, and then Mr. Hatch. That's pushing it in the afternoon. Now, I can keep him here till 5:45 again.
And Judge, I would say the brother, what he is going to say will not take long on direct. I don't know where they're going to explore that on the cross, but I don't anticipate a long direct.
A short witness in this case is 30 to 35 minutes. So
He's not a Billy Brown, but he's not a lengthy witness from a direct. Obviously, we'll speak for the defense, but
I'll look into Saturday, see what that means, just as a backstop. What I don't want to do, I think it's a good idea to have a plan B in case the jury does need time, because
then maybe the court just asks them in the morning, if we're pushed for time, can you do it on Saturday? If not, we need to make sure that Monday and Tuesday are very viable options in their calendars.
well, that means that I would.
The court asked the jury selection. There is a chance the case would bleed into a third week.
No, I'm not doubting that, but if that's the case, then you're saying if Saturday's not viable, do I just do closings on Monday?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't know if we would have an option. I think it's either Saturday or Monday.
So if Saturday's not an option, you're saying Monday close.
If the defense is in agreement with that, the state would agree with that.
That means we're going into at least one Wednesday of next week.
The court thinks, well,
If they return a guilty verdict on counts 1 or 2.
so and assuming they do on 1 or 2 and get a verdict Monday afternoon, is the court saying it wouldn't start penalty the next day?
The problem is, like, I have alternate jurors, and they're going to be temporarily dismissed, still under order of the court to report back at a time and date later that's unknown to me at this point to begin the penalty phase. So it's difficult for me to go straight into it, not knowing what their availability is.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes, sir. And then assuming a verdict Monday afternoon, would the court say penalty phase on Wednesday if needed?
No, what I would tell the jury is stand by your phone. You'll get a phone call, let you know your next orders. It could be the next morning. It could be the day after. I don't know how long the jury's going to be out from the guilt phase.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you don't want to, okay.
I don't know how else to handle that. I mean, I can say plan on being here tomorrow morning, absent you hear from us otherwise, but I think they deserve a phone call from my office to let them know you're needed or you're not needed, and if you are needed, here's where you need to be, and they can plan accordingly. I'll let them know to plan accordingly. And they don't know their alternates right now, so that's not an issue.
So the court wants to hold those 4.
I think I have to. I'm not sure what choice I have. Now, the odds of us needing them are probably slim at that point, all 4 especially, but I don't think I can dismiss them because, well, I mean, I guess that's up to the state. You need 8 votes at minimum. Well, and that's...
We're aware. Yes, sir. Well, that's why the state's position would be if we're closing Monday and we get a verdict Monday afternoon and it requires a penalty phase, we would ask to keep proceeding directly Tuesday morning.
Without the alternates.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's one night, and I think the state will be ready. When the court says, as quickly as the court can give us the time, the state will be ready.
Yeah, the problem is it depends on what the jury does. It's an unknown,
Yes,
it's an X factor.
That's why I'm just asking them now in the morning
About Saturday?
collectively about that option of Saturday. So if Saturday's verdict requires us to return, then we have till Monday to start penalty phase.
So you think it's difficult, knowing your case, to get with the crosses involved to get Mr. Jackson and the audio, Mr. Hatch, the brother, and the detectives who set up the wire in one afternoon. That's pushing it.
Yes, sir. The biggest portion of ours is the wire. So
And you're just playing it in full
Yes,
when they get run.
you have to watch how that conversation.
Understood. I mean, I'm not questioning that. I'm just trying to understand.
But I do say for the Damien Hatch, there's no wire. It's just testimony. Joseph Quiles, largely testimony. Now, we will have this Naomi Mobley. She'll be looking at some evidence, but again.
I did tell one of the jurors that asked us when we finished picking that Wednesday afternoon if they'll be here on the weekends, and I said no.
I believe you did.
What I'm concerned is that they took that and made plans accordingly.
And that's why I would say to them tomorrow morning, Wednesday, ask them if there was a need and it prevented you from going further into next week, would you prefer to go Saturday versus Monday proceeding into Tuesday? I know the court asked him also about bleeding to the third week, and we're ready for that. If that's what we need to do, we'll go Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, but bleeding into the third week now be the majority of that third week. I'm not sure that was the expectation of anybody.
I agree with the court.
But we're in agreement with asking about Saturday. We do think that that's probably the best way to handle it. I understand that that goes against what you said to them previously, but I think that would be the way to eliminate any further bleed beyond Monday. As long as we got a verdict back on Saturday, in that assumption.
Okay, let me do some work on my end today at some point and see about Saturday for a courthouse staffing wise, because it's not just me or the 16 of them. I mean, it requires more than just that from a courthouse administrator perspective, and I don't know what that looks like. I need to talk to the proper people to see what that looks like. Okay, we'll pick it up tomorrow morning. And I'll have some more information I'll share with you guys, of course. I'm just thinking if I were her, I don't want to sit on this for 2.5 days without having going through closings, because they're under further orders.
Not only that, Judge, the evidence that's coming in over the next 2 days, if that's all over the media, if somebody inadvertently talks to them over the weekend, or if they're doing something, somebody says something.
It does increase a chance of some type of exposure in that regard. I mean, the media's been all over the case, so it does. The longer we go, it certainly increases that potential, especially on a weekend.
That's our concern.
And this is, of course, assuming they need more time to deliberate. Who knows? We all been around trials enough to where who knows what a jury does.
Exactly. Sometimes they come back in a stopwatch, and sometimes they're there out as long, and we're looking at each other.
And sometimes they prefer to stay late. They're saying we're debating it. And I get that too. I mean, I've been here late for the jury, so. Okay, let me do some research. Let me see what I can pull off. What information I can get, I'll certainly provide that to you guys. And we'll pick up with the detective tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I can start early Friday, though. That's not a problem for me.
Can or cannot?
I can.
Okay.
I may be able to start early Thursday. I'll have to work it out with the judge covering my calendar of when I can take a mid-morning break, step over to that courtroom, handle about 20 minutes worth of work, and come back.
I'll be following you upstairs, Judge.
Okay, I'll figure it out. Anything else we need to handle this afternoon from the state
No, Your Honor.
defense?
No, Your Honor.
I appreciate you guys. I know you guys are working hard. I know it's a difficult case, and it's something I recognize as well, so I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you as well.